we can sort of work together on these two things and make sure that they're in sync. So that's all I'll say, and then I'll come back to Michael.
For sure. And then thank you for having us here. This, I have to mention, is my first time to Powell River. So I was quite excited to sail over. It's a little bit of a rough ride, but we survived and we're here. So when Allison referred to she and I working together a number of times in the past, in that capacity, I was always at a specific municipality and either working in the corporate officer world or CAO world, actually. So we go back with ways. So with that, I'm not used to, this is my first time branching out and providing consulting services because I did retire in December 2022. So now I'm just kind of jumping into this realm of support services. So I look forward to it. Look forward to working with you as a group today. I have been behind the scenes watching council meetings and seeing how matters are handled, and I'm looking now to work together. It doesn't have to be a strict structure. We're going to be doing a lot of intermixing, as Allison was mentioning, because the code of conduct and the procedures bylaw is so tied together. So we look forward to working through this today. Make some progress.
Any questions about that part of where we're headed? You're okay with us?
Sounds awesome.
So my role, and we've sort of divided the day in half, and hopefully this will work out timing wise. So we intended that we would focus on the code of conduct first, and in the morning, and Twyla will take over and walk you through the procedure bylaw this afternoon. And if we finish early, great. We'll just pass it off to Twyla. I just, first of all, just kind of wanted to provide some context, like how did we get here? How is it that I'm here again? And you'll recall that in February, I was asked to come here and given direction, through your CAO from council, that you wanted to start with the Cathette RD bylaw. That was the starting point. And so that's where we started. I didn't start from scratch. Well, that was the starting point. And then on February 9th, we worked through that, and you gave direction about what needed to be changed. I dutifully went away, made the amendments. It came back to you at a subsequent council meeting. I think it was a council meeting. I watched the council meeting, and there was some discussion about this, and it was sent back to come back to another workshop. So given what I observed in that council meeting, what I'd like to suggest we do is actually go through the draft bylaw, and I've provided a track changes version. There's a clean copy and a track changes version. I would like to suggest that if you can manage it, we go through the track changes version so that you know what I have changed on your behalf, and we'll literally work through section by section. That's how I would propose to do it, very methodically, so that we make sure that we get, the outcome that you're hoping for. And if I could just make a couple of kind of preface comments, in which I probably made last time too, but I just want to set, from my point of view, the expectations around what a code of conduct will do for you. And let me say right off the bat, it's not a panacea. It's not going to fix all your problems. Right? It is intended to provide guidelines for behavior. Number one, lay out what the expectations for conduct are, so that everybody knows what the expectations are and that you have a shared understanding of what those expectations are. So really that's maybe more than anything else the intention of it. And then second of all, how to deal with complaints. So that's the kind of second part, is the enforcement part. And, the experience across the province, and I'm sure you're all watching the media right now, there's no end of communities that are challenged with conduct problems. It's my experience now that, you know, code of conduct's not going to fix bad behavior. It might help you manage it a bit, but, you know, it's not the answer to all of your problems. It's really about establishing shared norms and finding a way to deal with trouble. So that's my start. Any questions about that? Is that your expectation too?
That's good.
Okay. All right.
Just a comment.
Sure. Yeah, please.
I've always, I was a tradesman years ago, and I learned that when you buy good tools, they serve you better for longer. So this is a tool, and to make it as good as we can possibly make it, then gives us the opportunity to use that tool to fix all our problems, right?
Yeah. Well, that's absolutely right. I should have added too, you know, this is very much an emerging area in local government. I mean, very much. I mean, every, you know, 6 months, there's some new innovation in codes of conduct. So, you know, you're required by the charter to review this after every election. I would expect, given some of the legal challenges that we've seen and will continue to see, there will have to be revisions in this probably every term, if not more frequently. And I can see a couple of legal challenges coming down, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing because it establishes, okay, what is legal and what isn't legal. And we're certainly in the province pushing the boundaries now, and it'll be good to have some court direction about what, you know, what you can and can't do. So very much an emerging area of practice, I would say.
I was just going to ask, I mean, before code of conduct existed, council still tried to manage behavior. And so what tools were used before codes of conduct? How would issues be addressed usually? Well,
the procedure bylaw.
Yeah.
Usually there was something in the procedure bylaw about behavior and conduct, right? That's where those clauses lived. Not always the case, but that's where they lived. And then you still have all of the charter provisions. So around confidentiality, conflict of interest, gifts. So typically, well, I shouldn't say typically, but it was common where there was a serious breach, like a breach of confidentiality, that then you turn to the courts. So, and it's still possible, but this provides another avenue. It's often less expensive and less cumbersome and more timely.
Yeah.
You know, I do worry, actually, Twyla and I had a conversation about this last night. I do worry that the codes of conduct have promoted a kind of a litigious culture in local governments. You know, Surrey comes to mind, Kamloops comes to mind. And that's why I sort of preface this by saying this isn't going to solve your problems. Dealing with, you know, 20 complaints a year or more. And if they go to investigation, you know, you can expect it to cost you about $30,000 an investigation. This is not expensive, not inexpensive, right? And often the outcome is not what you had hoped for. So, yeah, not necessarily the answer to all your problems.
No, I think you captured that well. Just backing up other areas where conduct lived was councils that did their strategic plans, and some would capture language in there that would talk about how they would function going forward, mission statements and behaviors and such like that. But other than that, no.
Yeah. The other thing I'll just add to this too is you know, all of the principles of administrative fairness have really driven us towards laying out expectations in advance. You know, people ought to know what the expectations for behavior are and what the potential consequences of breaching those expectations are. And so where enforcement has become more interventionist, so removal from committees, penalties related to remuneration, those things, important to lay those out in your bylaw in advance. so that you're meeting and satisfying the principles of administrative fairness, because otherwise the courts will just toss it.
So, Your Worship, I have a quick question. You've brought up some interesting points. This is relatively new, as we all know, province-wide. It's led to probably a lot more legal issues and from council to council. What are you seeing in terms of this being weaponized either by the public or internally by council members?
Yeah, so just in terms of the public, you gave direction that the public would not be able to make complaints, which is just in my experience, that's the direction we're going, to try to contain the complaints. They have an election, they elect you, democratic process, all that. So that's when the council can, or when the public can voice their concerns. But around council tables, yeah, they have been weaponized. Yeah, and just from my own individual view, that is a real concern.
Sure.
And it's costly. So in a place like Surrey, for example, very, very political and yeah, very costly to the taxpayer.
Have any councils adopted in their code that if a complaint is raised by a councillor and is deemed to have been frivolous, that they have to pay the cost associated with that?
It is not uncommon for council on a case-by-case basis to determine who pays, where they will provide legal assistance and where they won't. I'm not sure that I've seen a case where they have had to pay the legal costs. I'm not sure that I've seen a case like that. But your code, the draft code includes, a couple of opportunities where the complaint can be dismissed as vexatious or without foundation, and which is a wise thing to have included. So you try to, and you have two, again, the draft code provides 2 rounds of informal resolution. So you try very hard to resolve the complaint before you get to the point where you're going to need to bring in an investigator and actually undertake, because that's where the cost is, in my view.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel that it's unfortunate that our municipal government has evolved to this type of situation. And I counterbalance, I would really like to see any trivial questions brought forward that the council brings forward should be financially responsible if they're shown to be trivial and simply weaponize it.
Well, we'll get to this, but your code does provide, there are provisions in the code, in the draft code, that say if the if the complaint is found to be without foundation or vexatious, that in and of itself is a breach of the code. So that was included to enable you then to make a complaint about the complaint, making a vexatious complaint. So that's an option for you too.
Thank you.
So if there aren't any other questions, I would suggest we methodically go through this. I do have Councillor Isaacson's. You passed on some comments early on.
Did I?
Yeah, you do. I have here. So we can discuss those. I would suggest we discuss those as we go through each section, right?
All right. I'm like, I feel like I made notes somewhere and I've been trying to find them. Apparently they're in an
you know
email.
what? I can get.
I can send you sent me a nice email, so I can send it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we could do that, because I did print it out and I have gone through it and have my own thoughts about that. We
Sounds good. Yeah.
we could discuss those. It's a March 13th email. Yeah. Okay, good. So again, my suggestion is that we do this methodically.
Yeah.
And I have my notes also from our last discussion, so I'm happy to refer back to those as well. because, again, it was my goal to, make sure I followed your direction as we went on. So, of course, all of the routine changes were made in the draft bylaw in terms of changing board, council, city of Powell River, to replace that regional district. And Councillor Isaacson did note that they use the term deputy chair as opposed to, and I did not pick up on that. So thank you very much for that. So it should be acting mayor instead of deputy mayor. So good catch on that front. But all of those routine changes were made, I hope. And I would make sure that we change deputy. Yeah. So in terms of the preamble, any concerns about the preamble, any changes you want to make to that over and above what is suggested or proposed in the draft?
The conduct, George?
Yeah, again, I suggest that you go through the correction of this version.
Yes.
It's this version, because you can see exactly where I've made changes. Yeah,
So-
Mr. Mayor.
In the first sentence, there's the phrase answerable to the public. So this will be a public document.
It is a public document.
And
And
so what does answerable to the public mean? Because we're going to get that question.
well, you are ultimately accountable to the public.
But what does that mean?
It means that if you don't do what they want you to do, that they will unelect you. And that
It's that simple, in the sense that there's no immediacy action. It's just, we're going to find out at the next election whether or not we can answer.
well, I think the immediate action is that you receive criticism for
Yeah.
questions.
So it's really a fluffy,
I think that
phrase.
preamble as well.
Yeah, okay.
In that respect, I've spent a lot of time reading this stuff over the past, anticipating days to weeks. And the thought has occurred to me that we have the opportunity to, when questions like this come up, because that it definitely is a question that then becomes a challenge for us to answer in a way that where we keep our power. And I mean that in the most enlightened of terms, I guess. Instead of becoming the victims of questions that we can't really answer. So I appreciate the mayor wanting to anticipate this. And that's been I'm trying to figure out constantly downstairs how to deal with, it seems like questions that have never come up in my mind before, even if they're subtle little ones. But I think that's where we're at in society in general. And there's greater and lesser degrees of success in managing that. So this is a huge concern. But I think it's something to, the reason why I asked this is because it's really forward in my thinking. This is a constant challenge, not continuing to fulfill our responsibility and not failing at it, which is I think a way bigger challenge than maybe I've ever experienced in the past. I've sat at this table, it's my third term now. So
Yeah, I think
I don't know how to do that exactly, except to work really hard at it, but there's some tricks here, I'm looking for tricks, right?
I think, well, here's one of the ways I would think about that. I mean, obviously we were at the council meeting last night, both Twyla and I have watched several of your council meetings. As a former elected official, I think your duty is to hear the public and then to make a judgment. You don't need to agree with them. You certainly don't need to agree with everybody. You need to hear them. And I think, just to go back to the courts, I mean, the courts would say the same thing. You need to come to your decision-making with an open mind. You need to hear people. After that, the decisions are yours, and you have almost total authority to make your decisions, right? There's no recall. There are a few challenges there are some court challenges, opportunities, but you have an incredible amount of authority. So, you know, one of the things that I used to do as the mayor, you know, we'd have, and I'm not suggesting this would work in your case, but this is the sort of way I would frame this. You know, we would hear from the public, you know, there would be an opportunity, a delegation, or it'd be a public hearing or a discussion of some kind. We'd hear from the public. And then as the mayor, I would say, now it's time to bring this matter back to the council table. We'll bring it back to those of us sitting around the table. So we've heard from everybody else. That's it. Now we're going to make a decision, and making this very clear separation between when you hear and listen and when you decide. And you have to sort of get your head around being comfortable with that. It's on your shoulders now. And, you know, almost most of the messy things you do, there's no right or wrong answer, right? You have to make your best judgment. And so bring it back to the table. Those of you around the table, you're charged with this duty, and you make the best decision.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough job, I think. It's a tough job you have in the current political climate in our society. It's a tough job.
So that brings up an interesting point that you just, when you were in the mayor's chair, you just made the point that it's very important to listen, to hear from the public. Has there ever been an instance where you keep hearing the same thing and you've said, okay, we're not going to entertain any more delegations in terms of this topic?
Well, we can get to that when we get to trial listing, because you have, again, almost total authority to manage delegations, not have delegations at all. I mean, there are lots of communities that have no delegations. I mean, that's up to you. There are lots of other ways to get public input. And I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying you have almost total authority to manage delegations. It's up to you to do that, to find a way to do that.
But what I think I heard you say, you better tread carefully when you start denying people access as a delegation.
No, I didn't say that, but I think I just back to, you know, what I said was and you know, this is just my personal perspective. I think as an elected official in our kind of democratic process, it's really important to hear what people say, even if you don't agree with them, and to provide them with an opportunity to speak and then really listen to what they say. I mean, it's easy to just turn people off, but anyway, so back to the preamble. So any changes you want to make to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
My wife has trained me very well to note inconsistencies at times, and so at the smallest details.
Excellent.
So not just the preamble, but actually this followed through for the 3 paragraphs on that page. So we'll start with 2, 3, 4, 5, line 6 of the preamble. That starts with "and members and committees, commissions" in brackets. That line is the only spot we actually have commissions, and this crossed off elsewhere.
Yep, should be off.
So it should be off.
Thank you.
And I don't really know if it needs to be in brackets, to be honest, since we don't have it in brackets elsewhere, but I'm not the expert there.
Yep.
The second similarly related thing is we have committees capitalized in that paragraph.
Yes.
But in the future paragraphs, it bounces between capital C and small c. So I don't care which one it is, but it should probably be the same throughout.
Thank you. I picked up on that this morning when I went through it. So yeah, good eye.
Yeah, and then there was, and then yes, and then in the last second to last paragraph, second to last line, sorry, of the preamble, because commission is crossed out, I believe, again, really tiny detail, I don't believe we need the commas around committee, because it would be just council or committee.
Yep.
It's so anyway, really minute things, but consistency.
Yep, great.
You work for the Peak, don't you?
Not an editorial.
Yeah, you know, it's curious when you see those kinds of things that they weren't picked up before. That's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Allison. So we talk about staff in our document quite a bit.
Can we just focus on the preamble? Can we?
Oh,
You
sorry.
turn the page. I'm trying to do this really methodical so we
Okay.
stay on track. So if we're comfortable with those editorial changes, are we good with the preamble? Yeah.
I've been thinking about, we haven't, during my time here, we haven't had a commission. The last commission I'm really aware of is decades ago here. But, and then, so I don't entirely understand. I somewhat understand, but I'm pretty sure I don't entirely understand the usefulness or nature of commissions. But I really wonder, crossing them out, does that imply that we're not gonna use them? That implies to me that we think that they're not useful anymore. Like, I feel like I'm kind of
Yeah,
looking to understand.
my suggestion would be, if you don't have them now, just leave them out. If you at some point in the future decide you're going to add commissions, then I would amend the bylaw. Oh, actually, this is proposed to be a policy, not a bylaw. Or have we talked about that? Haven't talked about that. Okay, so one or the other. So I just suggest you leave it out.
Great.
And that was suggestion from the last workshop. Yeah. So are we good with the preamble?
I just wanted to ask a question. So we talk about in the preamble and everywhere, the idea of it applying for committee members. And we, the council, spend a lot of time understanding the code of conduct and are expected to know the implications as far as all of our work. Sometimes we have committees with public members that may not have had that same opportunity. I'm just wondering, are we expecting this to apply to council members sitting on committees or all members sitting on committees?
It's a good point. And you know what? There's no definitions in this bylaw. And that makes me think there probably should be. And council should decide that, whether you want this to apply just to council and their committees, like committee of the whole, or committee members. And in which case, there should be probably some linkage to
and if
the terms of reference.
it should contemplate having it apply to all participants on a committee, regardless of the member of the public, whether you're a council member. The way the procedure bylaw is drafted that we'll walk through now is to have it be a, and what typically your municipality is responsible for then is to provide that training to the committee. And at first, your orientation session, when you do call that committee together for the first time, you're going through training, bullying and harassment, all that sort of stuff, and code of conduct would definitely land in there. And the procedures will apply to those committees as well.
So every single terms of reference for committees then should reference all of the policies?
Not so much reference. The procedure bylaw, my intent, if once council has landed on that, is to incorporate the code of conduct policy, link it to the procedure bylaw. I'm going to be suggesting a committee commission policy that speaks to how they will be established and in terms of reference, what they would look like in the application process. That too would land and be referenced in the procedure bylaw. Thanks.
So I have to mention what happened last night in terms of starting up of our new harbor committee. That would be a very good addition to the next agenda when we're talking about code of conduct in terms of what's in our terms of reference. It's a short piece, but I think it needs to have some orientation with all committee members. And in terms of the in-camera, when you're starting up a committee, I don't know, their first meeting is, we're talking about a personnel issue, and I received a letter, put the letter on the open meeting, and we dealt with it in the open. But I agree with council, that probably should have been an in-camera item. I'm relying a lot on staff in terms of startup there. So for future reference, gotta keep that in mind.
So I have to get a job.
If you look at the terms of reference now for the harbor committee, it indicates council was responsible for appointments to the committee. What should have transpired from just reading that, the council should have been reaching out to say, hey, we want to increase the spots, or we want to solicit additional membership. And that would have been going to council at a closed session to consider any applications that were submitted. And then council formalized that appointment to the commission. Sorry, you don't use submissions, the committee, not the committee.
Good point. Thank you.
So are we okay with the preamble?
First paragraph, yes.
First paragraph, perfect. No, this will get easier. And then the purpose, and I just draw your attention to the middle sentence in this paragraph. The purpose of this policy is to set the expectation that members adhere to the standards set out in this policy while carrying out their duties and functions as members of council. So, and then that's followed with, and as members of various bodies to which they have been appointed, including in their interactions with other local governments, higher orders of government, and First Nations. So this means, you know, whenever you are carrying out your duties as an elected official, this code of conduct applies. So if you're UBCM, if you're at a meeting someplace, it's not just while you're in a council meeting. So generalize when you're fulfilling your duty.
One suggested change. So on line 3, it's are entrusted with upholding the bylaws, perhaps upholding the policies and bylaws.
Yeah.
If this is a policy, for example, we should be upholding that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good catch. Anything else?
Just a thought that we're talking about in this one, how we interact with other governments. And we talk about local governments, higher orders of government, and First Nations, and we don't reference them as being a government at all. And I just wondered if maybe, there is some controversy in some nations about whether they like to be labeled a First Nation or whether they like some other label, treaty nations or things like that, or just nation. So I'm wondering if we want to talk about that being Indigenous governments, however they are formed.
Whatever council would like. If you'd like Indigenous nations over First Nations, whatever you decide.
Well, I think throughout the rest of the document, the phrase other levels of government and external agencies is used. And I'm wondering if that is an all-encompassing term that includes local governments, higher levels, Indigenous governments, the United States.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so you're suggesting other levels of government, period?
Other levels of government and external agencies. That's just the
Yeah.
language that's been used in the rest. Is it not explicit enough?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I noticed the same thing, or it popped up as a question in my mind when I read it. First Nation, because our local, the Tla'amin Nation, when they became a treaty nation, it hasn't been emphasized recently, but for a while, in other words, years, the point was made over and over, not First Nation, the Tla'amin Nation, not the Tla'amin First Nation, but the Tla'amin Nation. So out of respect for that, I would personally, it would seem clearer and more comprehensive, at least for this moment, to use the term Indigenous, but Indigenous nation. I'm not even sure what would be better.
Well, you could say other local governments, orders of government, other orders of government, and external agencies.
But just in that first paragraph where it's referred to, and then by implication all through the rest of the whole policy, I don't think it needs to be explicitly included, First Nations or whatever, however we're going to refer to them, to be explicitly referred to, but then included in the other other orders or other organizations, orders of government, other local government.
So my point in the first place was that we didn't refer to them as a government. And so I want to use the word, but other local governments and higher orders of government would cover it because we're not specifying provincial, federal, or Indigenous in that regard.
So other orders of government and external agencies.
Yeah, I think that is
Okay.
fine.
Because I don't know if we need to say local government and higher orders of government,
Yeah.
just like other orders of
So
government.
other
covering
orders
all
of government
Yeah.
and external agencies.
Simple.
Okay,
Sounds good.
other orders of government and external agencies. Okay, everybody okay with that? All right. Scope. Oh, well, maybe we should go through this piece by piece. The policy applies to council and committee members. It applies to all interactions of council and committee members in relation to city matters, whether in duly constituted meetings, interactions with staff, the press, which should probably be the media, or the public, and during their use of social media. It's intended to govern and apply to relations and conduct between and among members, council, committees, and staff.
One question would be for committee members. It almost sounds like it applies to all interactions in relation to city matters, but I think for committee members, are we expecting them to uphold in all of their conversations about city matters, or just related to the topics covered by their committee? Because I don't think a harbor user committee should, well, I mean, they're never going to be speaking on behalf of the city, but anyways, I just am wondering, there might be a question as to how far it applies to them. And I'm not sure where it should land, where it fits.
Well, if you go back to the previous one, it's about while carrying out the duties and functions as members of.
Okay.
So it would be my view, it's while you're carrying out your duties as a committee member, this would apply.
Yeah.
So if a complaint came in about a committee member that had nothing, was not at all related to their duty as a committee member, it would be my view that it would be ruled as not relevant, not applicable. Mr. Mayor.
George Cuff, when he talked with us, he emphasized, for example, that I am always the mayor. And so I don't have social media interactions because it's inferred that whatever I state on social media is coming from the mayor. Is that relevant to councillors also, that they should be aware that when they post on social media, they're posting as a councillor and they've lost their ability to post as an individual?
Well, I think that there's a difference between talking about kind of how the public perceives you and what your actual accountabilities are. I think so. And I would expect that George would agree with me on this. What he's really saying when he talks about that is it's hard for elected officials to draw a line between when they're in the public's eyes, when they're doing their job as an elected official and when they're living their private life. And so he would say, I think he would agree with this, he would say that the public always perceives you as an elected official and that you want to be aware of that and you want to behave accordingly, right? But I think there's a distinction between, you know, when you're actually carrying out your duties and when you're not.
So during the use of social media, so this is referring to duly constituted meetings, interaction with the staff, the press, or the public, and during their use of social media. So what does that mean?
Well, there is later on, and we'll get to this,
Okay.
there is later on in some specifics about your the expectations around behavior in the media generally and on social media specifically.
Thanks.
So
That's fine.
yeah.
So I just wanted to,
Are we still on scope?
you bet.
Okay, awesome.
This word staff that we use here
Yeah.
and elsewhere ought to include staff, consultants, and contractors, but I think it could be, I don't know, we don't have a definition section. I don't think we need to change it throughout the document. I just think we need to define it as people who work for the city whether we hire them through a contract or a consultant or our staff. And so I just think.
Yeah, so the question is then, is this code of conduct applicable to people that you would hire on a contract basis, like?
Well, no,
like a
the
consultant.
way we have conduct with those people. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I was thinking about, could you bring forward a complaint about the behavior of a consultant, right? And I would
I think it
argue,
would be the other way around.
would a consultant could they bring forward a complaint about a council member
For conduct, yeah.
for conduct? It would certainly be a career limiting move. I would say that you have, well, first of all, I'm not sure that you would want to allow a consultant to bring forward a complaint. I think it'd be really unusual. And then if it was a reverse, a complaint about the behavior of a consultant, you have so much control over consultants. You have other ways to deal with that.
That wasn't really what I was thinking. I was thinking about the way we conduct ourselves and talk about our staff should also apply to our professional consultants or whatever, what have you, right? We shouldn't be bad mouthing
Yeah.
our own staff or our consultants or,
Yeah.
you know, people on contract.
Yeah, but that, I would go back to both the scope and the preamble and the purpose pieces. So in all of your duties, carrying out all of your duties, this is applicable. This code of conduct is applicable. So it does apply that in whoever you're dealing with, the public, consultant, staff, you need to behave, right? So that's not the implication of that, this piece. This really is focused on who could bring complaints, right? So I would not advise you add consultants in here.
So if a consultant maybe saw something that would lead them to want to raise a complaint, they could raise it with the CAO. Like there's other avenues that they could take, and somebody else or another council member, that person could raise it.
Yeah, that was not what you were thinking, but that's where my mind went to. I wouldn't want, and later on, there is reference to who can make complaints, right?
Yeah.
And if you wanted to add consultants, I would add it. I've never seen a code that would include that. I'm not sure that it's wise. And you are duty bound by this code to, in all of your interactions, including with consultants, to treat them consistent with this policy.
Okay. So sometimes we hire a consultant or a contractor who's essentially basically acting as a staff member by contract.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's kind of what I was thinking. And they should have the same privileges as
Well,
other staff
they would.
members. So
Yeah, they would. Because in all of your duties,
yeah,
you're duty bound to behave well,
yeah,
right?
but the public can't make a complaint.
Well, that's right.
Even though you should be
But
treating them well.
staff can make a complaint. Yeah.
That's where I was trying to just figure out if we're trying to treat contract staff the same as regular staff.
Well, I would say, Lisa, I mean, your contract staff, say something like Bylaw, you would consider it to be staff, right? Somebody like me, I'm not staff, I'm a consultant. I'm not a regular staff member. I don't have a City of Powell River email address. Yeah, but you're still, you better treat me.
Yeah.
I think it's covered. Myself, I think it's covered in terms of scope. Any other comments about that? Any changes you want made?
An only small tiny thing was.
You're our guy today.
Apparently so. Members on the second line is capitalized M and the previous line is a smaller M, so.
Yeah, it should not, it's not a proper noun. It should not be capitalized. That would be my view.
I'm sure we can have just someone run through it with like an editor or some sort of.
Well, once we get the content,
Yeah.
then we can go back and mess with that. So we just go to the next page, then to the top paragraph. Complaints filed under this policy must be rooted in demonstrable violations. And this goes to my point about, these are intended to be addressing really serious breaches. So not run of the mill. Somebody said something, casually. Yeah, this is really for serious things. I urge you to think of it this way. Complaints that are deemed by an independent third-party investigator to have been filed frivolously, vexatiously, or out of motivation to politically or personally discredit or harm a respondent shall in and of themselves constitute a violation of policy. So this go back to our earlier conversation. In the event that if a member of staff who is found by an independent third-party investigator, and there are capitalization problems there, to have filed a frivolous or vexatious complaint per the above, the matter shall be referred to the city's human resource department. So you would deal with that internally as a disciplinary action. Any concerns about that part?
I like the word serious breaches rather than demonstrate violations.
Maybe adding the word serious, because they should be demonstrable, like you could point to something, but being clear it's about serious or again, how do you define serious? If it's small but it happens 100 times, I think that's also serious. But I like Mayor Addings talking about it being rooted in serious violations.
We can add that word. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's a matter of interpretation. The demonstrable word is good because you have to clearly be able to outline the violation, right? But we could add the word serious. So if people are comfortable with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else in that section?
Oh, actually, one question. And it might come up later, but if it is frivolous or vexatious and it constitutes a violation, if a third-party investigator deemed it a violation, does that mean we've already gone through the 3 steps of conflict management and then we go right through?
You've gone through the 2 layers of informal resolution. One, just the mayor or acting mayor has tried to get people to work their stuff out, right? The second piece, you decided you wanted a mediator. Bring in a mediator for an informal resolution. If that doesn't work, then you've gone to a third party. So, and I think the reason why it's crafted this way is there's discipline around the investigation.
So I think what I mean though is you get to the end, you've gone through those 3 steps, and the complaint has been deemed vexatious. Would that complaint then need to start at step 1?
Yes.
Even though the third-party investigator found it to be vexatious? Okay.
So then, I think so, because, say for example, it's a vexatious complaint, and so you have to make that complaint. It has to go back into the process, right? And you might be able to resolve it informally. The person goes and takes some training. They issue a public apology, they pay legal fees, they voluntarily try to make amends. I think you want to provide that opportunity.
Thank you.
Probably if it's gotten to this point, it's not going to work well, but you want to provide that opportunity.
Yes.
Then if that doesn't work, you bring in a mediator, you try and convince them to get along and to make amends. That's the important part, make amends. And if that doesn't work, then you're into sanctions and discipline.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we go to application of the code? So this part of the code, what it does, it lays out the foundational principles of responsible conduct. These are taken out of the working group on responsible conduct, which is UBCM, the ministry, and LGMA. Created these foundational principles. So this section is verbatim as far as I can see, except for the change of words around board and council. And then in section 2, same thing, conduct of members. This is the kind of second level of detail in the foundational principles. So they have just copied these and pasted them into this, and you can make whatever changes you want to this, but that's where this comes from. So if there's anything in there that you want changed, we could do that. So let's take it, first of all, this first section, application of the code. Is there anything in there that you wanted amended or changed?
So we've had a lot of discussion in our community recently about some of the public's perceptions of what a conflict of interest is when it comes to like strategic directions or relations with external governments, common and specific, and how that relates to decisions around our strategic direction for name change and C3s and things like that. The perception is with some and not others, and myself, I've decided that the particular thing they're worried about is not actually a conflict of interest. And there's disagreement out there. So this part where it talks about avoiding perceptions of conflict of interest, I'm wondering, it feels to me like that could easily be weaponized to intend to make anybody in the public able to put forward their ideas about conflict of interest and impact council's ability to operate. So,
Okay.
and I don't think I'm operating without integrity at all.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, some of these words are very open to interpretation and not exactly what's in the charter, right? So,
Well, there's two different things going on here. One is the code does deal with conflict of interest specifically. You know, there's good legislation around that. There's good court, legal precedent around it. So what is perceived, what's not perceived as, and what isn't, is not a conflict of interest. I mean, that is the domain of the courts, and there's good advice available about that. So that's dealt with separately, the actual kind of discipline around conflict of interest. This, as you notice, says behaving in a manner that promotes public confidence, avoiding perceptions of conflict of interest or unethical conduct. So avoiding. So this is about laying out the principle. These are principles. They use that word. This is not law. The charter and conflict of interest provisions is law, and they're two different things. This is laying out an expectation of behavior. So I don't think you could, I don't think you should muddy those two. This is about principles, and then there's law. But this is laying out the expectations for behavior.
So I hear you implying that at this point, we can't really disambiguate between those two things by writing policy to try to do that. It's a matter of how we handle situations, is what Cindy referred to specifically happened. And I found myself also tangled up in this. And I still don't really understand. I recused myself at one point, and I still feel like I'm way out on a limb because I'm of two minds whether that was appropriate or not. However, the thing that concerns me the most is that I did it frivolously, and I'm not even sure about that. So, and I think in the climate of our society right now, this is a profound concern. You look at federal politics, what's going on. It's a lot more serious than even what we have to deal with, but I see it as the same thing happening in both places. So getting back to the question, perhaps there is no way of developing language that then somehow guides us to follow our way through what people perceive.
Yeah,
You just have to manage it.
yeah, there is no black and white around perception of conflict of interest. There is no way, and it is about managing it. It is absolutely, that's absolutely the case. But where there is clarity is in section 11 around conflict of interest. So there is clarity there.
Right.
Because in the end, if somebody alleges or perceives conflict of interest and is prepared to take it forward to an investigation or to the courts, there will be clarity. In the end, there'll be clarity, right? But between somebody's run-of-the-mill on the street perception of conflict of interest and the courts, there will not be clarity until you get there.
But then the disruptions have become, or the perceptions have become disruptive in our society across the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a way that,
Yeah.
that then, in my view, seriously interrupts our ability to be responsible for what we're at this table
Yeah.
for.
Yes, that's true. I agree. And you have to manage that. Because there's, and
Right.
Getting legal advice helps you manage that, both from counsel and on behalf of individuals if you find yourself in that position, right? Getting some good legal advice where they lay out what the courts have said is and is not a conflict of interest, right? And then you make a judgment, as an individual or as a counsel. And you do the best job you can. And there will not be clarity until some court makes a decision, and even then, it could go to appeals, right? So that's what you're dealing with.
The best job we can.
Yeah, the best job we can. Yeah.
So the idea around seeking legal advice, the reason you would seek legal advice is so that you can work as a public official, not you personally out in your life. So if legal advice would be advisable or desired to make, to provide advice to it, does that have to be a council decision, or can individual councils have access to legal advice when it comes to conflict of interest on their own? Or how does that work?
Both Twyla and I could chime in on this. I think there are two situations where you would seek legal advice. We're way down in the weeds and we're off application of the code, and we'll get back there in a minute. But one, as an individual, you might find yourself in a situation where you're worried that you have a conflict of interest, and you as an individual might seek legal advice. And I don't know if that's provided for, if costs are provided in your case or not, but either way, you might as an individual do that. There are also occasions when there's risk to the corporation. So the example I always like to use is in an official community plan bylaw. You're considering the super important official community plan bylaw, and the council as a whole worries that one of the members that's going to be voting on it has a conflict of interest, and that makes the bylaw vulnerable to challenge. Then there's an interest on the part of the corporation to get some legal advice. So that's my
Agreed, absolutely. Agreed.
So two different situations. But in the end, it is up to the individual to declare a conflict of interest.
So I guess
So
my question
want to
is
go
kind of answered there, but it's still not really answered. But yeah.
what?
We're gonna revisit this later, right?
Yeah, we can get to, when we get to 11, we'll go.
So application of the code, foundational principles of responsible conduct. Concern was raised about the conflict of interest reference. I made the case that this is soft language avoiding perceptions of conflict of interest. Is there anything you want to change that? You can hang your hat on the working group on responsibility and blame them if this goes badly. Okay, so then there is a clause, comply with the law. Code of conduct policy is intended to be developed, interpreted, and applied in a manner that's consistent with all applicable federal and provincial laws, as well as the bylaws and policies of the city, the common law, and any other legal obligations which apply to municipal members individually or to the council as a collective. And this really is consistent with your oath of office. You have to swear in your oath of office that you'll comply with the law. That's the intent. So you're okay with that?
Mhm.
Additionally, members agree to refrain from any conduct that could be perceived as discriminatory on the basis of race, religion, or belief, age, gender, marital status, national origin, physical or mental disability, or sexual orientation or identity.
Question, the second one, is that from the Charter of Rights, or is that like?
I have no idea where it came from.
Okay.
And, you know, if you want my editorial comment on this, you could leave it with just 1.1.
With what's her?
With just 1.1. And just, you know, you have to comply with the law,
Yeah.
period. And that would include the federal charter, the Canadian charter, Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and not bring that out specifically.
Because I think this sort of language also is covered a little bit in the communication with the public a little bit later on. I think, so it's a bit of a duplication.
Okay, we can come back to that.
Yeah.
So I guess, do you want to think about whether you would not include this, and we'll come back to it when we talk to the rest of it, or are you proposing that we remove them?
I'm happy to wait, like go back to it once we look
Okay.
at 9.3.
Okay. Any other comments about that?
It highlights the idea of, not being discriminatory, and that is also law, so I can see why you might suggest that. Because there are other laws we could highlight too, and we'd be here all day trying to highlight all of the laws that we need to follow, and in fact, we just have to follow them all. So I understand that point for the. Yeah.
I just wonder if you know, we might mirror the language in the oath of office. I don't know, Jessica, can you quickly pull up your oath of office and read to us, or maybe read to us the new clause in the oath of office?
So I do not have that at the top of my head. There's options that council.
Because it's now in the charter, right?
Yeah.
I just wondered if it would be wise to just mirror the language that's in the charter about the oath of office, and it's a very simple statement that you are to comply with the law.
Yeah, it was a new one.
Yeah, it's new in the last oath.
So I solemnly affirm that I am qualified to hold the office of mayor or councillor for the city of Powell River, to which I have been elected. I have complied with the provisions of the Local Government Act in relation to my election to this office. I will abide by all rules related to conflicts of interest under the community charter. I will carry out my duties with integrity. I will be accountable for the decisions that I make and the actions that I take in the course of my duties. I will be respectful of others. I will demonstrate leadership and collaboration. I will perform the duties of my office in accordance with the law.
Yeah, I will perform my duties in accordance with the law. So, I mean, we could just take that simple statement, which is, I believe, exactly what the charter says, and put that in this piece here.
I actually like the fuller language of 1.1 personally, to make it a bit more explicit, and I think maybe 1.2 isn't necessary. But those are my views. I'm
Okay, well, let's come back to 1.2 then.
Yeah.
Not hearing anything else about 1.1, we'll just leave it then as it is. And then to conduct of members, again, this is taken out of the foundational principles of responsible conduct. Now, I actually haven't gone through and verified that it's verbatim, but I'm happy to do that. I think Jessica, you raised some questions about this, and I went and looked at it and thought, oh yeah, this is just verbatim out of the foundation principles of responsible conduct. So unless there's anything you want changed in there, we can just leave it and blame it on the working group. Are you good with that for the moment?
Mhm.
You're talking like all of section 2?
Yeah, all of section 2.
Which working group are we blaming on?
The working group on responsible conduct. So the ministry, UBCM, and LGMA.
Okay, thank you.
And they produce us about maybe,
And that's where all this language came from.
that's where the language.
Okay.
So I'm always loath to tamper that. I think Jessica had a question about it. I mean, they agonized over this
Okay,
for months. So with the exception of changing board to council, that's what it is. Okay, so respect for the process. So all meetings will be conducted in a manner consistent with the council procedure bylaw. So this is again where you begin to see the linkages between Twyla's work and my work. And will provide adequate and substantive opportunity for persons to state their position on any matter before the assembly. Ministry members shall perform their duties in accordance with policies, procedures, rules of order governing the deliberation of public policy issues established by council, including the provision and meaningful involvement of the public and implementation of policy decisions of council by city staff. So that's a kind of a long-winded way of saying that, one, you're going to comply with your procedure bylaw, and two, that you're going to provide, you know, provision of meaningful involvement of the public and staff. Any changes you want made there? Conduct of public meetings. Members shall prepare themselves for meetings, listen courteously and attentively to all public discussions, focus on the business at hand. They shall not interrupt other speakers, make personal comments not relevant to the business of the body, nor otherwise disturb the meeting.
I've got questions. We got examples last night where point of order interrupted a speaker. And so they shall not interrupt other speakers and listen courteously and attentively. It sounds like then raising a point of order if something's going against the bylaw would not be okay. And so I'm wondering if there needs to be.
I think that would be the one exception, and providing for in the procedure bylaw, right? So totally legitimate in your procedure bylaw and in the charter. And in the procedure bylaw, you have provisions to legitimize interrupting.
So could there be something in here, including the community, referencing the community charter and procedures bylaw, or something?
Yeah.
That it.
Yeah, consistent with the procedure bylaw and the charter, something like that.
Something like that. That's my view.
Yep. Anything else?
Just for clarity on that point, the differentiation between the responsibility of the CO, the CAO, in regards to perceived issues with a delegation's wording or presentation.
Not sure what the question is.
Does the responsibility, first of all, fall on the CO and the CAO if there's a perception on their behalf, or does it fall on council?
In terms of whether a presenter is violating a rule of your procedure bylaw or the charter, well, you know, there's sort of levels of this. First of all, the responsibility falls on the chair. So in the case of a council meeting, you, lucky you,
Right.
What a great job you've got. Second of all, in my mind, it falls on the rest of council. If you are distracted or you know, not perceiving a breach, then it's the responsibility of the rest of council to call a point of order. And then I think if both of those levels fail, and the CAO or in some cases the corporate officer see that there's a serious breach, they might intervene. So an example, while I was mayor, I mean, I think this is a perfect example, and I think this is partly what came up last night was, you know, in my case, if a member of the public was making a defamatory comment about the staff, and I failed as the mayor to interrupt and council failed to intervene, then he would have intervened. I mean, it's a very extreme situation, and I would say it's very hard on the staff, and you're probably very reluctant to intervene, right? But another case, maybe a little bit easier, say somebody was treading into releasing confidential information, or say a delegation is talking about a land use matter that's already gone to a public hearing and yet you've not made your final decision about, then the corporate officer often will, this needs to stop now, right? In a polite way. So this is to protect you. So there are, in my mind, cases where that would happen, but there's 3 levels. The chair, all of council have a shared responsibility for the meeting, and then ultimately, if that doesn't work, then you go to.
Absolutely, yes. And even just your CAO is quite comfortable if your corporate officer just leans in and says, "Hey, that's out of order," and you would then speak. Because I know a lot of communities like to have that direct relationship with the CAO, and then the CAO then refers to the corporate officers to substantiate and expand further on why they're asking you to pause the address council directly.
Yeah.
So I've got to ask the question. You saw what took place in terms of point of order last night. It was very interesting, and I actually learned a lot from that interaction when council took control and took a vote. We've had a situation where a delegate has used profanity, and in my mind, that point of order was called, it was dealt with, and that was a good example. But last night, when a member of the public was stating fact, and Councillor Dowd asked the question, are you referring to the nation, or are you referring to the individual? I think it was, or the corporation, I'm sorry. Can you just shed a little light on, Councillor Dowd, I think, lost the argument in that regard. Could you just give us your opinion on what transpired there last night? Because it's still murky in my mind.
Well, I'm not sure that I can. I found it the process a bit murky, but let me just say a couple of things about this. These are really stressful circumstances. It's hard on everybody involved, really hard on council, I think. So, and it requires, I think, and I said this to Councillor Elliott last night, it requires practice to do this well and to kind of preserve order in the process. So, the steps are clear. A member of council can interrupt, and the charter says state that in their view there's a point of order and succinctly identify what the breach is. Then the mayor rules, or the chair rules, whether or not he agrees that there's there's been a breach of the rules, and then whatever that ruling could just go ahead. He could issue a warning to a presenter and say, please contain your language, something like that. If council challenges the chair, then they take a vote, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? So I wasn't sure if that's exactly what happened last night, but we were kind of back and I couldn't hear everything that was going on, but that's the process laid out in the charter. And you had a question at the end of the night. Well, this isn't consistent with Robert rules. Well, you know what? The charter takes precedent in your case. So I think it just is going to take practice to do this. So what's the whole point of this? The whole point of this is to manage your delegations to behave consistent with how you want them to behave, right? And to minimize the exposure of risk to the corporation, which in this case, if I understood this last night correctly, a risk to your staff. It was a work safe, work environment kind of matter, right? So that's all about risk. you know, you're gonna end up with work-safe complaints and all kinds of stuff, right? You want to avoid that. So that's really the ultimate goal. So finding, you know, a way and being disciplined about applying the steps to a point of order. It's like, so just my advice on this is, you know, interrupt, Councillor Isaacson, interrupt, very succinctly say what the breach is and refer specifically to the rule, which is what you did. And then the mayor rules. And if you don't like the mayor's ruling, then you challenge the chair. That's all.
So I just have to say, I appreciate Councillor Isaacson last night referring to the charter in that regard and had a very clear message for that.
Yeah. And anything that's, oh, there you go. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, must preserve the mayor or presiding mayor must preserve order and decide points of order that may arise on appeal by a council member for the decision of a presiding member. Question as to whether the chair is to be sustained. So that means the chair's ruling to be sustained must be immediately put by the presiding member, decided without debate, right? So there's no discussion about this. The exceptions are the mayor, presiding member may not vote on the motion, so may not vote on the challenge to the chair. If the motion passes in the affirmative, votes are equal. The mayor, the presiding member, must be governed by the result. If the mayor, presiding member, refuses to put the question to a vote, the council must immediately appoint another member to preside temporarily. That other member must proceed in accordance with subsection 2, and the motion, a motion passing with subsection is binding. So
the part that causes confusion, I think, is a member brings a point of order, but they don't suggest a remedy. Right? So if the chair has ruled against the point of order and then is not sustained, there's still no remedy on the table. And so you're voting without comment or debate, and then, okay, it's not sustained, we're back to the chair to determine, okay, it is out of order, what do we do about it then?
well,
But
I think
that's what the confusion becomes,
this
right?
is the responsibility of the mayor, I would argue. And in this case, the breach was, if I understand this correctly, was the language was defamatory towards the staff. Is that right?
No, it was defamatory towards Tla'amin Nation or Indigenous people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so creating a
So-
hostile environment based on
But you raised
Identity.
the work.
the respectful workplace policy, yeah.
So how is that relevant to a respectful workplace?
So if there is
Indigenous people.
Indigenous people on staff or on council,
So it is about the staff.
could be. I don't know the identities of all staff members.
I think if you use, you refer to safe workplace, so that suggests it's about staff.
Our workplace policy references council as well, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I get that connection then, okay. So then, okay, so it's about safe workplace, that's the breach, your breach is your safe workplace policy, right? So the mayor then has the obligation to rule whether or not he believes he's in, you know, the leader of the meeting.
Yeah. Presiding
member of the meeting, so his job is to rule whether or not he agrees with that point of order. And so let's say he agreed with it, then what is the remedy? Well, I would suggest the easy remedy is for the presiding member to caution the speaker. That's the remedy. You probably would go through this a couple of times if the, you know, your delegation, you know, limited himself in some way as he continued on, but let's say he didn't, you might raise a second point of order and maybe another warning from the presiding member. And then if he still didn't contain himself, probably a third point of order, and then the chair might consider expulsion from the meeting. That would be my suggestion about a remedy. But you're gonna have to deal with this on a case-by-case basis. There's no remedy laid out. I don't know, Paula.
Well, yes, exactly that, but with the exception of, I'm not even so sure I give that second warning at that stage. You're going to be able to, you've seen a lot of the same communications
Yeah.
recently, and aside, the first warning I think is acceptable. The second warning might just be simply, thank you for your delegation, we're finished now, and council moves on with its next order of business. And if that doesn't work, then you could resort to then just, if you're not refusing to leave, shut off the mic. Just end it there, and then have him, he or him steps away. And if it's still disruptive, then resort to expulsion.
Yeah, you know, the other thing you can do in those cases that I think is very effective is call a recess. If you have delegations that are really wound up and the meeting is really going off the rails, is the mayor could just say, I would suggest we take a recess for 10 minutes. Somebody might go and talk to the delegation and say, hey, listen, you know, we're going to expel you from the meeting if you don't control your behavior. And then everybody cools down and then you come back. But if you're looking for specific disciplinary actions, you know,
Well,
that's not there. So
the process is a bit awkward
Yeah.
it is awkward.
because nobody can tell whether we've landed in a place that is going to move us forward in a good way. So there was a lot of confusion because from council's perspective, the point of order was upheld, and we weren't sure what remedy was being proposed and whether that would help.
Yeah, you know, I ran into this recently with another council, and I mean, it's really hard being the presiding member. It's a really tough job, but I think it is really helpful if the presiding member is very clear about what's going on. So might take a moment to explain to the public what's going on.
Yeah.
Say, okay, you know, we've just decided the point of order. I'm going to ask the delegation to try to manage their language and then do so. And then say, okay, now council, can we come back? We'll continue to hear the delegation, but be very sort of deliberate and clear about this is where we are, this is what we've done, this is where we're going, kind of thing, so that everybody kind of understands what's going on. And he might offer some warnings, you know, to the delegate by saying, if you you know, if you can't manage your language here, we will consider expulsion.
Is this germane to our procedures bylaw, or are we veering away from code of conduct right now?
Well, we are definitely.
So I just have to ask a clarifying question, because I think it's very important for the mayor to hear the conversation that I'm going to bring up right now in terms of last night's experience. It's a great opportunity for learning on point of order. So when you bring up a point of order, and last night's example was workplace safety. Well, where's the explanation in the mayor's mind that there's any staff member being threatened when we're referring to the Kahama Nation? That's a murky, you're going down a rabbit hole, and the mayor's in the hot seat. So at that point, Mayor, if you have any doubt on how you're going to preside, the good point is call a timeout. We go to another room, we have that discussion, hash it out, then come back and proceed. Is that what you recommend?
And, you know, I want to emphasize just how stressful this is on all of council, and especially the presiding member. And yeah, I mean, I think in this case, like sometimes the breach is very clear, right? Raise a point of order, there's a risk of releasing confidential information here in violation with the charter and our procedure bylaw. In other cases, maybe it's not so clear. So the clearer the person is who raises it, the better off you'll be.
And that's why the recommendation is use it very sparingly.
Use it very sparingly, but you shouldn't be afraid to use it either. You just have to get good at doing it.
We gotta be clear.
Practice.
And if I may, just caution about, do call a recess and have a timeout. Don't make it appear that all 7 of you are scurrying off to another room and now you're having a conversation, right? You would want to be open and present to the vote because you have just called the recess. You haven't resolved to go into a closed setting to have a conversation or anything like that.
I think this is more a conversation between the presiding member and maybe the corporate officer and the CEO, not all of you. I think that would be dangerous. Yeah, right.
Just to help out the chairman to give them what tools. Yeah.
I think one of the biggest challenges is that in the courtroom or in the council,
Yes.
we have ages of 2 to 96. And so the language of a 19-year-old is fundamentally different than the language of an 86-year-old. And so to get people implying the meaning of a word that an 86-year-old is using is often not what the 86-year-old is saying. So that to me is the biggest challenge of being in the chair position, understanding whether or not there is a misinterpretation of the intent of a word because it's from 2 generations before that the person is interpreting it. And then that's just an ongoing issue. It's not going to go away. And quite often I think of ageism because of the long time I've had with the senior advocate and that, where a lot of it comes up because younger people feel that they somehow want to correct an older person because that older person is using something which they're misinterpreting. So I just think from what I see of going on in council, this isn't going to go away. But the more that we understand, there is a total disconnect between different generations and different words.
Yeah, I think that's true. So all of this back to a point of order, which we will have covered your point of order piece here, is to be really clear and specific about the speaking for each. And maybe, the more you do that, the more likely you are to make good rulings, more likely the chair is going to make good rulings and council's whole.
I think our CEO has a point.
I was wondering, would it be helpful, not as part of this, but as a next step of putting together some examples where it's very clear that, I recall Mayor Crow, there was somebody who actually threatened that I think the worst staff, you all on staff should be shot. And there was no asking for correction, it was immediate. He said, out now. There was no discussion. It was like, Vince crossed all thresholds, there's no second chance, no first chance. Yes. But in the moment, another person, maybe me, if I had that, that just happened. And having, because practice, you never know what comes out. It's so unpredictable. Like, what are some thresholds where, this is an immediate these, you consider this. I don't know if you've got examples out there and if that might help council.
Yeah, and I think, that I think some practicing, like you do a little scenario where each of you to practice, raising a point of order. That would be a really good thing to do. I think in those kind of crazy moments, right? Well, first of all, you two are on the ball and you're on this and you can intervene. And probably the safe thing to do there is to call a recess right away. If the chair isn't reacting, just say, Mr. Mayor, could we just take a few minutes here and just shut her down and allow yourselves to gather yourselves, right? Like, oh, did that just happen? I was gonna take a break. You're gonna definitely take a break.
Just, you're never gonna be able to anticipate everything you're going to face. You have a gauge of the community as members of council, you have a gauge of your residents typically in the room. I recall back in Tofino years back, they as a standard had RCMP presence at every meeting of the council, because it got to a point when the issues they were dealing, it was just for the sake that it was just a standing for a while until behaviors changed and they were able to overcome it and kind of stand down. But it's in today's society, I think it's even escalated more, and it is high alert for the safety of all in the room. But it's hard to anticipate what people feel. So it's, could we put together scenarios? Sure, you could highlight somebody. I don't think it'd be a all-encompassing a way to capture what might transpire.
I think for me, what's helpful, and I think I've seen sometimes the mayor have cheat sheets of just like example phrases to use, because so it is so hard in the moment to know what to say. And it's like, okay, yeah, those stamping phrases are really, yeah.
Or distribute the best.
Yeah.
And it actually has phrases.
Yeah.
But even, I think those are good maybe for council members, but sometimes the chair in maintaining order, has to, there's language above and beyond that, like.
Yeah, we could certainly put something together, you know, to have in front of you, and some sort of emergency phrases.
Emergency.
Yeah, emergency phrases like, I think we should take a recess, you know.
I'd like to mention one little thing. One observation from last night on my part was that a part of the situation was a novel application of a rule. So thinking about what I would have done in that situation, I'm not exactly sure how, because you're already under more stress than normal when you're chairing. I appreciate the suggestion of the timeout, but the other thing that occurs to me is that then it becomes a collective responsibility to manage the situation when essentially collectively we've put the mayor or the chair into a situation that very possibly or very likely could not be anticipated because it is novel. You know, I'm just speaking in terms of what has happened in the past with at our table here, even though almost 15 years of experience right there. I don't think in 10 here, and I've never seen that before. So, but it was a small thing, and yet I expect this to happen again as we innovate to approach the challenges that we're in new. It just feels like new water to me. So I just wanted to mention that I don't think it can be underemphasized, the challenges of being in a chair, but then the collective responsibility, which I think this whole thing is aiming at in a big way.
Totally, and it is in my mind, it is that the management of meetings is a collective responsibility. I mean, the mayor has his duties, but it's a collective responsibility. All of you are responsible for the meeting, and that's why points of order exist. It's to share that responsibility. I was going to say that, I mean, you are, you know, the elephant in the room is that you are working in this very sort of, you know, hostile environment at the moment. And you can anticipate that this isn't going to stop, and that you are going to have to manage the situation. There's no, as I said to Twyla last night, there's no fixing this. There's managing it. And I was encouraged by the fact that when the mayor, the point of order was raised and there was discussion about that, the speaker did temper himself. And maybe not to the extent you wanted to, but he did temper himself. And I understand that silent protest was done silently because they had been cautioned previously about behavior in the gallery, right? So and it is my experience that if you manage this sort of diplomatically, people actually respond, right? And you can hope that will continue, right? So it is about being very clear here are expectations about behavior in the public, in the gallery. You might read out a statement at the beginning of your meetings. I don't think you do that. But that, just like you do at a public hearing, you probably read a statement about expectations, right? There are council, and I think Nanaimo does this. I think the mayor reads out a statement of here are our expectations for, council and for the public at this meeting. And you lay that out, and I have found that to be very effective.
I was told that the Mayor Alto in Victoria does that. So there would be an example there.
Yeah, so anyway, I think we should, can we take just a 10, can we come back to 10 2? Would that be okay? Have enough time for people to have a little break?
Yeah.
Come back, this is the place.
Oh, brain needs a rest.
By noon, right? We're gonna get through this by noon, right?
Can we mute the mic for, well,
Great.
now that our chitter chatter is
chair makes a ruling and council doesn't agree with it, like you defeat the motion, you say, well, no, we disagree with the chair. And if the chair isn't compliant with that, then you can remove the chair and put somebody in that place.
So when the vote take place on sustaining the chair, just explain that.
Well, this sustaining,
If that vote had failed or it passed.
well, if it had failed, then you replace the chair temporarily.
Correct, right, and by motion, everything is by
Yeah, by
motion,
motion.
let's do that.
Yeah.
It's
So
not just
we
your
appoint
outside.
Councillor Isaacson to sit in the chair on this matter.
Sure.
And then,
To abide by the vote.
sorry,
Yes,
The
correct,
chair
yes.
needed to
Yeah.
abide by the vote.
that's right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
correct.
that's right. So
Okay.
the chair makes a ruling. And if council's fine with the ruling and, the meeting proceeds. If you don't agree with the ruling, you challenge the chair. So you take a vote on that, who's in agreement with the chair, who's not. And if council says they're not in agreement, the majority said they're not in agreement with the chair, then you appoint a chair.
So when
When
people voted for sustaining the chair, they were keeping him in this here last night.
Yeah,
That's why I voted against, because I didn't know the meeting.
yeah.
I didn't know what we're doing.
If the motion is, if the motion is defeated, and if the mayor said, okay, fine, I hear that, cautions the speaker, then you probably carry.
Then you, yes, then you proceed, absolutely, but it's only if you don't have the cooperation of the chair, then after that vote,
Then you replace the chair, temporary.
yeah.
Thank you for clarity on that.
So we have an hour to
Yeah.
go through the rest of this.
Let's
So
power through.
even though we're stealing some quiet thunder,
That's okay.
It'll save time in the afternoon. These are important discussions.
that's what I'm hoping. So if we could move to number 5, decisions based on merit. Members shall base their decisions on the merits and substance of the matter at hand rather than unrelated considerations. In the context of statutory or other public hearings, members shall keep an open mind on the matters being discussed and refrain from expressing their opinions on the merits of the matter under consideration until the hearing has concluded and council is considering debating the matter that was the subject of the hearing. So that's to protect yourselves.
Mhm.
So any suggested amendments to this? Okay. Transparency and information sharing, wherever possible, members shall share with staff and council or committees. In as timely manner as possible, any substantive information which they may have received from sources outside of the public decision-making process, if that information is relevant to a matter that's under consideration. And this is to prevent the sort of gotcha moment, somebody bringing information at the 11th hour. Really, you should share it with all of council. So that's a behavior expectation. Any changes in there? Okay. Confidential information. Members shall respect confidentiality of information concerning property, personnel, or legal matters. Information that is discussed in meetings that are closed to the public under Section 90 of the Canadian Charter is to be kept confidential, not be publicly disclosed or publicly discussed in any manner without council authorization. Members further agree that this confidential information will not be used to advance their personal, financial, or private interests. Any changes suggested? Okay. Use of public resources. Members shall not use public resources not available to the public in general, such as staff time, equipment, supplies, or facilities for private gain or personal. Good with that?
One question, I'm wondering if, like, we are as council, we operate as a body, but I'm wondering if the phrase or political purposes should be added and whether that's any different.
Personal purposes? You could.
Like, so for example, when it comes time to like start campaigning, or if we're trying, people are building up support for themselves as individuals as opposed to, I know it's subtle.
Well, I would say that that's private gain or personal
Okay,
purposes.
okay.
That would be included. And I'll just say that there are some good policies out there that local governments have drafted for staff during election time to help them and council know what you can ask for and what you can't during the election time. Anyway, that's another thing. Okay. Communication, social media. I expect Councilor Arthurson will have some things to say about this. This is separated out. Social media is separated out from media generally. I think, and Councilor Arthurson, I'd like to speak to this, has suggested these be combined. And there's merit in that, in doing that. The one difference is that social media is under your control. And this draft policy places responsibility on you as individuals to manage your social media space. And whereas media broadly, I would argue, is not in your control in the same way, and therefore I suspect that's why it's separated. But whatever council directs we can do, we can either put these two together or separate them. So do you want to speak to that?
I think my main thing is, so for example, 9.3, members will be refrained from using or permitting the use of social media accounts for purposes that include the following. And so I think that should be a standard that's held to any time that councillor is communicating with the public, whether through social media or whether speaking at a public event as a councillor or speaking with the media. So I agree that social media is important and is managed, and so that the 9.1, for example, about posting personal comments or status updates that reflect the, but I mean, even that, like, councillors shouldn't be making any comments that reflect negatively on the integrity of the organization. So I feel like there's like the piece around managing social media accounts and making sure that, for example, comments on a post are not defamatory. But in terms of like any communication with the public, so there's items in 10.2 when speaking for themselves as individuals, council members will include, in my opinion, or something similar. That's true also for social media. So I feel like any public communications as we're acting as councillors, they're true in any context. And then the social media piece about managing what happens is just a little bit, is the special note, but everything else to me, in my mind, is true no matter what the venue of that communication with the public is.
Yeah. So if council would like to condense this into one section, I'm happy to do that for you. But we would single out 9.3 as being social media, or you're responsible. Well, no,
9.4.
9.3, because this is about permitting the use of their social media. That needs to be separate and distinct.
But I think her point is that it's not just social media, that is also in public discourse to also avoid all those things.
Well, but I think there is a difference here that, you're responsible for what goes on your Facebook page, right?
So
there's just a second here, sorry. And so you must be responsible for that. You can't be responsible for what is in the editorial page, right? You don't have any authority over that, but you do have authority over your social media page. So there is a distinction there. Now, what you say to the media in both places falls under the same kind of conduct rules, right? But the responsibility for your page is distinct, I think.
So my suggestion would be, so 9.4 talks about members must regularly monitor their social media accounts and immediately take measures to deal with that. And so I think that is the crux of it. We can't have our social media used for those sorts of things.
Okay.
9.3, members will be refrained from using or permitting the use of. I think
it's the permitting use of.
Permitting the use of is the thing, but the whole members will refrain from using,
right.
Okay. That's all true for our general communications.
Okay, so what about if I essentially take it using combine 9.3, 9.4, and then put it all under the public and the media? Not single out social media, but include those 9.3, 9.4.
I think that would work. I'm trying to imagine it in my mind,
I
but yeah.
think she's saying, it should say members will not permit the use of their social media accounts for
Yes,
purposes
I
that.
agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and all of those points should also be applied to interactions with the public in any way, shape, or form as far as how we interact with the public. We should not be out having personal conversations with the public that reflect poorly on the organization or any of those things as well.
Yes.
Even if they're not going to get exploded across social media. So how we communicate should be all the time. We should be mindful of these things. And then how people use our social media and have comments or whatever could be separate. And that's never been an issue before, but is now.
So what if in 9.3, and I'm just gonna try to add this one here, the first point in 9.3, members will refrain from any of the following on their social media accounts or in interactions with the public.
Well, I actually think that that's covered elsewhere, to be honest. I think we should just focus on social media. So that it reads as suggested, members will
Not
refrain from permitting the use of their social media accounts for and include, so those things listed, and 9.4.
I like the cleaner will not permit the use.
Yep, could do.
I support that because I've had a number of questions from the public about the use of social media sites by council members, but no one's ever mentioned anything about a discussion somebody had, in public. So the focus has always been on how to use, and it is appropriate how to use social media.
So if I may, because 9.4 applies with all the terms of the policy, I think my question is, if 9.4, the making sure that people don't permit the use of social media accounts for purposes that that violate anything in the policy.
Yeah.
And so when I think my concern with just straight up combining 9.3 and 9.4 is the piece that members will refrain from using. And so that means to me, making public statements on social media that do any of the following. That would be true if we were at a meeting of the public that we were invited to speak at, or speaking to the press. And so to me, it makes sense to include 9.3. Members will refrain from doing these things, and that's just true in general. And then 9.4, if we are monitoring our accounts for violations of those, then we would like that then it covers all of the policy.
Including 9.3.
Including 9.3 if it was incorporated into general communications.
Yeah, I guess I would, I will do whatever council directs me to do, but I think 9.3 is covered by the policy in general. That's, I don't think you need to say that.
Oh, so you're saying that 9.3 doesn't need to be included at all?
I'm saying except as it pertains to social media, because there are expectations laid out in this code of conduct that suggest you not do any of this, right? This is adding this layer specifically, and maybe it's covered, maybe you just need 9.4, but it's suggesting that you are responsible for others' behaviors on your social media account. That's distinct from your behavior. So either way,
Permitting the use of.
it's about permitting the use of your social media account, right? Because, there have been cases in the past where people say, well, I'm not responsible for that.
Yeah.
But this is saying explicitly that you are.
And so when 9.4 says members must regularly monitor their social media accounts and immediately take measures to deal with the publication of messages, comments, or other postings by others that violate the terms of this policy. I think that's the same as members will not permit the use of. Like, I just think that those are two of the
Yeah,
same.
so the question is then, do you want to include A, B, C, D, and E to make it clear what violate the terms of this policy means? Or do you want to just leave that statement? 9.4.
I would leave the A, B, C, and D in.
And I would argue that the policy is beyond 9.3. The policy is everything. And so if that piece is already covered with other parts of the policy, then it doesn't need to be repeated specifically to social media because it is included there.
Well, we might have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, okay.
I think that the singling out social media is important because it's distinct. It makes you responsible for the other people's postings.
Yes.
But the rest of the policy just applies to you. I think that's why the distinction is made.
Yeah, which is, so yeah, this will have to be an agree to disagree. I think 9.4 covers that, but it sounds like others want a bit more specificity, which is fine.
So let me just try to do this one step at a time. So we'll retain 1.4 or 9.4.
Yep.
And then the majority of council, do you want to retain A, B, C, D, and E? And I'll put it under 9.4, or do you think it's unnecessary?
It's just a question.
Leave it the way it is. The way it is.
I've got a question on social media because I do not go near it with a 10-foot pole. But I did have a Facebook account during the election, which I haven't looked at since. And somewhere out there in the ether, it still exists, I would imagine. But I never refer to it and I can't even access it at this point in time with my limited skills on my cell phone. So what is it? Do I have to worry about that?
You're responsible for it.
You should delete it.
Mhm.
I guess I better delete whatever it is. I find a way to delete it.
So, okay, so let me try and ask a different question. Do you want to single out social media in your conduct policy?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's number one. Are we comfortable with 9.1?
I feel that's true of not only to social media, but also with communications, interactions with public and media.
Right, so we could move that to dealings with the public and media.
Must not make personal comments that reflect negatively
Right.
on the integrity of the organization.
Council comfortable with that?
Yep.
We'll move it to public and the media. 9.2, members will use caution in reporting council decision-making by way of their social media profiles and websites before the city released any information. Do you want me to generalize that to say that, and we'll move it to public and the media? Members will use caution in reporting council decision-making before the city has released any formal communication. We'll just generalize it.
I think that's fair because sometimes we go to a public meeting and people want to know what we voted on and we need to make caution if we don't remember the exact wording.
So is council comfortable with that? We'll
What?
move it to public in the media.
My only thought on this, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but since our meetings are all live streamed, formal communication is almost moot because we make a comment on something that's already been on the internet for an hour or two before any comment has been made. So I don't know how we can make a decision on something or release information that's already been released if it's been live streamed. Is, you know, not that I broadcast meetings and stuff like that. In fact, I can't access my account for the last six weeks.
So I think here would be an example. So after meetings, I often will report on what happened at council meetings. And sometimes I might say, I don't remember the exact wording, but and so I'm clear. And so that's the use of caution.
But it has already been live streamed.
Yeah.
In its full entirety for, so.
Mhm.
Well, we could delete it.
I mean, it's a useful thing for closed meetings, of course, and.
Which we already have rules about.
Yeah.
so.
Whenever I do this, I always go back and I check to make sure that anything I'm putting on, because I don't trust Facebook at all. I'm somewhere between you two on, the competency and trust spectrum. Because I've had to just delete posts after I get text, hey, blah, blah is abusing blah, blah. And it's like, oh God. And my old phone doesn't do Facebook anymore. I have to
You know,
go
you
home and-
can
So,
shut off.
I'm gonna push you on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
better do that.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna push you on.
let's,
But it's a,
Delete it.
I'm for keeping it,
Others?
like keeping it in
Yeah,
the
Keeping in the
general.
code of conduct,
in
in the general public and media part.
Right, George.
Okay, we'll keep it.
We probably have to make room for George.
And then let's just go back. We're gonna keep 9.4.
Yeah.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yep.
And, we'll keep the A, B, C, D, and E, and I'll put it under 9.4.
Very major.
Yeah,
Good.
Comfort with that?
sure.
Okay.
Actually, one question with that. So sometimes, so people on my Facebook posts might make disparaging comments about other council members. And so like, it's sometimes
You're
like,
responsible for that.
yeah, and so I generally, like the filter that I've been using is like, or if someone says something about me personally, I'm like, if somebody would have said that about another councillor, would I keep it or remove it? So I've tried to be quite liberal in keeping things, but then I do remove some, which is a challenge when it comes to like transparency, but also I can't be leaving that up there. It's anyways, I struggle, but if it's disparaging, I'll.
So
Yeah.
remember that this being the code of conduct,
Mhm.
if you're vulnerable
Yeah.
to a complaint, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about here, vulnerability. So that's the sort of filter you have to
Yeah.
use, or will you be vulnerable to a complaint and be found to be responsible?
Yeah.
Okay,
I've just got to ask one question for clarity. And on your social media page,
Mhm.
you for a while were using at the bottom Counselor Isaacson or some reference to counselor. Have you stopped that practice?
No, my title says like Trina Isaacson, comma, Powell River City Councilor, yeah. That's my job.
is that different than what Kim said?
Yeah, no, she just confirmed that she has not stopped doing that. Well,
Okay.
We've been told in all of our meetings over the numerous years, don't go on social media. And when Counselor Isaacson posts as a city councillor, there's all kinds of inferences that can be made in that regard.
well, that, I would argue, again, code of conduct. She presents herself as counselor. She's talking about municipal business. I happen to be getting post your Facebook page, keeps coming up on the feed, so I've seen it. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how it happens. Anyways, so she's accountable for that, and she's vulnerable to a complaint. And if you choose not to use social media at all, that's good too. I mean,
So you can have it both ways.
I
Okay.
think the difference is a lot of the advice we received at conferences was not to join groups and add to commentary. She's posting on a city, like she's advertised herself as a Trina Isaacson city councillor. She's only posting news about the meetings that we've been. She's not adding commentary to the 1,000 other discussion boards that are in town. So difference.
Well, I would beg to differ on that, on some of the posts that I've seen in the past.
the reality is X and Facebook and LinkedIn, they're reality today.
Mhm.
So to ignore them, it's, they exist. They just exist.
Yeah.
So you have to manage it. Okay. Communications, so this is the public and media piece. We're gonna move those 9.1, 9.2 into here. Members acknowledge that the mayor is the primary spokesperson for the city. As such, members must not purport to speak on behalf of the city or council unless expressly authorized to do so. And then there are exceptions, and we've left, following our February meeting, where appropriate interviews can be referred to the chair of the relevant committee at the discretion of the mayor. You okay with that?
I have a question.
Okay.
So some of us are appointed to various committees or for like the Western Forest Products Community Advisory Group or liaison to the Community Futures or alternate to the chamber. When you're in those settings and you're the representative from council that's been appointed there, are you speaking on behalf of council or not?
Well, I think that's a different matter than what we're
I'm
talking
just
about
trying to
here.
understand it for purposes of this.
Well, this is only about talking to about the media, not whether or not you're talking to a committee.
Okay.
So as such, members must not purport to speak on behalf of the city or council unless expressly authorized to do so. So this is under the heading of interactions with the public and media. So basically
Quite
it says you're not to represent the will of council unless you've been specifically authorized to do so. So in a liaison, and I don't know if that's defined, I just came up with, just had to deal with this week in another place. As a liaison, unless it's defined someplace else, your role is as a conduit, right? A conduit of information. So you've been given this role. If council's, made a decision about something, you can pass that information on. You can take information back, but it's not your role before council takes a position on something to represent the will of council. That would be one of the, right?
But my clarity that I need though is it is okay if we're at, say, a public meeting and people are like, what does council think about such and such? And we have voted on that topic and I could say council has decided blah, blah, blah. I can't express the will of council if we have voted on something. It's if we haven't voted on something, if it hasn't come to council, I could say council has not made an opinion on this. My opinion is blah, 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 but we can't speak on behalf of council. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the purpose of this is to make sure that the mayor can carry out his duty representing the city, right? And that there's consistency in messaging.
There has been times, I think, I'm thinking, for example, the rent bank question topic that came up. I feel like the mayor referred that to Councillor Almeida because he had been in that meeting. And so right now this doesn't reference the mayor being able to delegate in certain cases.
Interviews can be referred to the chair of the relevant committee at the discretion of the mayor.
So what if it's not a chair of a committee, it's just another member of council at the discretion of the chair?
Well, you could add chair or member of council. Like that.
What is it? How much do we want to do with the code of conduct? Do we want to set up a procedure manual for liaisons? And how far do we want to go on what the code of conduct does?
Do you have definition of liaison in your?
When it talks about, is the code of conduct when it talks about who the mayor can appoint or not appoint in different things, or is that a procedure question?
So in my mind, it's not so much the words we use, but the conversation where how we understand them, right? And so if we're asking questions that makes no change in the word, that's fine. It's that we've had a conversation and we understand how it fits in the context of what we're doing. And my position all along has been the code of conduct's usefulness is more in the conversation that we have in coming to a shared understanding about how we're going to conduct ourselves than it is in the document itself. So some of what we're doing here is having a conversation about stuff and learning from each other the perspectives and how we're going to conduct.
It's about setting group norms. That's what you're doing.
I think so. So we're coming to kind of a consensus around what we understand the conduct pages to mean.
Okay, so I will add or member of council to that. Maybe we should take chair out of there altogether. Where appropriate interviews can be referred to members of council at the discretion of the mayor. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's inclusive.
10.2, when speaking for themselves as individual council members will include, in my opinion, or use a similar disclaimer to ensure that it is expressly clear they are speaking only for themselves and not on behalf of the city. Fair enough? Okay. 10.3, in an effort to promote the integrity and respect for the collective democratic decision-making process, members will not misrepresent the decisions of council or committees, even if they disagree with the majority decision. Further, members will not make personal comments in public that would reflect negatively on the decision-making process or the integrity of the organization. You okay with that? Okay. 10.4, when discussing publicly the positions taken by other members during the vote on a matter, members will refrain from making disparaging comments about those other members. Okay. Conflict of interest. So this is essentially, these provisions are essentially referred to the charter. And any concerns about what's in there?
Or I'm interested in an opinion about whether the language in the code of conduct supersedes the charter or the charter supersedes the code of conduct.
In my view, it should be consistent.
Hmm?
It should be consistent.
You know, they're consistent, but you can make a complaint under the code of conduct to council. Under the community charter, if you want to make a complaint about conflict of interest, there's a process in the charter.
That's a good,
Appealing to the Supreme Court of British Columbia,
Yeah.
so they're different.
yeah, that's a good point. So, again, going back, and you missed the earlier discussion that we had about this, but going back to our earlier discussion today, you started with the Regional District Code of Conduct. It includes these matters. You can choose not to include them. So I dealt with the community just recently that has chosen not to include conflict of interest or gifts or confidential information in their code of conduct. So it would not be a complaint eligible under your code of conduct. So it's up to you what you want to do. This was the starting point.
Wasn't there also that members of the public can't make complaints under this?
Members of the public cannot make complaints under this bylaw or policy.
I think including this will reduce the chance of unnecessary lawsuits. Will eventually end up with the Supreme Court decision.
Yeah, I think that's why municipalities have chosen to include it, and your regional district, for example.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go back to and I had with respect to getting legal advice and how that could happen. So what I think is if a person wants to get legal advice about conflict of interest, they would do so because they're declaring conflict and they want clarity to change that to
No, they might just try to get some advice to help them determine if they want to declare conflict of interest. Do you have a provision for legal advice for that? Or is it at the discretion of council?
It's a discretion. So it's something that council can look at changing and saying, you know, up to X amount the CEO can approve. And I think I've actually asked that, well, at least one of my predecessors, and there has been some inconsistency in how it's applied. So there's been times where CEO has just said, yep, that's fine. And other times where it's like, okay, council, what do you support? Because the resources are being directed a certain way. And so I think I would appreciate council providing some clarity as to how they would like that done and whether there's a discretionary amount for ceiling for the CEO to approve or beyond a threshold, or there's just an allocation per councillor. I mean, this is about some important decisions and because the cost can be quite substantial or very modest.
Yeah.
So
that's a little off the topic. So again, I'm going to draw.
well, it's about the tools we have to conduct ourselves.
First of all, do you want to keep conflict of interest in the code of conduct?
Well, to me, the question is, it's not the first time I've looked at the code of conduct. I've thought about it a lot. So there's a couple of questions about legal advice and conflict of interest. The first one is the conflict or the disconnect with the charter having different complaint processes. And to the legal advice question, there are different kinds of legal advice. You may want to simply get ask a lawyer a question to clarify your position about whether not asking because you think you're in a conflict of interest or asking because you're not, just inquiring about whether you may or may not be, because that's the answer you'll get from a lawyer is that you may or may not be. It won't say yes or no.
Right. So
that's one thing. The other one is legal advice in the event that you find yourself with a complaint under our code of conduct.
Yeah.
Conflict of interest and the charter conflict of interest. And who pays the legal fees for that?
Yeah.
That's not going to be a $500 charge
Yeah.
for a 2-hour phone call.
So,
That's going to be,
so again, I go back to my question. Do you want conflict of interest to be in your code of conduct and therefore eligible for a code of conduct complaint?
I don't think I'm fully clear on what the risks and rewards are of the two options of including it or not.
Well, if you include it, then you have a complaint process and you involve yourself in that process, right? One way or the other. If it's not in there, then you leave it to the courts. This is late in the day to be considering this question, I know, but it is fundamental, and it's fundamental for this, gifts and favors, and confidential information, all of which have other processes under the charter that you can leave them to. So that's a fundamental question. The legal question, I'd like to suggest you defer that. There's another, that you're not going to include that in your code of conduct. The costs, you're going to have to deal with that elsewhere.
If it's in both, does that leave the option to go in two different routes if there's an
Yes.
issue? Yeah.
And typically the thinking is that you go down the code of conduct route, and then if you're not successful or don't like the outcome of that, then you go down the court route.
I'm supportive of it.
So the other difference is that members of council can make complaints when they think there's a conflict of interest issue through this code. If you leave it to the charter, it's up to someone else,
The electors.
the electors, to bring that forward. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not something we have access to. And so that it gives council themselves some tools to address that matter through this process, where they do not have access to the other one.
And I might add the step.
I think I'm aligned with the mayor to keep them in. That's my view.
I think with all the things in the community that's swirling at this time, it's a safeguard to keep it in because the perception out there, if we take it out, is not going to be positive.
Okay, so for the moment, then, we'll leave these three sections in. And is there anything in here that you'd like to alter?
You're talking about 11 and 12 right now? Or
Yeah,
just
let's just talk about 11 at the moment. If you're concerned with any of that language, I might suggest you just leave 11.1. Members shall be aware of and act in accordance with the provisions of Division 6 of the Community Charter.
I think it brings clarity for.
To have the detail.
Mm-hmm.
Any opposition to that? Okay, so gifts and favors. Again, specifically with respect to council members receiving and reporting gifts and personal data dealt with under sections 105, 106 of the charter, and ultimately the interpretations of those sections is a matter for the courts. However, this policy is intended to provide additional guidance to council members. And then some detail under 12.1. And now 12.3. I'm just not quite sure what happens to the numbering of that, but there's some detailed explanation of it.
So with regard to 12.1, should we state members except the mayor may not accept a gift of personal value?
What is the value from section 106 in our community charter?
250.
It's not just being.
I think, I'm not sure.
250, I checked it last night.
Oh,
And we can't set a different one that's contrary to legislation, so that's why it's just better to do it this way.
so we're okay with that for the moment?
Yeah.
And then, 13, policy role of members. Members shall respect and adhere to the council, chief administrative officer, one employee structure of governance is practiced in the city. And the structure, council determines policies of the city with advice, information, analysis provided by staff, committees, and the public as one. You okay with that?
Yeah.
And council will fairly direct inquiries regarding departmental issues or questions to the CAO and refrain from contacting any other staff directly unless the communication is minor and for the purposes of seeking administrative clarity.
I'd love to have a quick conversation on how we interpret minor and seeking administrative clarity.
You know, just say another way to word this, and what I've seen elsewhere is information that's generally available to the public.
Yeah.
So meeting times, zoning, designation, you know. Yeah, so we could add something like that. Like, is that really
Information routinely new.
Yeah. Would you like me to do that?
So we often directly talk to our corporate officer as well, but that's not in here. Is that something we should put in here, or is it something we should stop doing? What do you think about that?
Well, this was direction from the last meeting. I think you settled on that all inquiries should go through the CAO. But if you want to.
I'm just pointing out where we're consistent at the moment.
I guess there's many times you're contacting the corporate officer for things that are procedural or what I would call minor clarifications, including availability. If you're seeking something that one of you would get that would disadvantage the rest of you from not knowing, that's where something would come from me. And you'll often notice that what I try and do is if somebody asks for information that I realize would impact the rest of the council not being aware of, I'll then respond so the whole council knows. And if I don't know that, I can make that personal call. And also it's helpful for me to be aware in terms of governing. It helps buffer staff. I'm actually going to turn a little bit to our report and see if there's any times that it's not working where we need for the clarity.
Feel free to ignore me during meetings at all times.
No, I think. You know, that again, back to the sort of one employee model, council, CAO model. This is about ensuring that your staff is able to manage, your CAO is able to manage staff resources.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why in some cases you end up just sending your request to her. She manages them. Distributes the work. So is there any change you want to make there?
I just wanted to know if we are doing it okay.
I like the idea of adding that information routinely available to the public.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay, 13.3, members will not engage in debate with staff. They will be respectful of staff, put in advice, and while free to disagree with the substance of such advice, will not question either the integrity, motivation, or competence of staff and the performance of their duties.
One thing we're responsible for is the performance of the CAO. And so there will be times where we do need to not question their integrity, but to assess the performance of. And so I just want to be clear that that is something that would be different from this, and that's okay if it's a proper performance review or job feedback.
I certainly could add something about that.
I think that has to do with the substance rather than the person.
Yeah.
Question the integrity, motivation, and competence of the staff.
I wonder if there's a preamble with the exception of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, also the following advice that.
Well, I don't think we should be questioning the integrity, like,
You might.
yeah, you might, sure, yeah. Like maybe with the exception of like CAO performance. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Performance review, right? That's what I thought too. Okay.
So I have a question. If
Yeah.
we do have, we've learned of through public or what have you, that there could be, a staff member that may be, doing something inappropriate or wrong or whatever, you would report that to the CAO, right?
I would report it to the mayor.
Okay.
And because remember, the mayor is a conduit to the CEO.
I mean, because that happens, sometimes things happen, right? And if the public's noticing it and reporting it to any of us, we would have a duty to report, is that? And so that is questioning integrity because we've heard of a complaint or what have you, right? So I just wanted to understand
Yeah.
how this might impact, how we would handle that.
My practice is to go to the mayor. Is that?
Yeah, and I think that's things that come through the community that are serious approach for them to me.
Yeah.
And there may be a point too with what you're talking to about, what if it actually has information to me that actually we need to discuss together?
Yeah.
Right, and then he can handle that. Because it could be a performance issue, if it's something that's they're aware of that address, then it's a different conversation, it may not be, hey, heads up, CEO. So, I don't know what your worship, what you think about that?
Well, you know, it seems to me that in the case of staff, and we only have one staff member, it's a CAO. Any issue of integrity, motivation, or confidence of the CAO is a human resources issue. It should be dealt with privately, you know, in a human resources framework. And I don't think the code of conduct is designed to stop people from doing what they need to do in the human resource context.
I didn't think so.
And I think if we try to wordsmith a whole bunch of more paragraphs in here to define exactly what day we're going to do performance reviews and what part of it it's okay to question somebody's motivation, then, you know, it's not going to mean anything by the time we're done. It just makes perfect sense to me. Is that in a public setting, when we're talking about issues, nobody on the council should be questioning the integrity, motivation, and competence of staff. If they want to do that, there's the human resources route to do that by complaining through the mayor.
Great.
I might follow up from council now, my contract clearly spells out what council needs to be responsible for as well, is another avenue.
Yeah. So I'll add something about CAO performance review in there. And then 13.4 members will not interfere with the administrative or operational functions of the city or with professional duties of staff, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement policy decisions. So this is actually consistent with the community charter, and I thought I might add some reference to there's a clause in the charter that speaks to this specifically. Any changes you want there? Positive workplace environment, members shall treat each other, the public staff, with respect and shall be supportive of the personal dignity, self-esteem, and well-being of those with whom they come in contact with during the course of their professional duties. Members shall be aware of the act and act in accordance with the council respectful workplace prevention of harassment, bullying, and discrimination policy. I just need to make sure that that's actually the name of your policy and that it exists.
It is.
You double check, are we doing the draft? Yeah, when we review the draft, we'll just double check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just gotta get that one there.
Any minutes for.
Okay. 14.2, in furtherance of positive workplace environment and in the interest of transparency, the public members agree that all substantive discussion or debate in policy matters will be conducted at a duly council meeting. Members will refrain from caucusing or otherwise predetermining their positions or votes on policy matters in informal meetings by email or through other means of communication outside debate in duly constituted meeting. Any changes there? Okay. So then we move on to the second part, which is the breaches, complaint handling, and disciplinary action. 15.1, council and committee members must abide by the requirements of this policy and shall endeavor to resolve disputes in good faith, recognizing that interpersonal rancor does not facilitate good governance. Comfortable with that? And then an alleged breach of this policy may be submitted by council or committee member or staff. Complaints shall be submitted as soon as possible, simultaneously in writing to the mayor and the CAO within 6 months of the last alleged breach, with a copy simultaneously submitted to the respondent. The mayor and CAO are authorized to extend the 6 months deadline if circumstances warrant an extension.
So one question I had about this term, as well as a couple of others, is there's reference to the mayor and CAO, for example, are authorized to extend. What if the mayor and CAO disagree about whether something warrants an exception?
Never happens.
Do you disagree with the CAO?
Never disagree with it.
I think they have to go to some kind of dispute resolution. I don't know what to do. I suppose, I guess, I'm just thinking aloud, and we could add this, you know, if there's not agreement between the CEO and the mayor, it comes to council for a decision to extend, to do that.
Well, either of them maybe.
I don't think that anything in this section allows the mayor and the CAO to make a decision on anything. They simply proceed through the process.
Well, no, in this case, it
An
says
extension.
the mayor and CAO are authorized to extend the 6 month deadline. So they are authorized. And then I could add, if no agreement, the request to extend comes to council for a decision.
You could change the word and to or. And legally, that would mean that either one of them could do that. Yeah.
You probably want both to do it.
Yeah.
I would suggest you want some oversight, right? You want some check and balance there. That's why you have both of them. I would think that's good. Okay, so I'll add that. That comes to council if there's not agreement. 15.3, complaints regarding the conduct of a council member seeking re-election will not be.
Slow down.
Oh, sorry.
A little bit. Okay, because I think the process of complaint, got a complainant and a respondent. It's confidentiality requirements. I didn't read it before I came this morning. But to suggest that if the mayor and the CAO have a complaint and they don't agree to extending it, that you should now get the entire council involved, then it goes around the confidentiality process, because now everyone on council, if they're going to make a decision on whether to extend 6 months or not, because the mayor and CAO can, then everybody on council is going to be involved. And everybody who reads all the council mail is going to be involved.
And the respondent is likely a member of council, and the complainant may as well be.
It's either a confidential process or it's wide open. And we could redo this all. So if anybody makes a complaint, it's all dealt with in public. A lot of people have said that's a good idea. But if we're going to have a confidential process, violating confidential process in the first step is a bit questionable in my mind.
So I think being confidential is a good idea, because it makes it less likely that someone's going to use it as a political tool to get public to be involved in something that could be resolved better without that. So I think I'm with George on this.
Actually, that's an important consequence that I haven't considered.
Yeah.
When you discuss this at the QID, because I think that's still the original. How did you resolve that disagreement between the chair?
Well, we discussed it at the thing. We weren't discussing the CAO and the mayor making a decision on the validity of the complaint. It was simply that they would receive it and conduct it through the process. There's one decision that we've talked about. That's the decision whether to extend the timeline or not. Everything else is a process. You go through and you read the process. You try to get a person-to-person resolution. You try to get a mediated resolution. You try to get another independent, but none of those have the merit of CEO making a decision on the validity of the complaint.
But
That's what we're talking about here too, though, is just the decision about extension, not the others.
this is the wording from the regional district.
It is.
Yeah, it is. This,
And I'm not objecting to it.
Yeah.
Other people are saying, well, that's a real big problem, and we have to have a solution if the mayor and the CAO disagree.
I see.
I don't think you need one, because I don't think they're making a lot of complicated decisions. And between the two of them, they should be able to figure out if it's worth having an extension or not having an extension. And if any of the respondent or the complainant disagree, they can argue about that.
And I guess the argument can be made if they can't decide whether to offer the extension, then I think they're deciding to not offer it would be the way to look at it. Because if you can't give enough reason to offer the extension, you're basically saying motion didn't pass.
This could be one of those things where we know there's a potential discrepancy or issue and we deal with it when we get to it, but otherwise leave it as is. Because there's a lot in here that are going to have unforeseen consequences that we won't know until we actually get to them, so we just leave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's what I hear. Okay, we'll just leave it as is.
Mayor and I would be.
You'll never.
Well, and I think at the end of the whole thing, there is an appeal process as well, right?
And depending, yeah, okay,
So
let's get to that.
yeah, I think it's fine.
15.3, complaints regarding the conduct of a council member seeking re-election will not be accepted in the period from 120 days prior to the general voting day. In the event that the complaint is filed prior to 120 days prior to the general voting day, but remains unresolved by election day, the investigation will continue into the next term of council unless either the complainant or respondent do not seek or gain re-election. You'll recall we had a very long discussion about this last time.
It's a long discussion, and now I'm realizing a potential issue with it and why it talked about nomination day originally is sometimes councillors don't know whether they're going to seek re-election. So someone might say, no, I'm not planning to seek re-election, and then, they decide to. I think that was a couple of members of council here, I don't think we're planning to run again and then decided to. So I just want to raise that as a flag. I don't necessarily think we need to change it. Some councillors might already know, or if they're leaning that way, but it opens us up to saying, it opens us up to a potential issue there.
Anybody else want to change it back? Okay, we'll leave it as is then. 15.4, in the event that the mayor is the subject of or is otherwise a party to the complainant shall be addressed to the acting mayor. And I will make that change throughout, and the CAO. In the event that both the mayor and acting mayor are the subject or otherwise a party to the complaint shall be submitted to the next in line for acting mayor and the CAO, who will determine if the complaint should be forwarded to the city solicitor.
So my one thought on this is in the QRD's case, they have, I believe, a deputy mayor or a deputy, what's acting vice chair that stays in perpetuity, I think, right? Do you rotate?
Elected every year.
Or the regional district has an elected vice chair.
Okay.
But it's re-elected every year.
Sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the complaint in December, there could be a
Overlap. And that's my concern. If there's a complaint that's lodged in the latter part of May, that's not going to get resolved by May 31st, who then handles that June 1st? Do you bring in the next deputy acting mayor, who then you're adding another person to the mix?
Yeah.
Or do we set terms of the acting mayor at the time of complaint, or there's gotta be some sort of date, and then that person runs with it the entire length of the complaint.
I think, that was gonna be my thought as well, is that if there is a complaint rendered in order to maintain confidentiality in a single team through the duration of the process, you would be best to stick with the original acting mayor for that particular complaint process. And we should have that somewhere in here, just because having a rotating head of a process is not an efficient way to do anything. And it breaches the whole point of confidentiality.
Yeah, we could add that. I think that's a really good observation.
Let's figure out how to do it.
The party that receives the complaint will
Under
continue on.
section 15, whatever it was, yeah. For the duration of the complaint, or until if there's an election and they're not there anymore, I guess it would have to change.
Okay, yep, good catch. You guys can approve the regional district's bylaw. You can send them your note.
There are differences in the way that things work,
Yeah.
significant differences. Earl pointed one out, that's good.
15.5, upon receipt of the complaint, the mayor or acting mayor, as per section 15.4, the CAO shall put forward every effort to have the parties resolve their difference informally through discussions between the complainants and respondents, and the strongest possible preference shall be given to an informal resolution wherever possible.
So I have a question about this. I was in my email to Jessica earlier. So the policy seems to be focused on situations where one person breaches a policy and another person is harmed. But what happens when there isn't a person harmed per se, but it's just a breach? So if someone breaches confidentiality, then is the council the party that's been breached, and the informal resolution is meant to be among council? Yeah, what if there isn't a person harmed, but it's just a breach of the policy and there isn't a, quote unquote victim?
I guess it's whoever brought the complaint forward.
Well, that's the complainant. And there's always going to be a complainant.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always going to be a respondent, because the complaint has to be made against an individual. So
Okay.
under what circumstances would there not be one of each?
Well, so I guess sometimes the complainant might be someone who was harmed, but sometimes, like, let's say, for example, there's a breach of confidentiality, and I'm gonna throw Councillor Elliott under the bus. I hear at a public meeting she shares something that was in a closed meeting, and so I file a complaint that she's breached confidentiality. So then that process, the person who's been,
But there's
Yeah,
a complainant,
it's a
you're the
complainant.
complainant,
okay,
And the respondent.
the respondent.
okay,
There's always going to be that.
okay. Or if I witness a council member harassing somebody in the public, that member of the public can't complain, but I witnessed it or heard about it, and therefore
Right.
I'm still the complainant.
You're the complainant.
Okay.
Because somebody actually has to make the complaint,
Complaint, yeah.
right?
Then when a member of the public sent you an email and says they're really, really angry at Councillor Dowd, they'd like you to make a complaint. Then it's your responsibility to make the complaint if you agree to do it. Yeah.
Or not, if you
There
choose
you
not to.
go.
Yeah, okay.
So any changes then to 15.5? Okay, so it's noon. Are we going to break take a lunch break? That's scheduled.
It's not specifically scheduled as expression of the facilities, I think, so it's ready to go anytime, so
Council, do you want to push on a little bit longer, or do you want to break now?
I prefer to push on.
Yeah, I would love to see if we could wrap this up in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wait. That's awesome. You can see me driving forward. No pressure, no pressure. 15.6, if an informal resolution is not achieved within 30 days of receipt of the complaint, the mayor, deputy, or acting mayor and CAO may, with the consent of the complainants and the respondents, forward the complaint to a qualified mediator and this was your addition last time, or alternate qualified dispute resolution professional who has the necessary professional skills, knowledge, and experience, the mediator. The mediator shall attempt to resolve the matter, and in doing so may employ whatever methods they consider appropriate, including culturally appropriate, transformative, or restorative justice approaches. Okay.
Could I ask a quick question? George, since you've had your code of conduct in place at the RD, how many situations have gone to a mediator?
First off, I don't have that information because if they go to a mediator and they're
You don't know
resolved,
about
or if they're resolved before, you don't know about it.
Right.
You know, there was one under the previous, there was only one, as I'm aware of, under the previous code of conduct, which is why a new code of conduct was developed. Right.
Okay.
It didn't work particularly well for anybody, but the new code of conduct seems to be operating, and it is functional. And I believe it's been used more than once, but the confidentiality is working, and I think that's a keystone. If you're gonna have a public process about it, you should either have a totally public process, or you should agree that there's gonna be confidentiality. And it's confidentiality, in my view, is an important keystone to making it possible.
That it only works though if the board doesn't apply some sanctions. It means it suggests that these are resolved informally.
Yep.
That would be the idea.
Eventually,
Yeah.
eventually, you know, and that's I think the more important part of this whole discussion is what this code of conduct is about. It's whether it's a hammer to punish people with, or
Right.
whether it's a guide to respectful conduct.
Yeah.
And if people look at it as a guide to respectful conduct,
So,
then it works.
so since the,
People look at it as a hammer to beat other people with, which people have come to council in the public and said, we want you to get this code of conduct in there so we can punish people with it. If that's what it's about, it's gonna cost a lot of money and it's not gonna work. But that depends on the people involved in the code of conduct, which is us around the table. Yeah, sorry,
so
want to say that.
one answer we have for Jim is that nothing at the QRD has reached the part where the rest of us would know about it so
Yeah, that's right.
far.
Yeah, that's right.
It's true.
Well, again, back to this, the previous clause. That's about, you know, to the greatest extent possible, we'll attempt to resolve these things informally. Right? That's the commitment. I mean, that's the whole purpose of that. Okay, 15.7 complaint response. If they reach a mediated resolution, the mediator must notify the mayor or acting mayor and the CAO in writing in terms of resolution, upon receipt of which notification the mayor or acting mayor and CAO will close the matter. And then if the complaint response do not reach a mediated solution within 60 days of the commencement of mediation, the mediator must refer the complaint back to the mayor, acting mayor, and CAO, who shall forward the complaint to an independent third party identified and agreed upon between the complainants and the respondent, who has the necessary professional skills, knowledge, and experience to investigate the complaint. Any concerns about that? And then 15.9, both the complainant and the respondents shall each have the right to recommend 3 names as third-party investigator, from which lists a third-party investigator may be mutually agreed upon by both parties, or and agree. I can't read my own. I've got blur here now. On the parties, a single nominee of the complainants and respondents shall jointly select a suitable third party. So if you can't agree, you have nominees, they choose a third party. If this nominee cannot select the third party investigator, the city's lister. So you've got a couple layers there that you can go through. And then 10.15, the third party investigator must conduct a preliminary assessment of the complaint within 30 days of their appointment. The investigator will determine whether to continue the investigation or make a written determination that the complaint be dismissed as unfounded, beyond the jurisdiction of the policy, or unlikely to succeed. If the complaint is determined to be unfounded, the third-party investigator shall also have the power to find that the complaint is vexatious or frivolous, and per the scope section of this policy, the code above has the power, above such a finding will itself constitute a breach of this policy on the part of the complaint. So back to our earlier discussion, it would go back into the complaint process. If you wanted to.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Does the way we choose third parties and so forth, breach any of our procurement or contracting requirements as far as how we would pay these people?
I don't see how that would.
So if you're gonna hire an investigator, for example.
Right.
And you land on an investigator through your joint process, and we're gonna have a contract for that investigator as a direct award then. Is that okay?
Trying to in the same time, just sort of thinking.
Are we gonna get into trouble after?
Yeah, we have a procurement process that would allow for that. I mean, if it reached beyond a certain point, it would be a conversation between myself and the mayor. Because obviously disclosing the contract compromises confidentiality of the matter, or that even that a matter is ongoing. So there's enough in our procurement policies, and I can check with HR, that gives us a fair bit of latitude to, because obviously you have to go to them for something that's weeks, and it may be something that needs to be expedited. So we have, I think, based on a few other things, we have the ability to do that and make sure that it meets justification in terms of audit and just best practices. We have that flexibility when it comes to HR matters. And we've had to do this in other circumstances unrelated to council, with even we see is paramount. And we have a couple of contractors, not all of them are available and you have to run. And as long as you go through the steps and I check the CFO, that falls on board.
It's all good.
Yes, I've got it. And that was great.
Now. So you're good with 15.11 then?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 15.10, and then 15.11 is if the third party investigator fails to continue the investigation, the third party investigator shall conduct an independent impartial investigation by displaying an amount that's fair, timely, blah, blah, blah. Provide an investigation update within 60 days and provide within 90 days of their written confidential report. Provide recommendations in the report as to the appropriate resolution of the complaint. And maybe let's just go up to that point and then we can this is what I was looking for today was the yeah, these are the recommendations. That's right. So let's just go up to C. Any changes that you want made before D? And then D, I just wanted to deal with this separately because these are the potential sanctions, right? So provide recommendations in the report as to the appropriate resolution of the complaint. Recommendations might include dismissal of the complaint, a letter privately reprimanding the respondent for conduct, public censure of the respondent, recommendation that respondent apologize publicly or privately for their conduct, removal of the respondent from committees, get rid of commissions, membership, recommendation that respondent attend training, counseling, or coaching, recommendation that respondent complete a specified number of volunteer hours, prohibition from representing the city at events or attending conferences or seminars at the city's expense, recommendation that the respondent make a charitable donation, limiting the response access to certain members of staff, and any other sanction within the authority of the council or board. And I just want to note here that these are all recommendations. Ultimately, these would have to come to council for a decision. So at that point, it's not a confidential matter. Right. So any other disciplinary actions that you would want to add, or any of these that you would like to delete out of this list?
I think XI gives the flexibility. It says that there may be other sanctions that are within our authority.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily clear on what those are, but
Yeah.
if leaves that open.
Is there anything in the charter that talks about these
No.
types of things? No. Okay.
No, but these have all been shown to be permissible, short of a court challenge. So there hasn't been any court that has disallowed it.
Okay. I would just strike commission from V, since we have been striking commission throughout the
Yes,
document.
yeah. Okay, so you're good with that? And 15.12, the investigator may also determine to dismiss a complaint and further find it to have been filed vexatiously, frivolously. Such a finding will constitute a breach of policy on the part. So just a repetition if it actually goes to the investigation level.
Well, it actually says that the investigator includes in the report a recommended remedy. So that could be the end of that process, not kicking it back. So that's where the original question is contradicted by this policy. So 15.12 at the end says such a finding shall constitute a breach of this policy on the part of the complainants.
Right.
And the investigator shall, that's not a may, therefore include in the report recommended remedy. So therefore you're right to the very end of everything.
Right.
It doesn't kick it back to the beginning of the process.
No, I think the remedy applies to the complaint. And the investigator shall therefore recommend in the report a recommended remedy, and if the complaint is vexatious, then he's going to recommend it.
Well, that means they could recommend any of these.
Yeah, or it could, yeah.
Which means you've already gone through the investigation part and you're not
Starting with
informal resolution and all of that other stuff.
Back to this, whether you submit another complaint, it's back to that question.
It's part and parcel of the same complaint, and it's gone through the process and ends
Actually,
here.
that's a really good point. I didn't notice that.
For the recommendation for the complainant
to the apology or
Well, it's whatever any of these that they
that's
the investigator says.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, you're right. That's covered.
And I know that was the intention of the idea was not to have, so that idea that you had was contrary to what I thought.
The counselor does try to say something.
Trying to figure out what you guys are all agreeing, yeah.
Oh, it's because it was part of an earlier conversation.
Yeah, there's your conversation. This means that if a complaint is found to be vexatious, the investigator would recommend a remedy.
That's what I think it means. I want to make sure of that, because it's not saying that the investigator will start a whole new process and look into the vexation.
Which is what we discussed earlier.
That the
good.
investigator will make a decision that the request was vexatious and make a recommendation.
Right.
The council for something on the list of recommendations.
Right.
Then council will make a decision on whether they agree with that or not.
Right.
Process is done.
Right. Well, except for the application of the remedy that needs to come to council.
Yes.
Right. 15.13, mayor or acting mayor shall provide the report or summary of the report to council, who must, after hearing any submissions from the respondent, any submissions the respondent wishes to make, decide on the appropriate remedy, if any, that is warranted by the breach of protocol.
One question, it says provide the report or a summary of the report. Would the summary be prepared by the investigator or by staff or the mayor? Because I want to make sure that that's clear.
I don't think it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason it's in there is because there may be some information in the report that needs to be held confidential.
Mm-hmm.
And so it maybe is more appropriate, the redacted report, maybe? Because why would you want to write a whole new summary? And it also creates problems for trust.
Yep, I think you could take put redacted in instead of summary,
Or, yeah, report or redacted.
redacted as appropriate or as necessary.
I think that's more appropriate.
How do you redact a report on somebody's submissions about their remedy? I think we're talking about the report that's the mayor
Investigating.
making a report or a summary report that talks about an opportunity for the respondent to make some argument. That could,
But you want to just,
how do you decide what you redact from somebody's argument that the treatment should be different? I think you have to let them say what they're going to say,
so
or you don't have a opportunity to respond.
are you making the case that just the report should, the whole report should be submitted?
Well, my understanding is the report is shared with the mayor or deputy mayor or acting mayor and the CAO, the complainant and respondent. So all of those parties have the full report. The question is, when it comes to council to make a decision on the recommendations, it says here that we are provided the report, but there may be some things within that report that the third party investigator deemed should remain confidential. And so that's why I think it might be relevant to say the mayor shall provide the report, or, like, comma, or if necessary, a redacted version of the report to council. And then we decide based on the respondent, but the respondent's seen the full report and they know what they can, what they want to respond to. But if it,
Okay, we could have that, or if necessary, a redacted report.
It's okay to include all that.
Yeah.
But then the respondent going to want to know what council was told, what council decided to do, the things in the punishments, basically, or the recommendations.
Presumably, the
Recommendations are there. The report should be there to support the recommendations. In my view, we're going to redact things from the report, then there's always going to be a question about whether what was redacted affected council's decision to make a difference in people's lives, because that's going to happen.
So
And maybe everybody will say, I'm sorry, but I'm thinking after a year, that's kind of unlikely.
So are you making the case that the whole report should be submitted to
Yeah.
council?
yes,
Okay,
so strike and or summary of the report.
no, nothing.
just the whole report.
Yeah.
The report. Normally, I would think, I think I've seen traces of it happening before, but those reports would come to a closed council meeting, because it's all about personal information. And the result would be a rising report.
Yeah.
And the public would be told, council has made the decision to levy this requirement.
So
End of report.
I think I see nodding around the table that the report.
Yeah, so just a report, not a summary, a
Not a
report.
We
summary.
think George is right.
Yeah.
Okay, and 15.4, council must consider the following factors for determining to impose a remedy: the degree, nature of the conduct, whether contravention was a single or repeated act, whether the council member knowingly contravened the code, whether the council member took steps to mitigate or remedy the contravention, and the council's members' history of other contraventions.
Throughout this, we've been talking about council member, but if this policy applies to committee members as well, should we not just be saying member throughout?
Yep. 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 Can do. Any other changes? Okay. 15.15, where council has been found by the third party investigator with breach of policy irrespective of any other recommendations in the investigator's report of remuneration to which that council member would otherwise be entitled shall be impacted as described in section 3 of the directives for remuneration and expenses bylaw number 558. For clarity, the reduction in remuneration shall apply in every instance where the third party investigator has determined there is such a breach, including a breach as determined under section 15.2. So this is if you want to apply a remedy to reduce the remuneration of a member. And the way that this is being done currently is by including that in your director's, or actually council member, council remuneration bylaw. And I'll just say that this has been used, but not tested in court. And I think that there might be a test coming in one community in BC, which I'm happy about, because I'm not sure if this will be found illegal. But if you want to include this, it needs to be done in this bylaw,
So
as well as in this policy. And this should be a bylaw instead of a policy. That's the other thing.
So this implies that each and every breach that reaches the stage of where there's an investigator, if you're found that there is a breach, will impact your remuneration. There's no discretion.
It could if council decides that.
So that would have to be an update to our remuneration bylaw, because it says it as described in that bylaw, which we don't describe that in our bylaw. So that's what that means.
Yeah. So you don't have to have this in here, but if you want it to be in there, this is the recommended way to do it. So do you want to have the authority to reduce somebody's compensation?
This is actually a non-discretionary automatic.
No, it would be this.
It has to be approved by council.
It has to be approved by council. You would lay out, and the way this has been done is, we might look at Kamloops, for example, or North Cowichan has this provision where the first offense you can reduce up to a maximum of 15%, second offense up to 25%, third offense up to, well, in one case, proposing up to 75%.
So the way this is worded means it's not approved by council. It's an automatic thing. For clarity, the reduction in remuneration shall apply in every instance where the third-party investigator has determined there has been a breach, including a breach as determined under the section 1512 above. So this means that this is not something that gets approved by council. If a third-party investigator gets to the end of their report and they determine there is a breach of this policy, it's automatic without any discretion whatsoever.
Well, it's intended to be at the direction of council, just like any of the other sanctions. So the remuneration bylaw.
Well, then this is not.
Just a second, hear me out. Would say that these are the provisions that council could make.
Right now it says, as determined under section 1512 above. I think there's probably a mistake there, because I would think it should probably be 1511 that talks where the breach has been determined. Section 1512.
So
1511.
let's just go back to the basics then. Do you want it to be at the discretion of council?
Is maybe the question, instead of shall, should be may?
Well, I think, again, without looking at the regional district's remuneration bylaw, but my suspicion is the discretion is identified there, not here. So,
I think it's automatic and the entire intention.
okay. So, but let's just.
But anyway, I don't think
there
there is any
Do
discretion.
you want it to be discretionary? Do you want it to be at council's direction? Yes or no?
I think council having the discretion to provide a monetary penalty is the wise way to go.
Right.
Because
Others?
it's affordable. Council has guidelines about what they can do. The bylaw will have guidelines about what they can do. If somebody appeals it to the court and say, here's the process, here's the thought process, here's the establishment. Council has the right to do this in its operations. And I think then you have more success about being successful.
Right.
Because you don't want to put a penalty in there, in my view, that it's not going to be sustained, because then there are no teeth to the bylaw or the policy.
Okay.
I say yes to discretion too.
So at discretion, I think that's what I see around the table, at your discretion. And just this afternoon, before we leave today, I'll go and look at a couple of other bylaws and give you some percentages, and you can think about that. And by the end of the day, we'll land on something that you think is suitable.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing one way or the other. I was saying this wording.
I know, so we'll make the wording work, right? As long as we have council written, we'll make the wording work. 15.16, in the event the member has been found in violation of the code of conduct, all penalties imposed for violation will expire at the end of the electoral term in which they are imposed. So this really applies to things like, well, of course, remuneration, but, you know, any appointments to committees or anything like that. So at the end of the term, they would be terminated and you would start afresh.
So if hypothetically someone had been a loss of remuneration for 3 months, and just arbitrarily saying something, oh, but it wouldn't happen in the last 120 days prior to election anyway, so, all right, never mind.
So that doesn't mean they can't bring that complaint forward if that person's reelected, though. And so then it would be resolved in the next electoral term, in which case this would apply for that term.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, I know of one case where a council member has been suspended from all external appointments and yeah, all external appointments and all travel. So at the end of the term, that would cease. And if he was reelected, then he would carry on consistent with the rest of council, unless council decided to impose some kind of restraint on him. And I think in order to do that, you'd have to have another complaint. Yeah. Okay.
So I was referring to a complaint that originates in the 120 days where we can't hear the complaint. And that person's reelected. You can then hear the complaint after the election. And then the process takes place after the election. So even though the complaint originated from the prior term, it may not get dealt with until the next term, and then whatever happens out of that complaint, it applies to the term they're in. That is how I read this.
Yeah, so you have 6 months. 15.2, alleged breach may be submitted as soon as possible within 6 months of the last alleged breach. Mayor and CEO can extend for 6 months, right? So you could have a complaint made before the 120-day period, and it could carry on into the next term.
Mhm.
It's just you can't make a complaint within the 120 days. So yeah, you could have.
You can't make it, but you can.
It could
You can make
carry on.
that. You can make a complaint that happened during that period, but you would have to wait until after the election.
For it to be. No, it would just carry on. If you made it in advance of the 120 days,
I'm referring to during the 120 days.
you can't make any.
If there's
complaint.
if you can't make the complaint, but if there is
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you've made a complaint, it can carry on during those 120 days. If the person's reelected, presumably it would continue on. If the complainant or the respondent's not reelected, then it does.
yeah, and then the for this clause here, the remuneration bylaw or whatever remedies you've implemented, they exist for the term that you implement them in, not necessarily the term that the
They don't
originated in.
So the complaint might carry on, investigation might carry on, but the penalties that have been applied don't carry on beyond them.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
We are talking about the same thing.
So I'm just gonna drop it.
No,
I think we can move on.
This is important to me.
just a second, just let me try to lay this out one more time. If a complaint is made,
Not made. An incident happens that originates a complaint, whenever it's made, whether it's before or after. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's when the incident happens that we are complaining about.
right,
Okay.
and you can make a complaint before 120 days or in the beginning of a new term.
Yes,
not within the 120 days, right?
yes.
Right.
And the incident that initiated the complaint might be from the previous.
Yep, yep,
Okay,
okay, all right.
so then, following that forward,
Yeah.
the complaint finishes, remedies are implemented.
Correct.
Those remedies may be implemented in a term. No, in a term that is after so they apply for the new term.
Yeah.
Because that's when you finish your complaint.
If you finish your complaint in the next term, yes, that's correct.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay. And then, the last piece of this commitment as a member of the City of Powell River Council or committee, I attest to have read and understood the code of conduct and hereby agree to uphold it. So you have to sign off on this. And somebody asked me recently, what if you don't sign off? There's not much you can do, but it still applies because it does apply. So what was the one thing we were coming back to?
Oh, that was the last we had.
We already dealt with it.
Did you? Okay.
Well, so 9.3, those 5 bullets, defamatory remarks, etc.
Or 3, I would say members will not permit
Yeah.
the use of social media accounts. So we've agreed to combine those, the A, B, C, D, and E under 9.4.
And so the question is, does 1.2, do we need to retain that in there? That was the question because there was some overlap.
1.2.
Yeah, there's some language overlap, but I think they apply to different things, so.
So do we need to keep that or to remove that 1.2?
I mean, one is about permitting the use of their social media and one is about our own conduct. So I think they're different and that can remain, but I think this is also covered by, for example, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And so it could be covered under 1.1.
Well, and the heading is to comply with the law. So that is the law and.
Yeah, so we could remove 1.2. Leave it at,
What harm does it do us to have it there?
No.
Okay, yeah,
That's the answer.
if we want, what better reason would there be to make a complaint if somebody is doing that?
I think you're,
So I would rather have it there. If we're going to eliminate something, let's eliminate it from the social media because that's a precise description before you get to it. It's okay to do it, you know, everywhere else except on the social media. I don't think so.
I think there's almost a consensus to keep anybody.
okay, all right, good. In terms of process, it'll be redrafted and come back to the council meeting for your review. And before the end of the day, I'll look at remuneration options for it. And you told them that you're going to be working. And who's yours?
So.
Who's?
So this comment that you made about the signing, you can't do anything, whatever.
Sorry, for which?
This commitment part where if people don't sign it, there's not much you can do. Is it?
It still applies.
Yeah, so should we have a clause that says that? Whether you sign or not, it applies, you're subject to it.
If
It's inherent.
When council brought up, it's a policy.
It'll be policy.
It's a policy, okay. So why do we need a signature? So
An act. I think.
We don't actually sign, I don't think. We just.
Some.
Oh, right.
Let's do is viewed as a commitment to abide by the policy.
Yeah.
like your oath of office.
Wouldn't it just be in the oath of office? We could add that to the oath of office statement that we get?
Sometimes Well, now there's this requirement to review your bylaws after every election, so you would review the bylaw and sign them.
And in the case of the regional districts, and my recollection is after the election, all the directors signed the fresh, brand new code of conduct after the election, and as part of their swearing in, not part of their oath of office. It's another document signing that they agree with the code of conduct.
Yeah. Now, you have to sign the oath of office or you're not. But
Yeah.
not signing this, but I think the act of not signing it speaks volumes.
Well, then you wouldn't be in compliance with the bylaws of the city. Yeah, you can still file a complaint against a person even if they haven't signed on, but.
There is no enforcement.
Yeah.
There's no enforcement. We've done mediated processes as well. Documents created to sign on, like not sign the.
Okay.
All right, breaking for.
One tiny question which I didn't ask before, 1514, just to confirm, this is all going to be reviewed once it's all edited by a lawyer.
Go through legal review and then come back to you
Okay.
for adoption.
Okay, they'll look at 1514.
Sorry, 1514, again?
1514E. It just seems inconsistent with, in its general statement with what I think limited familiarity I have with other proceedings, legal proceedings where certain considerations were not relevant.
Permissible.
So the member of histories, or sort of member's history about.
Yeah, it seems to be general to me, but I don't want to question that now. I'm sure a lawyer will look at that.
Well, you know, I actually think whether the contravention was a single or repeated act, and
Doesn't say specifically whether it's the same act or not.
but these are other contraventions of this bylaw, so if there's
Yeah.
multiple contraventions, then you might impose a more serious penalty.
Something to consider, but.
When we're getting a legal review of it, I'd like to have a short description for council members about their right and legal representation and who pays for it in circumstances, if they are a complainant or a respondent, who pays the legal fees, who pays the legal fees if someone, if there's a complaint, someone is exonerated, who pays the legal fees, someone, if there's a complaint, and someone is found to have acted improperly and provided with punishment. I think that's important because I hear that in other communities, it's costing their cities a lot of money. People are using their code of conduct as a hammer because everybody in the modern world is smart enough not to expose themselves to loss without legal advice.
Well, I think that's worth some legal advice on, but I'll tell you in my experience in other communities, I have seen, in fact, I have seen in really acute situations, councils not provide any coverage of legal expenses at all. So, but
one of the things, council, it is your purview on this one, a lawyer will tell you should.
And I've seen a council in one or two scenarios. So
in a conduct situation,
correct.
I'm wondering if I could ask your assistance with whether there's some policies out there that give the parameters that council could consider about when would be appropriate to authorize about how much those pieces, because lawyers won't give us that guidance. It's your resource that are in play. So if we could take that back, give it a bit more thought, because it is very important.
Yeah.
And again, something that costs, under $500 is very different than something that's gonna be up to 500,000. So I think there's enough challenges that others have faced before us that we could look into that and see if we can give you some options to consider.
yeah, I think, one of the ways of thinking about this is, it's intended that there's a complaint made, and then if it's not resolved informally, it goes to an independent process. And you can see this selection of who actually is that investigator is really thorough. And the hope is that that will be an independent process. And so, in an ideal world, neither the complainant nor the respondent should need a lawyer. You're having an independent, qualified person doing an investigation, and then that report's going to go to council. So I would hope that there isn't a need other than that legal advice and the corporation's legal advice for legal advice to those two parties. Now, in one situation I'm aware of, the respondent is so overwhelmed by complaints from their counsel that they have engaged their own lawyer and must be spending a fortune. But I would hope that, this is the whole, it's like going, yeah, I would hope that the whole process is fair enough, that there isn't need for independent legal advice for the two parties. That's what I would. And therefore, council wouldn't have to be faced with that.
But I would be curious to get advice from other jurisdictions who have thought this through, because I do think it's an important consideration. Before you were here, Councillor Dowd, the mayor, brought up this issue as well. To have some clarity around that would be helpful. And would it make sense for it to be a part of this bylaw, or whether it's part of like the council remuneration bylaw or some other policy? I don't know.
The application bylaw. So where do you think?
It would make sense to be found in that location. I know in this case, everything was considered those one-off and unique circumstances.
Yeah.
And it's always a shifting goal, so it's hard to pin it down.
I think it would be valuable for participants to know before they get involved in participating in a process, whether you're going to be able to have legal advice that's paid for by the city or not have legal advice and have the choice of being involved in a process without legal advice. I think it's a pretty good idea. Before you get in looking, adding up all the dates, you're going to be involved in something for a year or 2 years if there's a complaint. And it has a lot of implications if council decides on the strictest penalties that are here, and reputational circumstances beyond that. So I would like to know ahead of time.
Well, I think if the lawyers don't give you advice about that, what I would recommend that you canvass City of Vancouver, North Couch, and maybe West Van, half a dozen communities that have had a succession of complaints and had to kind of deal with this, and ask them if they provided any legal costs.
That becomes a very important item for anybody considering sitting in one of these chairs come next election. That's why it's important for it somehow to be spelled out.
Well,
because right now, the way we're flying, we have no protection.
Yeah, I can tell you, and I think I told you this last time, that I was sued for abuse of power. I was the target of an abuse of power case that went on for 10 years. And there was absolutely no provision for legal expenses at all. And no indemnification if convicted of abuse of power. So in the end, the case was abandoned. But it was at the discretion of the council whether or not my legal costs were paid. It was 10 years ago. And really, they were, but only because the council that followed my last council, I would say, wasn't fully aware that they were paying my legal fees. Because it could have been very bad.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the process, it's easy to make choices about what you do.
Yeah.
If you don't, that you're either going to have to defend yourself or not be defended, or that there's going to be some legal support that could lead to a different decision. I agree with Councillor Pong. A lot of people might make a decision to retire.
Or not run.
Okay, I will attend to that and some penalties before. I don't want to steal any more
Yeah,
of your time.
we have a lot to get through.
So can we take, how long a lunch break do you want?
20 minutes?
Oh,
I don't know if people need to go for a walk.
The intention was to start at 1, so when were you hoping to start? How later behind are we?
I guess that's all.
We could take a 15-minute break.
Have you brought in? It's here.
Is 20 minutes sufficient for
lunch
people?
is now cold.
It was cold when it came.
Let's go
Could you say 10 after?
Sure, 25
The
minutes.
mayor said,
25 minutes.
the mayor said half an hour.
And then you said 20.
Some coffee? Thank you.
Mayor, did you ask for your pen?
I did.
Thank you.
Is that your pension?
This is my,
Oh, yeah, it's very nice.
We're fortunate to go ahead for Dawn. So second half of the workshop, we're going to dive more into procedure bylaw. Also, it was for review. I'm serious. This is like on it. It's left foot. On the screen, on the, yeah, on that screen, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's a little tricky. Okay, so just to cover off a couple high level things, legislative requirements regarding procedure bylaws in the community charter. There's also best practices that are applied when council is drafting their bylaw. I'm going to talk about personal experiences just based on my work experience and the various organizations that I've been in along the way and what I've known and been experienced to see what works, what doesn't work. We do have a draft bylaw where it gives you a copy and we'll go through section by section of that bylaw. Stemming from the bylaw, there's also additional documents that you may want to reference in your procedure bylaw that will support its strength. And that being policies that relate to your code of conduct, for example, commissions and committees. I'm going to start dropping the commission word because I understand you don't have those here. And delegation request forms that are going to stem from what the procedure bylaw are reading. Procedure bylaw also applies to any committees that are established through section 142 and 141 of the charter, and as well as the commission 143. This is not going to be large enough, but essentially, I'm going to read it up on the screen. Here's what legislation speaks to the charter feature in section 124, when it talks about a council must, by bylaw, establish the general procedures to be followed by council and committee meetings in conducting their business. Without limiting the matters that may be dealt with under this section, a council must, by bylaw, do the following. And here it lists establish rules of procedure for council meetings, including the method by which resolutions may be passed and the manner by which bylaws may be adopted in accordance with Provision 3. You are required to establish rules of procedure for meetings and council meetings, provide for the taking of minutes of council meetings and council committee meetings, including requiring certification of those minutes, providing for advanced public notice, respecting the time and date, and if applicable, the place of council meetings, committee meetings, and establish the procedures for giving that notice. You're required to identify places that are to be public notice of posting places for the purposes of section 1794. Establish a procedure for designating a person under section 130 to act in place of the mayor. And establish the first regular council meeting date referred to in section 125 as a date in the first 10 days of November following a general local election, and that's your inaugural meeting. A bylaw under this section must not be amended, repealed, or substituted unless the council first gives notice in accordance with section 94, and generally describing what those changes are in general terms. So when we talk about, I just want to be clear, when it talks about giving notice, council is in a position, we can go ahead and give first, second, third reading if you want, and then give notice in the newspaper. It just restricts you from adopting the bylaw before you've met that notification requirement. I would suggest when you are in a position that you've given it first and second, that you may wish to trigger the notice at that time, because then it will inform the public and they may have feedback that council would want to entertain before you go ahead and give further readings to the bylaw. Procedure bylaw also includes how a meeting will be conducted, how decisions are made and recorded, how participants are involved, including members of the public, how other meeting matters are handled, such as schedules and notice requirements. And a council, this is where I say the council may review and amend its procedure bylaw at any time. I almost relate it to OCPs, and you've probably heard the reference that they're a living document. I feel that procedure bylaws are a living document, and as you apply moving forward with the new one, you're going to find things that may work and things that may not work then. So you're welcome to revisit anything that's been established, and you're going to want to do that. And it's encouraged to review those on a kind of regular basis, 6 months, and essentially definitely when you have a new council that comes into the mix. Whoops. Other rules that apply to council meetings and other bodies are outlined in sections 89 to 93. In those sections, that's a general rule that meetings must be open to the public. That's where you find your meeting restrictions as to what constitutes going into a closed setting, requirements that are required before you close the meeting, and applications of the rules to other bodies, and that's council committees that are established by council. So I went back and listened to your committee of the whole meeting that was held on December 5th. And it did have the staff report is included in your council package, as well as proposed amendments. I know council at that time were diving more into conversations around council verbal or written reports and what to provide, how that should look. I know conversation was talking about consent agenda and what that would look like for you. That you process than what has typically been captured in your procedure. Definition of respectful conduct and not offensive, and discretion of the chair. And I think that's why we wanted to do this code of conduct piece. That's certainly going to play into it, and we're going to be able to capture that policy or bylaw once it's landed, and we'll make sure that the policy, your procedure bylaw references that. Suggesting ways on how to treat correspondence. With delegations, I know that was another item that council brought up at that time, and just want to revisit the number of meetings, days of the week, and start times of those meetings. And then we also had a list from staff. We want to talk about today just the order of business, meeting schedule, public participation, the minute structure, and what that should reflect. From all this conversation, I'm going to suggest that we revisit your delegating authority bylaw, delegation request form that comes along with it, a correspondence policy, code of conduct policy, and perhaps a council committee system policy that would be open to. So those sorts of things we're going to, as we work through the bylaw, that will go in more detail. So rather, I was going to call up each section of the bylaw and put it up there. I think as Councillor Allison did earlier this morning, I've given you copies of the proposed draft, and perhaps we could just walk through section by section and have conversations with it.
Just a question for clarity about where we're trying to get to today. So this is the first time that we've seen this version. So I anticipate we might go away and have more thoughts that we didn't arrive. So today's our only chance to get our feedback.
Today's a workshop where you let us know what you like, what you don't like. Here's a good, excellent starting point from my perspective based on where I've been previously, what I see works and what doesn't work, trying to capture in what are some of the things that, as I watched your previous meetings and your one at December 5th, what we want to capture here, as well as some comments that were provided from staff recommending how we could make improvements going forward that would facilitate a better meeting structure.
I have a question. So we keep talking about how we don't use commissions and so forth. Is the intention to eliminate our ability to use commissions? Do we not use commissions for a particular reason? Should we not maintain the ability to use them? Should we need them in the future? I'm just curious about that.
So you always have the ability to implement a commission if council wants to go that direction. Taking it out of it, if your code of conduct lands as a policy, it's very easy for council to make amendments to a policy. It's simply by resolution of council. No advertising required, anything of that nature. So taking it out of it stays a policy right now makes sense because very easily you can put that terminology back in. You can amend your policy and add commissions. With a bylaw, it's a little more labor intensive. If you're going to amend your procedure bylaw, you have to go back through readings of the bylaw, amending, notification. So you might want to leave commissions here, but it's your choice. You can take it out as well. Just recognize that if you do establish a commission at some point going forward, you have to amend your procedure. And you would likely then amend your code of conduct policy to reflect commissions as well. So if you think at some point down the road you're going to be establishing a commission, you might want to do that. Or just leave them that, like leave that reference there already. Because it doesn't hurt.
What would be a good use of a commission?
Versus a committee.
So I'm probably not the best person to ask that question
Oh,
because if it were up to me and if I never support establishing committees or commissions generally.
Oh,
I leave it to, from where I've been, it's left to the work of council. There are situations and circumstances where you might want to establish a task force for a specific purpose for a short period of time. They do some work and they're coming back and making recommendations to council. So I don't know if, I would ever be a supporter of structuring committees and commissions.
but what is the difference between a commission versus a committee?
And that's in the charter. I'm going to call it up.
Yeah, that's just what I was
Don't
going
say
to say.
I want it here. I used to put it up. Yeah, I had it open on right.
I think it suits for delegating.
I guess it won't show up on the screen though, because I have it on here.
If you go into, what section is it?
Do we need to,
141, 142 on.
do we need to take time for this right now? We look at this up on our, do we need to address this rather than diving into the procedures bylaw? Would be okay?
I think the suggestion was to take it out of the procedures bylaw, and I'm not sure. I don't know, maybe we can make that decision later. I just didn't
It can stay.
have enough
I
information.
wasn't suggesting that it come out. That's just my personal experience that I would not look to council and suggest they establish any committees or commissions necessarily.
So the potential is still, the potential to establish a commission is still.
Is there.
It's in the draft charter.
It is in the draft right now. Yes. Makeup.
So if you want me to just, it's section 143 of the charter. Council may establish and appoint a commission to do one or more of the following: operate services, undertake operation and enforcement in relation to council's exercise of authority to regulate, prohibit, and impose restriction on managed property and licenses held by the city. So I think really it's about delegating. So that's probably enough said for now. And yeah, I agree with probably.
Okay.
The committee's totally advisory. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Commission
might
has
like a structure for running your affordable housing or something like that.
No,
Maybe that's sort of
as an airport commission, for example.
right,
They've structured the commission.
or a harbors commission.
Correct.
So harbor commission is a different matter. Authorized under federal jurisdiction. City of Nanaimo has a parks commission, right? Not anymore. Okay, so what have we did? So it's about operating a particular service. No, I just don't see a lot of commissions around.
No. Sure. Yeah. So if we want to jump in, if we want to go there, so the first part of the bylaw is essentially that it's the introduction. It talks about what council is trying to achieve and where that authority lies, and talks about what the bylaw is going to be called. So that's very straightforward. There's definitions in the bylaw where we define committee, the COW, committee, the whole meeting, commission, corporate officer, council, electronic meeting, hybrid meeting, city hall, and public notice posting lists. And I believe in the case of the city, you just have the one spot, public notice board. Section 3 talks about the rules of procedure. So do you want me to read these one by one as we go through? Up to you. In this case, it's just saying who these rules will apply to. If there's a question of procedure that's not outlined in this bylaw, that it refers then to Robert's Rules of Order would apply. And as long as it's not inconsistent with any bylaws or the charter or the government act. And unless explicitly required to be exercised by bylaw, then that's where legislation will tell you whether council has to by bylaw. If it doesn't say that, you're entitled to make a resolution to establish a policy or process. Your quorum of council is going to be, in your case, 5. Obviously, with this makeup of 7, pardon me, 4. 7. Thank you. Okay. It talks about what is required, and that was one point about your inaugural meeting. And right now, with your council meetings being held on Thursdays, the bylaw is reflecting that it take place that first Thursday in November. Would there be a different time in there that you would? Okay, that's your standard. If the quorum of council member elected at the general local election that have taken office by the first Thursday in November, the first council meeting must be called then by the corporate officer and held as soon as reasonably possible after a quorum has taken office. There are some instances with following general local election that a member-elect is not in the community. They could have been traveling for whatever reason. It hasn't been problematic in the past. You typically have everybody, some people have gone and they don't want to be there on general voting day and they book a 2-week vacation somewhere. So sometimes there's that.
So, just a question, Paula. I remember after the last election, we were inaugurated on November 1st, which happened to be a Tuesday. But I feel like, and I could be wrong, that Chris had said it had to be November 1st for a specific reason, but this one's saying the first Thursday, so.
That first 2 weeks of November. So you get to choose. It could be a Monday, it could be a Wednesday, it could be a Thursday, just as long as it happens within those first 10 days.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Current bylaw says the 1st of November.
Was it maybe by procedure bylaw, that's what you have. What your old one says, is that what it says? Yeah. So that's probably why he did it on that day.
So what we've got in front of us is a draft new procedure bylaw.
Yeah.
Not the old one. Some of it is different.
Like I have the older, but I don't have the new one.
Do they both?
The new draft.
The new draft.
I have the old one just because I carry it around with me, but.
The old one is attached.
Oh, it's attached to the.
The old one is attached to your agenda.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to refer to it there.
But I'm not taking yours, because I don't need to be with her. Is there another one lying around on the table?
I have it.
Okay, all right, okay, sorry about that.
Well, yeah, it does say the first Tuesday in November, and I guess if that was the first this year, that's what it.
So he was adhering to the procedure by that day, right? You can adjust it if council makes their meetings regularly. If you want a Thursday, you can have a Thursday.
First Thursday sounds good.
It would compare them to.
We're zipping along here.
So,
Thing you might want to consider is that frequently council has had the same inauguration day as the regional district. With one inauguration ceremony for both local government. So to discuss what that date's going to be, probably would be good to have a discussion with the other local government. If each procedure bylaw requires it to be on a different day, we're unlikely to have a joint inauguration.
Do you typically do joint inaugurations?
The last one.
Yeah.
Well,
Anytime.
it's traditional.
Usually we get an official to be helping with the signing in, so forth, and
Mhm.
it, I guess, helps to coordinate that together. So we have traditional.
Good job. So it's not
So
a procurement.
if we're changing from the first Tuesday in November to the first Thursday, that may cause a disjunct in tradition here.
So if we're not finalizing this today, we're just like discussing it. First Thursday makes sense, because if that's when we're holding our council meetings, we should reach out to the RD and say, hey, we're considering this.
I have to admit, I've never seen a joint
Yeah.
inaugural meeting with the regional district board happening to coincide with the municipal as well. I'm just curious how they separate that.
It usually happens way over at the rec center, there's a lot of public are allowed to be there.
There's only one municipality in the regional district.
That's the-
Yeah, that's maybe,
One out here.
that's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I mean, it makes sense.
And what about the business? So is it just, swearing in and no other businesses then conducted?
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Basically two separate swearing in ceremonies in the same building, in the same room with all the same people. One bagpiper, one.
So that's, you have to have your first meeting on the Thursday if you want to.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So that shows my exposure to never having worked for a regional district. So I don't have that experience. And then in the municipal world, we've always proceeded with doing some business. We typically have our library board appointments take place at that same meeting. We typically have the schedule available for council ready to move on it and saying we're good to go, appointing acting mayors, that sort of thing. So that's why I thought that's it. How would we separate the business? But yeah, let's say you guys just do that. Makes sense. But time and location of meetings, the bylaw is speaking to, and I think it's consistent with your current practice, all at City Hall, except where council resolves to hold a meeting elsewhere, even outside boundaries of the city. You are permitted by legislation to do that. A regular council meeting schedule shall be established annually, and that again by resolution of council, whereby regular meetings will be held, and I reflected what your current practice is. 2 Thursdays of each month. What I'm suggesting is in December that only one meeting be held. Now this strictly applies to regular. I know there's other meetings that are scheduled, but keep that in mind. I'm suggesting council might wish to consider taking a summer recess. That might mean no council meetings in July, or perhaps one meeting in July, no council meetings in August, or 1 and 1. A lot of communities do take a break. Where there's a full month where they're not conducting a meeting. Now, when you consider that, always remember, it's always council's prerogative to schedule a meeting if you need one. But coming out and just telling everybody, hey, that's a good time if you want to take some time away or book something special, you've got that space to do that.
We've often only held one in September because of the UBCM schedule, and I don't know whether it makes sense to include that in here.
That could be included in here as well, absolutely. I don't want it too crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you've done the month off, but instead of the calendar month, it's like there's a month, one in July, one in August. So there's two different ways of looking at it, right? So.
And do you currently practice that now, 1 in July? Listen, we could capture that same language here, or you might take a month where you're not going to have any at all, not schedule a regular, by the way.
So I don't think it was part of our procedure bylaw. I think what happened was we would discuss it in council and cancel some of them to make it land that way for the annual schedule. So it wasn't something we decided and put into the procedures bylaw. It was something we would decide each year when we were approving the schedule of meetings. But I don't know what the appropriate look like. Is it better to have it in the procedure bylaw, or is it better to leave some flexibility for each council to determine whether they want to do that or not?
At this point, you're deciding what works for this council. My suggestion would be to identify it in your procedure bylaw, and then when the calendar to confirm your meeting schedule for the year is brought forward, staff would be going through and pointing out any times where there might be a potential conflict with what's according to procedure, such like UBCM, FCM, ADICC doesn't usually impact you because it's weekend. Maybe conflict because Tuesday being a holiday and then RDM has a meeting. So they would identify those. So it's when you adopt your schedule, then at that time that you would acknowledge that. And the report would say, the procedure bylaw says ABC, look for council to make an exception with regards to this. And that's how you would address it in your annual or in your schedule for the year. But still have it in the procedure bylaw so it's clear.
Okay.
Just throwing it out here to council, would council prefer something different? Like we don't hold meetings, for example, in July, but then we might have 2 in August. Do people have a preference about having a clear month off?
I like the end of July, beginning of August rather than all.
We don't know how much detail we're gonna go into in each line of this. We're going through it pretty quickly, but, you know, I think we have to have a discussion. Do we want to say, the simplest thing is to say, we're not gonna have any meetings in August, or we're not gonna have any meetings in July. We try to calculate the number of days between meetings in June, July, and August, and then we're gonna get a complicated bylaw. Yeah. It's just a matter of what people's preference is gonna be. I would really like to have 4 weeks off myself. But chances of that happening when you're on the regional district board is minimal because the regional district makes such decisions about when meetings are gonna be too. So, you know,
What has the RD traditionally done in the past in the summertime?
what they feel like each year.
Board on the
That's
road.
what we've done too, actually.
I'm gonna propose that we take July off.
Jim, you had your hand up too.
Well, our current practice is we usually have both meetings in July and took a month off by mid-month till the middle of August, came back for 1 meeting
At the end of
in
August.
August.
That's fine.
That's traditional. However, you can change it.
Sounds good.
It's open for discussion.
So to maybe ensure that we do have a solid month off, item 2 could be 1 meeting in July, 1 meeting in August, and staff can come back with those dates. Either way, we'll get a month, but
That way, that gives you more time off in the summer.
So 1 in July and 1 in August, or regular, we're talking regular.
regular.
Yeah.
So, sorry, my brain farted. The current bylaw talks about it first and third Thursdays, and now we're just talking about how many and not specifying which Thursdays. Is that intentional, or do we like?
If we go to be held on 2 Thursdays of each month is what it's worded now. If you
Yeah.
want me to say first and third,
That was my
you
question.
want to, that's your choice.
The current one does say first and third.
Yeah,
I
okay.
do like your draft because, for example, this year, when we made the schedule, I suggested in September, October, we moved it to the 2nd and 4th so that it was off the holiday Mondays and on the alternate weeks. So having it not be specific to first and third, then gives us a little bit more flexibility than rigidity.
Yeah, and there's times when councils, when staff would be reviewing the schedule and they'll see where ADICC is going to land. And know when you're gone for that weekend at ADICC, does it make sense that you're then coming home to an agenda or a meeting that week? So again, if you do just reflect the 2 versus specific, it gives staff a little bit of flexibility when they're laying out for the year that they can avoid that particular day, for example.
And because our meetings are Thursdays and we usually have to travel on that Thursday before the UICC, it does affect that.
Yeah.
Because we can't be there Friday morning if we don't.
Further we get away from setting specific days, more opportunity we get to spend time talking about when we're gonna have our meetings.
So it's general.
Yep.
Is it general? Okay.
That seems popular.
Again, here's going to be a bigger discussion, start times of your meetings. And the order of business is really going to come into play. There are a number of communities, and have you heard from George Cup? Have they had? Yeah, sorry. So, and I think George still strongly supports councils that conduct their closed meeting business in advance of a regular. And earlier in the day, you have to appreciate, I can imagine after you've done your, whatever your work schedules are for the day, and you come in for a 7 o'clock meeting. An example, last night, it was an hour that you were just dealing with the delegations, almost just shy of 10 minutes. Then you're getting into council business, and then you'd be resolving to go in a closed setting to deal with the more important business items. So is there an appetite on your part to shift how you do your meetings, and that you consider holding closed prior to going into a regular? And you can structure your agendas and your timings and specifying when then it opens to the public. But doing so typically has you, when you're in a closed meeting, then you have to define how much time you need for that. So let's say you allow yourself an hour, you have to finish your closed meeting at that time and come out, because you're pre-telling members of the public that you're going to be open for 7, and that's when the public can expect to be there, join in, and you're out of your closed meeting, and now you're ready to deal with the regular business. But that's that might be a big.
You're exactly right about that. Is that, if you have a closed meeting that has a set agenda that you don't add stuff to, and it starts an hour before the regular meeting and it's over 20 minutes before the regular meeting, then that's fine. But, my experience, the regional district has meetings that are all on the same day, and has a committee meeting and then a closed meeting and then another committee meeting. And when the closed meetings become longer, they end up with somebody having to tell the public who's waiting outside that we're not finished yet, can't do it. That doesn't happen when the meeting is after a regular meeting or a committee. It just depends on how much organizing and how much discipline people want to have. Because if you want to predict that you're going to have a closed meeting for an hour and deal with one subject, and then you find you're dealing with 4 subjects, then you're in trouble, and you have to adjourn that, try to figure out what you're going to do, and maybe have a meeting after the regular meeting anyway.
Now, unless something is time sensitive, and Lisa and Jessica will have a better sense of how long or what your closed meetings have looked like. You can always, if you don't get through your business, that business would then just carry forward to your next closed meeting session. And you might think maybe a 5:30 start would be more appropriate, giving yourselves that hour and a half. Then 7 o'clock then would start your open regular meeting again. But
there's one aspect. Oh, you got your hand up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. One of the things for actual council meetings, and that we seem to kind of be paying less attention to than we used to, is that people with day jobs should be able to be a councillor, or maybe not mayor, because there's a lot to do there, but the idea that you can have a day job and not have to give it up in order to be a city councillor for a community our size is something that I would like to keep in mind when we're trying to figure these things out in our procedures, to ensure that we're not excluding people with day jobs from running for council. So that was why we were mainly trying to focus on the evenings, and getting to start so early, well, earlier than 5 for sure, kind of makes it hard for people who are trying to do their jobs too, depending on what their job is. But 6 is even better. But putting the closed section after, or in the evening, at the end of the time when you have no idea how long it's going to take, was more flexible for those people that were having jobs.
Keeping in mind people with jobs, a lot of them that choose to run for council in those instances either will check with their employer to see if they have that flexibility to be able to attend to their council business. They'll usually get that pre-approved, and if it's not, something that the individual then running has to consider. A lot of communities that I have been in are holding their meetings in the daytime. We're talking 10 o'clock, we're talking 2 o'clock, we're 9 o'clock in the morning. They're stepping into this. There's so many shifts in communities that are stepping away from that evening, given the hybrid nature, given the live stream that they, public could go back and look at, number of factors. This one does speak to 6 o'clock start time, so that is later. I'm only suggesting maybe if it's at 5:30, I hear you about, there's also the dinner hour too and responsibilities maybe between jobs and before you can go to your meeting, but.
Can I just interject here too, you can do what suits this council, this makeup of people, and after the next election, adjust that. I mean, I've seen that in councils where if everybody can accommodate a 4 o'clock meeting or a 5 o'clock meeting for this council, just do that and then you can adjust it after the next election. And it's not fixed in stone, right?
No, could I observe that I've seen many instances where there will be a close before and council may choose to continue it on the day after.
Right,
That's
for sure.
Yeah.
And I'll just observe that one thing I do see is sometimes if we go to close starting at 9:30, 10, decision-making capacity really does become a challenge for all. And then for myself operationally, I have staff waiting sometimes fairly late. But again, whatever works for council, but I have observed that it does get quite challenging when we're bringing forward sometimes some very sensitive matters that require a lot of thought. And it's at a late hour.
And I will just add, and I'll back you up, that when we invite individuals to the in-camera, it's nice to know that you're gonna start when you say you're gonna start, rather than have them waiting outside forever. When we continue to draw on.
I think I'm hearing that 6 o'clock start would be acceptable.
Or you are knowing what your business is that you're dealing with. Perhaps it's a 5:30. But as Lisa was saying, it does not prevent you from when you find yourself, it's 10 to 7 and oh my gosh, we have 3 or 4 items still in the closed setting. You still come out, you do your regular, and then at your end of business, you have your motion to return to in camera and you close the meeting to the public again and we go back in.
So just for clarity, are we kind of talking about perhaps opening our council meeting at say 5:30, going into closed, having the public going back into open and starting the main section of business at 7?
Correct.
And then, okay, and then continue on from there.
Correct. And your agenda will have that messaging, and the purpose to keep that public and open part at 7. Consistency, it's what your community residents are used to, it's what yourselves are used to, right?
And so what happens though if we don't have stuff to do in a closed section of the meeting? Would we still have to come to
that portion? You would just be starting at 7. You wouldn't have, if you don't have a closed meeting, then you're starting at 7 o'clock.
So I'm wondering, because we have done that at times currently, where we've just thrown a special council meeting before that, and it's not in the procedure bylaws for that, if like we did this week. And if and when we need to do it, we've just done a special council meeting that way.
And the procedure speaks to that. You do have to give notice of agenda. Yes, so you can call a special meeting at any time, just as long as it's followed up by a notice and agenda and 24 hours in advance of the meeting. Keeping in mind that council has the ability to, by unanimous vote, to waive notice. So you also have that in your pocket. That doesn't count or is required on many occasions, but it is your prerogative.
Yeah, okay, you had a point you were gonna make
Right.
some time ago.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question was gonna be similar if, as Councilor Isaac says, if we didn't have a closed. So would the procedure bylaw say be called to order at 7 p.m. unless, like, would that language in the procedure?
No, here it's going to be reflecting. If we start at 6 o'clock, all your regular meetings will show starting at 6 o'clock, but will open to the public at 7. That's how it works.
For example, Nanaimo, they have their call to order at 4, open to the public at 7. And if they don't need that time between 4 and 7, they just start at 7.
Yeah, so there's there's other people except the people in the room here that care about council business, right? And that's the public. And, you know, they have an interest too. Talking to people last night, told me they came to our council meetings because our council meeting started at 7. They would have liked to come to a committee of the whole meeting, but they couldn't because they work. And the committee of the whole meeting starts at 3:30. And another version of that, people like to know if they're going to attend council meetings when it starts. And it's easy to say, well, I work in the building and I'll go downstairs at 6 o'clock, and if there's nothing to do, we just won't start. I'll go back and wait until 7. But if the public is showing up at the door and they think there's business going to be transacted at 6, nothing happens till 7. Or they think nothing's happening till 7 and they show up at 7 and they find out that the business is all done because council started at 6. You know, there's that there needs to be some certainty, I think, for the public that they know when to expect at a council meeting or a committee of the whole meeting, if we decide we need any, would start and stop.
So your council agenda, we will definitely depict that. It spells it out that meeting starts at 6, it has your business, and it would show council calling the meeting to order, adopting the agenda, amending or otherwise, and then your motion is to go to a closed meeting right out of the gate. Then you would be coming out absolutely at 7 o'clock when the residents can expect that you're going to be in the open forum, regardless of if you finish your business in your closed meeting or not. You come out and your agenda is going to reflect that. And this is just strictly to do with the regular. We can have another conversation on the committee of the whole and how council chooses to have those start times. And I would even encourage council not to conduct closed meetings when you're holding a committee of the whole meeting. I would think that could wait until you're regular.
So maybe then, I think maybe what the clarity even needs to be in the procedures bylaw, it says be called to order at 6 p.m. for say, and open to the public at 7 p.m. because I actually am unclear what this is intending right now. But if it's clear in here and on the agenda, it's like meeting starts at 6 p.m. and on the agenda, meeting opens to the public 7 p.m. As that clarity and consistency is, I think, what's most important. But I do support doing the closed stuff beforehand because we get exasperated later in the evening.
So now that I understand what this is about, I think it should say 5:30, and that gives you a full hour, and preferably to be able to shut down, have a break, allow public to seat themselves, all of that kind of stuff for 7. Otherwise, we got people all standing around outside looking at what we're doing because they're all trying to get in to sit down because people arrive early, right? So I think that's going to effectively make it only a half-hour window for infos, and a lot of things may not be able to be accomplished within that time frame. So now that I understand it, I think it should be called to order at 5:30, open to the public at 7, adjourned by 9. That's what I think.
I agree with you, Councillor. And
Yep.
back in the day when I was first elected, we met at 1 o'clock for a committee of the whole, 3:30 for council. We changed it to suit the needs of the council and get the public involved in the evenings. That was the rationale why we don't, in the Dodge Nut Square right now.
Then having the 9 o'clock in there to be adjourned, we're all clear what that means, right? That regardless of what business is left over or where you're at, you are going to adjourn your meeting at 9 unless there is a unanimous vote of council that you proceed beyond that, right?
That means everyone on council has to be okay with it.
Correct. And all it takes is one member of council saying, no, I'm not going to stay. And the meeting just stops right then and there. If you reach that 9 o'clock time frame.
I think a lot of this requires us to have a bit more discipline than we do now. But I'm willing to try to get there, but it requires some discipline on all of our parts.
You'll recall that in February, when we talked about this, you wanted to have more efficient,
Mhm.
not so long meetings. That was your goal, right? And your maximum length of a council meeting was 3 hours.
We too tend to talk a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like the idea of being fresh when we're talking about in-camera issues. Yeah.
Okay, and then, it talks about council meetings can be canceled by resolution of council. Just as you can schedule, you can cancel as well. Or postponed to a different day, time, and place by the mayor, provided that the corporate officer is given at least 2 working days written notice. And then, of course, you're going to want to check in with the rest of council to make sure you've gotten, if you're going to change anything, that you've got your quorum that at least communicates it. The next section talks about notices of council meeting, and here's where we talked about that on an annual basis before December 31st, to schedule the dates, times, and places of regular council meetings need to be made available to the public. A lot of communities will also include their meeting schedule for cows throughout the year, and as well as any special meetings that they may be predetermined, and they'll put that on the calendar as well. It's not legislatively required to be there, but it is recommended as a best practice that you might want to capture your community of the whole meetings for the year.
I've not heard them called cows, but
Sorry, I have to stop doing that. I'm using the acronyms. Even George does not like that. He's actually suggested that we change it to governance and structure. And he has a point there, right? He goes, why are you referring to? That's just showing my age and
I know that this section is about council meetings, but I do like that our public notice and the schedule of meetings includes our regularly scheduled committee of the wholes. And so I don't know if that needs to be here or whether it's taken care of in the committee of the whole section, but I think it's reasonable for the public to know that schedule for the year as well.
Agreed. And you wouldn't find that necessarily in your procedure, but we can put it in the whole section, or staff just, okay, we're going to include the regular, when we present the schedule to council for when you're considering adopting it. And it also identify the committee of the whole. There are schedules that will even show AVICC, FCM, UBCM, just as a courtesy to the general public, that everybody right out of the gate knows, well, why aren't we having one on that Tuesday when it's typical, right? It gives everybody that heads up that something's happening or not happening. Then we get into special meetings. The mayor may call a special council meeting in his or her discretion, giving at least 24 hours notice in writing by email to council with a copy to the corporate officer. You can adjust your notification time. That is council's prerogative. If you wanted to make it 36 hours, if you wanted to make it 48 hours, you have that opportunity here. That's just as it relates to special meetings.
24 hours is a minimum.
Minimum. 24 hours is minimum. Yes, correct.
6 hours.
Yeah.
6 hours.
Or, again, you have that ability to waive notice, but you have to make sure all 7 of you are present, available at the meeting, and that you would waive that notice.
Sometimes in here we refer to business days, and this is just 24 hours at any time. So if it's over a holiday, like some of us may not be checking email, may be hard to confirm whether a quorum is available. So, assuming that the mayor will need to affirm that quorum is available, it's just liking that as logistical challenge, perhaps. But happy to just keep it as is.
Special meetings without notice shall be called only to address urgent matters and be permitted only with the unanimous consent of what we talked about. There's also 2 or more members of council may in writing by email to the corporate, talking to the corporate officer, that they're requesting the mayor call a special meeting. There might be something that you as councillors want to have a meeting held, so you'll reach out to the mayor to do so.
This is also a charter.
Yes.
Yeah, and I remember this from our existing one.
Yeah. 2 or more council members may themselves call a special meeting if within 24 hours after receiving the request, no arrangements are made under subsection 1 for a special council meeting to be held within the next 7 days, or the mayor and council member designated as acting mayor are absent or otherwise unable to act. I've seen I've got some format structures. That goes all the way to the side. Regardless of the meeting being called, notice and agenda. My past practice has typically been to include a notice and agenda in one document, and then that notice and agenda has to be signed by the corporate officer and posted, and it does have to be signed. The notice does need to describe what the purpose in general terms of the meeting is all about. If a meeting is called, the council members calling the meeting must provide the corporate officer with a description, general terms, purpose of the meeting. They must provide a notice of the date, hour, place, at least 24 hours notice. Corporate officer will post a copy of the notice at the public notice posting place, and notice must be signed on capture.
Is there any for this? Is it like, I've only ever seen it just like typed, like posted the state by so-and-so corporate officer, that should be.
That is requirement. It must be signed. And a special meeting agenda would be limited to the posted purpose of the meeting. So this is where council, sometimes, oh, we have a special meeting, I want to add such and such to the agenda. That's a no. And we've reflected that here in the bylaw. When you call a special meeting, you're meeting for that special purpose and that purpose only. So no other business should be contemplated at that meeting.
So sometimes we have a special meeting that's outside of our regularly scheduled meeting schedule, for example, to deliberate budget, because we want to set some time aside for it. That's included in here as well. Yeah, so that means that basically it means that the public should be expected that all of our business, except for those special meetings, happen at our regular meetings and not things thrown into special ones where people might not be observing as much.
Well, but the thing is, that's why you have the notice process. You post the notice, the members of the public, it gets posted just like you would any other meeting. Yeah. They are then seeing the content and what's proposed to be chatted. So you could have on there, hey, we're having a special meeting, but we're talking about the 5-year financial plan.
Okay.
The members of the public will see that. Oh, that's of interest to me, I'm going to attend. Here's why you don't add business to that, because they've gone out and seen what's posted on the agenda, what's anticipated that council's going to talk about. They don't want to, oh, I didn't go to that meeting, but as it turns out, I heard you guys were talking about, I'm going to put a dog park in such and such area, right? So that's what you don't want to have happen.
I'm wondering if it's, right now we only talk about putting notices, public notices in our posting place. And I feel like unless someone's coming into City Hall every day to look at the posting board, it's not necessarily fair. And so I'm wondering if there's somewhere on our website or on Civic Web that we can also, we do that, but I think if we specify that so that people can know.
Yes, and communities do have their under is defined in there for public notice posting place, includes website, includes whatever. So we can have that language in the bylaw, and then people know where it will be posted. It also then makes you, it's a requirement then, and any notice then is placed there. So you could be challenged if somebody forgets to put the notice up on the website then, that it wasn't there. You could be challenged that that didn't constitute a meeting. You're not meeting the requirements, right?
What if your website goes down? Do you still conduct your business, or
Yes, by keeping it as it is, and we do as best practice put it up, it does mean that if there's some compromise of that media that we haven't accidentally held. I know it's not ideal, but things do happen. And
that was
in an emergency as well, where websites go down, things, it still does actually allow us. Now we can have public notice more than one place. And so if that's something you want to consider, we could look at it. Place would be.
They just had a big war about that, the village of Harrison Hot Springs, by the way.
Yeah.
They made a recent decision to post their notice in 2 places, and they forgot to post it in one place one day. Created a huge controversy. Meetings being declared illegal, stuff like that.
We keep it.
Yeah.
It's Harrison Mallon.
Although it would be great to put, like, we have a big notice board at the rec center where people like to see stuff.
Put that as that's like, and then make sure, but then if for some reason we don't capacity bandwidth.
Yeah, I would keep it to our city hall notice board and then expand best practices to include other areas, but not as a legal requirement. That seems to make sense to me.
You're looking at already the electronic meetings hybrid, is working quite well, much from what I have seen, participated in. The extra layers that are found in the proposed bylaw going forward is limiting the number of council members that can participate electronically at any given time, and saying that the chair must be present physically. So that is something you may want to think about, ponder a little bit. No need to make any decisions today. You might want to reduce the number of members that are able to participate electronically at any given time. You might want to see 4 in the room and 3 zooming in or hybrid or whatever that looks like. Right now, I've got it that all 6 of you could be participating electronically with the exception of the chair.
So there may be situations where, for example, someone's going to be on vacation and there would not be 6 additional people to attend. So to say no more, oh, hold on. Yeah, never mind. All right.
Okay.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I think my question though is, well, one, we've been provided our city devices, like a city laptop. And if we're looking at closed meeting materials, it talks about providing their own necessary devices, but we have council provided devices.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need that. I don't think we need, what is that, 8.1, whatever, no, 9.1A.
Well, like in the event of special circumstances, like say COVID or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
how would we, if we did need to for any emergency purpose to have a remote thing?
Mm-hmm.
How would we?
Good point, because you're limiting,
See,
like
city
participant.
clauses about that.
Yeah.
In the case of a public health.
Yes, yeah.
Or what if, like, you know, your town's on fire, like,
Yeah,
you know?
Mhm.
Yeah,
We can add language in there for.
if you allow the chair to participate electronically, and you don't limit the number of people who can participate electronically, then there's nothing you need to change. If people can make it in person, they do. If they can't, they can participate electronically. I've been regional district, I hate to keep saying this, but the regional district has lots of meetings too. And the regional district has meetings where the chair attends virtually. And any different number depending on the weather and the ferry schedule and all those things, different numbers of people can and can't. There's no limits. You don't have to change the limit to meet a special circumstance. My point of view, those things are all working. I don't think they were working as well in 2019 as they do today, when people actually know how to work that stuff.
I can just make a comment about that, but really the regional districts were given at one point different provisions because of the distances, particularly in the north, right? So I think a municipality in this case is really different than a regional district is. I'm not sure you can draw the same kind of parallels.
I think it's a fair comment though. I don't know what, like in the odd case that for whatever reason I don't know what the drawback would be to not having these limits. So similar to what, like, why is it important for the chair to be there in person? Yeah.
I might ask, I'm just thinking, because we as staff have to be there to allow space for people to be.
Yeah.
And given the current climate, there would be times where it might be quite hard for staff,
Yeah.
because we don't share the meetings.
Oh, yeah.
And so for myself, maintaining a safe space for all without the license of an elected official like the chair could be quite a challenge. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, it's online, we don't hear the room, so that makes sense.
So
And there is the expectation of part of the public too, that they're coming into a public facility and they want to see their members of council in the room conducting their business. The electronic was to really capture, you know, back in the day, those that, you know, were ill or, you know, you didn't want them. And then we had those COVID restrictions, and then municipalities realized how great that business could work and how members of council could still be present at the table for a meeting when they were attending a conference, for example, or they happened to be out of the community and they could still participate. The intent is you want to have your council when you're conducting your business in City Hall, in your council chambers, and you present the.
I think there's agreement on that.
I have a question of clarity. There's reference to hybrid meetings, electronic or hybrid meetings. Are all of our meetings right now considered hybrid because of the ability to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I was wondering, why the reference to hybrid? So it sounds like, right, the way that this is worded, we would have to provide notice, at least 4 hours of notice in advance of the meeting. I mean, what the times that I have participated electronically, or it's like, oh, crap, the ferry's late, or I have become ill, you know, and so I'm not necessarily in a place to provide notice.
That's when it's fully electronic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the intent of that.
But it says hybrid meeting though. So I'm like 9(1)(c).
I don't even have that on here. Right. Okay, no, it's okay. I'll figure it out. I'll make note of that. Let me clean up some of that formatting.
Because I'm wondering right now, I think for 9(1)(a), it says a member of council who is unable to attend in person at an electronic or hybrid meeting. And I'm like, why would someone attend in person at an electronic?
I'm sorry, I found it.
Yeah, I don't know why those references are necessary.
Okay, sorry. So to back it up, ask me that question. Now I know exactly what you're talking about here. I couldn't see that. I was on the next page already.
So there's talk of.
If you're sick and it's last minute, what, is there a reason for 4 hours notice? Like,
This was to accommodate, so some communities
Yeah.
establish their electronic participation by signing up and having a Zoom webinar, for example.
Okay.
If a member of council then is going to not be present,
Yeah.
we need to personally send you a link so that you can act as a panelist in the meeting. I don't know what your structure is here.
That is not the custom.
Okay,
because they have the link regardless.
okay, so that was this is mine coming from my recent experience
Okay.
where we had public participate through the Zoom webinar.
Okay.
Or council participate in the Zoom webinar. And when you do the webinar, you have to set council members up or any presenters, not the panelist. So
Okay.
you actually have to send them a separate link. So that is why I have that.
Okay, so it's not true for us.
You don't need it if you guys are set up that anybody can sign in. There's not that requirement. So, yeah.
Well, and I think best practice
Yeah.
is to let people know what our intention is as soon as we know.
Yes.
But if we didn't,
Yeah.
and we came flying in at the last minute by computer, it would work.
Yeah. Yes. We needed that much notice so we could make sure we went to the background and did that work setup.
So we'll take that out.
Yeah.
I think also this wording electronic or hybrid is really a hangover from COVID, where we were able to have everybody
Yes.
virtual.
Exactly.
So I think, that needs to be modified, right?
Sure.
To just enable all meetings have the potential to be hybrid, because the chair has to be in person. And other members can be electronic.
So are you ready to, I'm gonna change, like tighten up the language around the electronic piece now.
Yeah.
And then we could just jump down to 10 then, conduct at meetings.
One question that I had about one restriction is under item 3, a member may not participate by electronic means for more than 8 consecutive council meetings. I'm thinking of situations where someone may be ill enough that they can't come in person, but can attend by off from their couch, over an extended period of time, or again, public health orders, or, you know, I remember last term a councillor being less comfortable with COVID than others. And so I'm wondering about the importance of that restriction. I think it is important for people to be accountable to the public and show up in public, but you know, is there give and take there?
Entirely your decision. If you would like to lessen that requirement, remove it altogether, let them participate as much as they want electronically, that's council. You can tell me what you would like to see there.
In the past, it's never really been necessary. My impression is that all council members here have attended as many meetings as possible in person. And, you know, accepting exceptional circumstances, and some of us have attended electronically from great distances away at times. So there's high level of conscientiousness here.
There was a time during COVID when some councillors chose to participate electronically all the time.
Consistently for years at a time.
I'm not entirely sure why there needs to be a limit, though. It doesn't seem to do anything different.
I don't see a reason.
There's already a thing that says if you're a chair, you have to be present, and so that seems to make sense to me. Yeah.
We had meetings here virtually.
If you find it becomes an issue going forward, like you can't seem to have a certain member of council personally in attendance, and there's not the rationale, if I'm not ill, I'm just not coming back into the room.
Yeah.
You can revisit that too at any time. But we can take
I don't think it's necessary.
now. Take it out.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll have to, like I say, I'll address that electronically.
Oh, that's funny.
Language through
The
the
one won't write on the yellow for the number.
So conduct at meetings. So this is just where the mayor or other presiding individual at a meeting considers that a person is acting inappropriately. The person presiding may expel and exclude that person from the meeting. Now, this excerpt from the charter isn't going to stay in there. It's just there for purposes today, that you had it there for a quick reference. Section 11 talks about the conflict of interest, and essentially it's just capturing what reflecting Division 6 of Part 4 shall apply to council members. It's quite extensive if you were to capture in your procedure bylaw, and it would just be verbatim that would be popping in there. So we can reference the code of conduct policy. Like I would do a title and have your code of conduct policy factored in.
Are you talking about 11?
That was it. I would make a new title for the code of conduct, like as similar to the conflict of interest. Then you could add code of conduct as per bylaw number or policy number. Would be that reference there.
And so it would be like part of Part 3 or a separate part?
The code of would be a separate part.
Okay.
Are you suggesting we have a conflict of interest section in the procedure bylaw and then another section on the code of conduct that also includes the code of conduct?
I'm suggesting that we tie that you established your code of conduct, whether it be a policy or a bylaw, that will reflect that council will conduct its meetings in accordance with whatever you decide to give.
So could we not make Part 3 the code of conduct, since the code of conduct does deal with conflict of interest?
Yep,
and replace that?
Sure. The only thing with the conflict, the code of conduct policy doesn't include conflict of interest. That's defined in the charter. That's the difference.
It does reference the charter.
It does, but there's more in the charter than what you've got outlined in the code of conduct.
I think the code of conduct says that we have to follow the charter, doesn't it?
I think there's just a couple sections. It doesn't include all of the conduct. It's hard to clarify even if
the procedure bylaw is silent on that.
It would, and that's why I just kind of put it here, and eventually work that's supposed to affect as well. It's right here. So if you go to conflict of interest, it's 11.1 and 11.2. There's a number, division 6, 4 has a lot more.
So you're suggesting that it might say Division 6 of Part 4 of the Community Charter and the procedures bylaw and the code of conduct shall apply to, I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like both, like these things already exist. We know that they are true and that they hold us to standards in all of our duties. So I guess I don't know why it needs to be in our procedures text.
I think it's pretty much convention to have it in your procedure bylaw, but you could just make a reference here as written and then add the conflict or so the code of conduct as well. And remember, we discussed this section of the code of conduct where there are these examples of you chose to leave this in. For further clarity, examples of conflict that may be encountered by members include but are not limited to. So you could just say, division, Part 4, Division 6 of the Community Charter and the Council Code of Conduct bylaw shall apply to council.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Yeah, Joey,
Isn't that mean that we're supposed to follow?
I think you're better off with this.
So 11.1, not wrong.
11.1, 11.2.
Oh. Members shall be aware of and act in accordance with the provisions of divisions. So isn't that the same thing as what we're
Yes,
saying
and then
here?
there's 11.2 as well,
Oh, I know.
right?
So 11.1 covers what we're trying to replace. Doesn't it?
So I think what I think I'm understanding is because the charter speaks to the conflict of interest and now the code of conduct policy also has a piece on conflict, we will supplement this statement and also reference the code of policy.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Because the code of conduct includes more.
Yeah.
It'll cover all bases, including both.
It's not that it's more restrictive, it's that it offers more explanation.
Right.
It makes a lot of
In-
things
in
more
a-
inclusive,
Okay.
make the reports longer.
But completely up,
Yeah,
completely up to you.
Yeah.
There's an agreement on that.
We're okay, just and when we land on the code of conduct policy number or bylaw number, we'll have a supplement statement there.
If we're done talking about 11, I actually want to go back to number 10. And I don't know if this was referenced in some other policies that might come up, but I know that we've had a variety of issues with conduct of people in the gallery at meetings. So we've tried to establish that we don't like yelling, booing, clapping, and those sorts of things. And then there's been more silent actions, waving of signs, or standing up and with their backs to speakers. And so if 10.1 is the only place where we talk about conduct of the public at our meetings, I think we should talk more about it, unless there's the intention to have a separate policy related to conduct of public in our city facilities or something.
I personally think once we land on your code of conduct, which you're really close to doing, and in combination with what Allison was talking about earlier, how you start opening your meetings with a statement that's prepared, that lays out how a council is going to be conducting themselves, and start talking about your established code of conduct, and that expectation on your part, if members of the public want to stay in the room and observe your meeting, that they also conduct themselves accordingly. And you start sending that message out at every meeting that you open and start.
I think the concern is by not having it in our procedures bylaw or somewhere written down, the expectations to public are not clear except for that preamble that we haven't agreed upon. And so, yeah,
So the standard is being set, not
But
in.
this is councils like that. So we will, there's additional spots where you have mechanisms where you're going to, limit delegations and how they can appear. You're going to, this is your bylaw on how you will be conducting yourselves, not really a bylaw that applies to how the public conducts themselves. You would have that expectation that this is how you do, this is how you expect the public to behave while you're in your meetings. And I think that's just more of those statements that the chair at the beginning of the meeting would read out before the meeting commences. And that behavior that is disruptive or signs waving or making it difficult for others to watch and hear the business of council, that they'll be asked to leave. And perhaps they can, watch in a room across the hall, where they can still hear you guys talk and watch the meeting, but they're not being disruptive to the environment. If it helps, you're there on your regular business days to conduct council business. The public is there just so that they can watch and observe. It's not an engagement back and forth. You're not to be disrupting the business. You're not there to talk to the public, really. You are there as council to do your business of the day. Full stop.
I would Councillor Dowd has a point he wants to make.
So when I read number 10, I think I read it differently. Is that the mayor or other person presiding at a meeting considers that a person is acting improperly. That a person is anybody in the council chambers, not just council. I think you said this is the procedure by law for council. I don't see 10 that way. If you say that 10 only applies to council members, then anybody else in the room can do whatever they darn well please. Okay, and there is nothing to limit them. This one, my only concern about number 10 is if we actually enforce it, is that life would be better if everybody enforced it the same way. But if you have different chairpersons, and my assessment of what I consider acting improperly could easily be different than another person on council's assessment of somebody acting improperly. But I think if I'm in the chair, I get to make that decision, and this policy clearly says it's not up to a discussion or a debate. It's up to the person in the chair.
I concur with you, George. I really like the standardization that we're all saying the same thing and setting the same tone at each meeting instead of someone one month, someone next, saying something totally different. And you can say the wrong thing very easily. So I really like a standard approach. And it's a great reminder, not only for the public, but it's a great reminder for us in terms of our conduct. It's a check-in every meeting.
I think why I personally want to stick on this is because I think we have different standards or different interpretations on what improper conduct is. And I think it's worthwhile for us as well as the public to have a sense of clarity on what we as a council are expecting in terms of proper conduct in council chambers as we are conducting our business.
I expect that we could spend 8 hours, hire 3 consultants, and we still will not end up with what your expectation is. You just have to live with the fact that there is a consensus around council that this is appropriate behavior. And then the chair indicates at the start, this is what is expected of council and those in council.
So I agree, but the question is, the problem is we don't have consensus on what we think is proper conduct.
We never will, so you have to go with what the presiding member says. Then if you feel there are other things missing, you bring that up to council and it gets amended.
So I like the idea that we have a written spiel that talks about how we think the conduct of the meeting should go, its purpose. I don't think right now we have anything that explains to the public that really the purpose of a public meeting is for them to observe. It's not to show support or campaign or whatever. It's to observe. It's not a public forum for input. And
Let's be on the agenda.
right, but that gets to the delegation stuff, which will be taken care of. But I don't think we explain to the public that while we are happy to have them there, the purpose is not for them to participate. It's to observe. And so we've never actually told the public that.
We have one.
And in this,
Yeah, we have.
Some of us, yeah.
in this community though, people think they're there to participate. And they don't like to hear anything that says they're not there to participate, and they get upset and they think it's rude. But, I do think we need that. And the curiosity we're having here is, should that be spelled out in our procedure bylaw? Whatever that is, that preamble.
And I asked you in your public hearings, do you have a statement that you read out at the beginning of the, yeah. So you already do something very similar to this. And if it's at your public hearing, convention across the province, I think. So if you just took that and probably modified it, something you already use, then it would probably serve. It talks about disruptive behavior, generally talks about applause, no? Well, it doesn't speak to the one we've used, it doesn't really speak to behavior, it only speaks to that there would be no debate, that the council will leave actually out in.
But does not speak to.
Oh, okay. Well, it is convention across the province for public hearings to read out, because of course these are, you know, really serious meetings, right? That generally explains what's appropriate behavior, what's not. And yeah, you could take something like that and modify, and it usually refers to applauding, booing, that kind of thing.
The signage, the way, like it's, we could have all that too. But again, just that, given where you were at with your meetings, restating that every meeting that starts off. And eventually I think, and if you enforce it then, if you see that behavior happening, that's the time the chair should stop, address the matter, and, you know, hopefully it stops. And if there's that consistency, I think eventually it'll get better.
One of the things I do see is a confusion in the public. Also meetings being there for council to do their business and work in a transparent way versus becoming a town hall type matter where it becomes impossible for council to actually do the work that they're there to do. And it is council's privilege to hear things, but it's not intended ever to be a town hall type situation. And that's been my observation of what's occurred.
And that's a very good point. And it's just to reiterate that message, and you're right, the public probably doesn't know you. There are opportunities for that engagement with the public. Committee of the whole meetings, for example, that's the environment where there is that engagement if members of the committee choose to engage in that way.
So I think that standard explanation needs to go here.
One of the things I see is some councils through their engagement policies will have specific meetings that are set up purely for engagement and not the same as council trying to do its business. And those, some places do things called e-town halls, some do other types of formats. And those are other considerations. And sometimes they can happen before a council meeting, sometimes they're on a separate day.
Might I suggest a policy then that speaks to the expectations of versus capturing it in the procedure bylaw? And we can address, you know, you can take that opportunity to identify the regular meeting versus a special versus a committee of the whole meeting, and then talk about the public expectations and behavior, and have that policy supplement your procedure bylaw. And we will have that. As
I do think we need that standard preamble for all meetings.
For sure, and we can include that, can even be captured on your agenda cover. That can be included in your agenda preamble. Every meeting will show up there all
Who
the time.
will draft that or create it so that we can adopt it?
Maybe we could work together first, draft yourself, and good examples.
Absolutely.
And I think having it on the agenda makes it easier for the mayor to read it out.
Well, I think along the line, we should have some kind of a policy about what a delegation is, but because right now, we have a group of people who are using our delegation opportunity as a podium to speak on whatever their views are to the public. They get a microphone, they get a TV camera, and that's what they're using it for. They're not using it to talk about debate or to engage council. And I don't think that's what delegations for council were designed for. We have people that come for the delegations that spend over an hour in a room for delegations. And when we're talking about taxes or bylaws, they all head for the door because they don't care what council's doing. So I think we need some rules about what delegation.
The delegations at the end of the, it's the end of the list.
Further on.
If you're open. Because that is something that's causing some, it is taking a lot of your time at council meetings and causing some, given the
I
situation.
just have to make one point in terms of the conversation that I'm hearing.
For sure.
And that is, I'm glad you pointed out there's the distinction between committee of the whole, council, and special meetings. That education of the public needs to take place.
Well, I think the other part of that is that we spent quite a bit of time February 9th talking about this, and I sent out your agreement about the distinction between committee of the whole and council meetings and the length of them and the kind of matters that we deal with. You discussed all that. It's documented, and I think as a matter of practice, council needs to understand the difference and demonstrate that difference, right? That really, you agreed that council meetings were decision making.
See, we went to one meeting, the outset, one council or two council meetings.
No, we didn't.
And dropped committee of the whole.
No, we didn't. We never did that.
One committee of the whole.
We just dropped finance committee.
But we were bringing items straight to council without any committee of the whole.
Because they were items that.
That's how
didn't
my
need discussion.
That's how it got muddy.
You're muddying the conversation. The only
I
things
am muddying it because we muddied the way we're
the
operating.
only things we brought to council were things that didn't need
I'm not here
discussion.
to argue with you.
You're not here to listen either though.
Can we get back to where we're at and whether or not we're gonna skip to 28 or continue on from 11?
Deserves some conversation, especially with the way it's laid out now. Your previous bylaw was not very tight on language in the delegation area. So here we're proposing that some delegations of one or more persons may apply to the corporate officer to address council at a meeting, provided written application on form approved by the corporate officer has been received by the corporate officer. We've got a time in there as to when that needs to be received. Of course, that might be subject to further conversation with Jessica and Lisa. I'm not sure if that timing works. We do have what I would like to introduce is a delegation form. I know the city has one right now, but I think we could adjust it to make it a little stronger to reflect what's outlined in the procedure bylaw then if we move ahead. So it talks about that. It talks about where written application has not been received. Presentations from the audience shall not be heard unless approved by an affirmative vote of the council members present. That is your prerogative as council. If you want to leave that in there, you can come out of the gate and say you have to have a written submission and we're not going to contemplate any requests from the floor at the time of the meeting. But it is a lot of procedure bylaws to capture that language. If that is the case, there is the suggestion, if you do entertain a request from the floor and if council supports it, that those delegations be limited to 5 minutes. I'm suggesting you limit the number of delegations that you entertain at a meeting. Council shall, this is another suggestion, that you don't act on a request from a delegation until the next regular meeting, unless consent by a unanimous vote of council is given to consider the following matter under new business. And then again, not engaging with the delegation at that time. Let them do their delegation. Thank you very much. If council members do have any questions, by all means, ask clarifying questions from the delegate. Thank him, and then he sits down. And then if you do choose to add it to your agenda, you would move it to new business then to talk about. Perhaps you're going to request a staff report based on the questions that were asked of the delegation. Or perhaps, like as it says, just leave it till the next regular meeting. But if you can limit that, hear them, thank them, very interesting, and then just pause and not take any actions at that in response.
So you're suggesting then that, let's say a delegation comes, they're like, I think there should be a policy on, I don't know.
Dog parks.
Dog parks. And rather than us going, making a motion to direct staff to report back on blah, 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 we wait until the next meeting and then, but it's up to a counselor to get it on the next meeting if they want to do something about it? Okay, so no.
Somewhat implicit in this section 28 is, it indicates that the application form for delegation should be a whole lot more detailed. And something that's, well, we've had specifically here over the past 3 months or so, we've had large crowds, as you're aware of, in council chambers, both for committee of the whole and council meetings, basically to support delegations who are there essentially to browbeat us. That may be a bit judgmental of me to say, that is how I have felt. The downside of that is that when we are not able to provide any adequate response or satisfaction to those people, they just keep coming back and back and back, which is why I wondered about commissions, whether this would be a decision for council in a whole alternate meeting to hear, but we could, 2 years ago, we had a working group to which all correspondence and delegations were referred on the subject of the particular matter that is now coming back to us over and over again. And I wonder if we could do that again. However, specifically here, in order to really tighten up our control on what's coming to us in delegations across the board, very clearly, we do need far more detail so that it can be filtered, as is suggested here implicitly by staff. But that isn't explicitly stated. Now, so my question is it necessary to be stated in the procedure bylaw, or is this just something that staff can do? Just create that form on the basis of what is implicit in section 28 here.
So the delegation policy says to a certain degree. Oh, you should, that was just something drafted? My apologies. My apologies. We will be introducing, if you recall, one of the slides I have stemming from this conversation would be a number of forms and policies that will support the procedure bylaw once council has a chance to consider the readings, notice, adopt the plan. A delegation application is one of those, and it will specifically spell out where delegations will be entertained and reflect, if it's supported by council, the items listed here, as well as expand on. And what I would like to include on the form is telling the public that council's practice is not to respond following your delegation, and that it would take place either at a future meeting or if council requests staff to follow up with a specific direction. That would be captured on the form.
I think that's it.
Another requirement I would like to see is a requirement on that form for explicit detail on what the delegation wants to present, because we have had lots of instances recently where the request has been as simple as put me on the agenda, and we haven't had any restriction against doing that in our existing procedure bylaw.
It talks now about supported by a written submission.
Yes.
So basically,
Sorry, I had a wiring going on here a
Yeah.
minute ago.
It does, but the written, one of the.
Okay, but
one of
that
the
needs to be
written submissions
explicit.
last night was, I want to appear before council.
Yeah,
I would like to, I would hope council would, force those wanting to be delegations that they support, you can only do, you have to fill out the delegation request. That is a requirement if you want to appear as a delegation. There is the caveat number 2, where you can consider a request from the floor about that, but it does require a vote of council. And then perhaps if you want to make it a little more tight, you could limit that council would only entertain 1 or 2, if that is the case, right? But that's up to you.
So, something I don't see in here, which I think would really help us with making decisions and our business, is if we distinguish a little bit between delegations for council meetings versus delegations for, say, committee in the whole. And let me get to it. So in one way, our process isn't open enough. So if we have stuff on the agenda for the council meeting that we are making decisions about, and somebody feels like they really have something to say about that, I mean, they could write us a letter or whatever, but they may want to do an unregistered delegation. So over at the regional district, they have a section for unregistered delegations before delegations, where they ask, is anyone present have an unregistered delegation? And the person, if there is someone, they put up their hand, the chair says, what's it about? And if it's related to something on the agenda, the council can then decide if they want to hear it or not hear it. But the crowd then knows that that's going to be asked, and they're going to have their opportunity to ask to be an unregistered delegation because it's pertinent to a decision that we're making on that day.
And we have public input. I've outlined that.
Yeah.
There's a public input opportunity.
Yeah.
Address it that way.
You could, but sometimes things we're addressing doesn't have necessarily the public input. In particular, there have been some things that come straight to council that haven't been discussed prior to. And so there is sometimes a relevant action that way. Now, there should be a distinguishing factor between what is a delegation and what is something that you should write correspondence. If it's just some input that could be done by correspondence, it should be done that way, and we can receive that correspondence. If it's an actual presentation with some information that the person is wanting to educate us about, I think that's a delegation. And so I'd like to have delegations to be educational opportunities for council. And things that are just input ought to be correspondence. And so I wouldn't mind trying to set up the difference between a presentation or an educational opportunity versus like something with complex nature that needs to have a presentation versus something that you can say in a letter, like, I don't want the height of the building to be whatever. And that's the public process for some of the statutory stuff. When we get into things like our budgets or policy, for example, when we're going through policies or strategic directions and so forth, there may be some very complicated things that somebody's trying to educate us on. We had a delegation from the public that came and educated us about different roles for housing authorities. So that's national educational opportunity where we're learning how other folks are doing stuff, and they're trying to, and we have some pretty educated people in our community. We have, I'm not meaning to take up time, I'm just, so this is just like the surface stuff around delegations. It's not really trying to organize delegations and input in a way that supports council and making the decisions that they have at hand. It's not agenda driven. It's just whatever the community wants to do. And I think that's fine at committee of the whole, but I think our actual council meetings should be agenda driven, and it should be about the business in hand, not whatever someone feels like talking.
fair enough.
Playing with it a little bit, I would imagine, unless we have a very explicit definition of what the delegation would be, if you say some things that provided, like an opportunity to provide an educational presentation. I can see somebody of the likes recently saying, "Oh, I plan to educate council on this and this topic." So I maybe Twyla has some perspective on the way to define that, if you were going to define it, I
Yeah.
think what it seems like is you're gonna allow delegations to come in, so you're gonna allow delegations to the council if they follow the application.
Well, I think most belong at committee of the whole, not in council at all, because those are our evening, shorter meetings. We don't need them
And-
cluttered up with delegations.
Our practice is to put them to committee of the whole. There are moments where maybe they might make it there. And so we put them like Mr. Hasselbeck, he wasn't able to make the 3:30 time, so we allowed him to come to the 7 o'clock time. So we do that, but
Council, I like your suggestion of having a question. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to an agenda item on
Not whatever they want, but a
No,
decision
just
that's pertinent to that
for
agenda.
council? So that's great.
I think you've added this public input section, which I think addresses that. We haven't got to that point in the.
Yeah, I wanted to jump to the delegations because I know that's hard.
Thank you.
These are just suggestions as to how we can how to say, regulate, you know, avoid the repetitiveness. You know, it talks about delegations must not be heard at a regular, special, or a council if it talks about OCP amendment bylaws, or et cetera, that have not been adopted, defeated, or abandoned. And I know there might be some changes required around that with Bill 44 and the foregoing of public hearings in that now. So there might be, but I want to look at that again. But you know, you're not going to add to the list too. Absolutely. Is there anything there that causes, like, have you had a chance to look at what's there, the personnel matters won't be talked? If there's, council has commenced legal action, you're not going to talk about that. So you're not going to entertain anybody that wants to be a delegation to council on that topic, not nominated political candidates. A delegation has previously been addressed by council on the same matter and no new information is being provided. A matter that's already been acted upon by council, and I can't recall which member of council brought up the fact that you made a decision to put the question on the name change to the 2026, right? As an opinion vote.
3 delegations
So
on it.
one could look at that and say, council's decided that matter, or it's been referred to staff for count for act. You're not entertaining any more delegations that talk about that topic. Right, so
there's also, we've in the past been having actual public input processes happening, and then we have people coming to talk about what they should be going to the public input process for, or consultation, or what have you. So if we have a public forum for the budget, that's where you should take that. You shouldn't be having a separate delegation about that, because we've already accommodated in our process a place for you to take that. And so I wouldn't mind that being on the list too.
the financial plan.
No,
Sorry.
any process that council is set up for public input, if the delegation is trying to put input into that process, it should not be a delegation. It should go to the public process.
Yeah, okay.
So we wouldn't entertain a delegation to provide input to a process that we already have a process.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess as an example, planning often has a number of open houses and they're collecting public feedback. There's a, form online and the input they are collecting and bringing to council. So that would be an example of process that's already happening. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's always the opportunity for people to bring that too.
Yes.
Earl had his hand up for.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah.
There was one situation that happened at the end of the previous term. I remember coming to council, I think it was actually a committee meeting, where a delegation was talking about various matters that had happened in a council closed meeting. So council at the time was handcuffed because they couldn't discuss it. She had some information that she might not have been supposed to have been privy to. So I'm wondering if that should also be included here. It's talking about legal matters and other things like that. But if the council is not able to actually answer a question because it's a closed meeting topic, there's no point having the delegation about it, I guess, or I don't know. It's a bit of a gray area, but. I was debating whether to bring my other topics up before or after, since I've got the floor. I do like the earlier deadline, going back to point number 1 in delegations, the earlier deadline, because the current one is Thursday, now it's Tuesday. However, I would like to add that maybe it's one thing to give notice on the Tuesday, but I find a lot of our delegations lack providing content in advance. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica. And so maybe there should be a deadline of notice, but also a deadline of written submission.
That's included on the form that they'll have to complete the application. So when it talks about when that has to be submitted on the form, it lays out everything that has to be completed and submitted in order to be considered for the next agenda. And if it's lacking any of the requirements, it's not going, and it would then wait until that information comes in and then scheduled for the next.
Then one other idea I had that came to mind yesterday that would be more so for the form is, and now that we've adopted the clock timer situation that overlays the PowerPoint, in other groups I've been in, I've often found that, and I get frustrated with our AVICC meetings, most people don't know how to make a presentation that's legible from a large room. And so I used to actually provide PowerPoint guidelines of here's how to present in terms of number of points, number of bullets, that I think it might be good to have just a blank sheet with a couple of tips on PowerPoint etiquette, but to also have a box on the bottom corner that says, don't put anything here, because then we'll overlay the clock and then none of their content gets overlapped by our timer clock as well. So that would go well with the form that you're talking about, because it wouldn't fit with the bylaws, and I can help put that together or provide some input on that.
I was very passionate about that.
You know what, that might be a mechanism where you could provide that information to the corporate services department. And when, upon receipt of a completed delegation application request form, and when it's clarified, I'm going to be presenting PowerPoint materials. When the corporate services department reaches back out to the applicant confirming delegation time, etc., that's when that goes with it, says, and here's outlines, so that makes sure your presentation is presented accordingly and meets the doesn't cover anything up. One comment on the clock, and it's only because of my experience. There's a lot of times it's causes challenges for people presenting because they got this clock in the face. So just to be cautious of that. I know a lot of communities do it. Some places I was at, we took that off because we were hearing a lot of comments that people find it very stressful to step up to the podium and publicly speak to council. Not everybody's used to that environment. Being clocked can be somewhat intimidating, but
I don't think we've had any feedback like that, have we?
I don't think you just started the
We
clock.
just started the clock.
I would like to see that delegations don't talk to IT in terms of when to start or stop the clock. Like last night.
We've addressed that. I think our staff were just quite ongoing. And reminding
Right.
that it's the chair's prerogative. They never. That get caught on it.
So I also noticed that it still says 10 minutes here, and I wondered if I thought we were gonna move to 5 minutes for delegates in the new draft.
That is your choice. I'm saying 10 minutes, and that was capturing, that's everything. That's them doing their presentation, council questions, then you get and you're done.
That's not the way I-
So we need to just say the delegates.
But it's,
On 28(2), it says.
that's for the ones that are now submitted those, so that's different. I didn't change any, it says 10 right now, and I can add, my intent was that, but having that conversation with you first, that's everything. That includes any questions, follow-up questions from council.
Yeah.
But if you want to change it and have it 5 and then be silent on outside of that extra time that is granted for questions or clarification, it's up to you.
So I think people use what's in our bylaw to indicate their time. That's what they're gonna expect. So if we put 10 minutes, they're gonna expect 10 minutes. And so if we want the delegates' time only to be 5 minutes, we have to write that.
Yeah, if you prefer, I'll put it to 5. Yeah.
And people right now are used to showing up, speaking for 10 minutes,
Yes.
responding to a question for another 10 minutes, and responding to the other question for 5 minutes. So there is actually no upper limit on the time that can be spent on a delegation right now. And sometimes you have two delegations, and it'll take an hour to get them done.
Well, last night it wasn't 15 minutes for the two, and there wasn't a lot of council business, right? I know you did do a few announcements around the table at first, so there's a perfect example. 2 was 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
You start your delegations last night at 7:08 and at 7:50.
so I think that would be an example of if there's business arising, moving it to that portion of the agenda, the new business, or to the next council meeting. And so that's some of our time right now is taken up during the delegation for those sorts of discussions. And so if we are disciplined in going, okay, yes, thank you. And if anybody wants to put it on new business, saying it then, and if not, asking for it to be added to the agenda at the next meeting.
Well, if I might, in some places I've worked on the form and the information that's available to people applying to be delegations, they put a notice that says, please be aware the council will not act on requests made from delegations.
Excellent.
So the expectation is,
Yeah.
there's no expectation that you're going to do something.
Yeah, then you know it's max 10 minutes on to the next.
So you want 5 reflected in here though, correct?
Yes.
I don't think we've kind of looked around the table.
I like the idea of a 5-minute presentation and a total time spent of 10 minutes. So 5 minutes to say what you're gonna say, and 5 minutes to get rid of whatever questions and answers you. Now, if you want to spend 4.5 minutes answering the first question, then you're gonna be done.
I would stop.
However, we have to bring up the point, does the chair have authority to extend that time?
Should be by unanimous consent.
Is it chair's discretion?
Well,
Should be council's discretion.
Thank you.
So we got a lot of different opinions here.
I'm just wondering about organizations like tourism, library, like municipally funded organizations would be a different delegation than a delegation of the public, if that's a different time limit. So
Those types of things where it's part of staff providing information that does have a bit different context. Because it is, I think, as when you were counting the need for educational information to help you make decisions.
We could put that as an item on
But
the
that's
agenda.
the item on the agenda. It's not a straight delegation, yes, same way, because it's something scheduled and planned. Like we've come forward, you've had anything from PC assessment to all kinds of different
PC Transit.
PC transit, and people come and speak, and it is part of the agenda.
Part of the business.
Separate to the delegation.
So on the delegation, what I'm hearing is the key thing is on the form, it's going to indicate to potential delegate that this item will not be discussed further at this meeting, but may be brought forward at a subsequent time and you will be notified. And that way it's very clear that it's a max 10 minutes.
I would be reluctant to say we'll notify them. Perhaps on the form it would say to stay informed of council business and any further action. Please visit the city website where the agendas are posted and they can take ownership of looking at them. And then they'll see if that business is coming back. Because it does put a lot of extra then on staff to, oh geez, I forgot I need to reach back to that delegate maybe 6 months ago and say, hey, this is on council's agenda now. But if we put it on the form, then they're responsible to monitor the city's website and watch the agendas that it might.
Is there anything we need to do because we have a challenge with when agendas are published, for people to know if their topic is relevant to then sign up to be a delegation, and it works differently in other places, but usually by the time they have to sign up, the agenda doesn't sync well. They have to do it before the agenda is published.
Public input.
So you still have public input, but
The other thing I have seen is a speaker's list where the chair is given sign for question period and then they call in order. I don't know if it's required with us. I think in big municipalities.
so for the public input piece, there's not a lot of parameters around that, with the exception of they're entitled to comment on any item that's on the business. It limits the number of public input that can be received at any given meeting. And I think it's 2 or 3 minutes. I think that's laid out here right now. Very short and sweet. They can always sign up to be a delegation at the next meeting, that's subject to application process. The question period, which I'm suggesting in here now, would be simply for members of the public to seek any clarifying information, anything technical in nature, and it has to be related to an item on the agenda. That's their opportunity, that's the limitations around what kind of questions they can throw out at the end. You wouldn't think you need a speakers list because I can't imagine there would be that many people wanting to sign up, asking a clarifying question, or did council, has that matter been approved by council or not approved by council? Or what it's maybe the individual who presented on the blog, or maybe have stepped up at the end of the meeting and said, what were the next steps that council's going to take? You know, something like that. But you really want to start limiting only open general opportunities that everybody can just step up and throw everything in at council when it's not even a topic that might not be general. Or start establishing, it just, as public hearings, absolutely, I see speakers list.
So who's gonna summarize where we're at with delegations now? CAO.
Well, you and I can do that.
So I think you've heard, the delegation will make it 5 and 5 to make it more clear that 5 is specific for a presentation, and then the remaining 5, if needed, is for council to ask any follow-up questions or provide clarity from the presenter. I think you're happy with the 5 minutes for consideration of a delegate from the floor, subject to council approval. I think do you want a clause in there that speaks to council's ability to waive that 5 minutes and that 5 minutes if you have somebody, substantiated by, written support that they need more than that time, would council want to entertain extending that time? You might want to, I don't know if you want that in there. Your support limiting the number of delegations to 2. Agreeing that you won't act, that council will not act upon a delegation until the next regular meeting, unless consent by unanimous vote of council is given to consider the matter following the delegation under new business. Delegations must not be heard at regular, special, or COW, anything to do with the OCP, zoning bylaws, zoning amendments that have not yet been adopted, defeated, or abandoned, personal matters. We're going to add the piece where council has established a public process for public input. Delegation won't be heard on that. Personnel matters, the legal action piece, nominated, that's still staying. You've heard the same thing, so you're not going to entertain those. And where you've given direction, you're not going to entertain delegations on that. And then perhaps I can throw in language if it's a subject matter that has not been authorized for release from council, that could also be part of your list for you.
And there'll be a form and an application form with detail.
Yes. And that's here on the written, that's right here in the first one, right, application.
So Isaacson, you have.
Yeah, there's another community that this was specific to their correspondence policy, but I'm wondering about reference to delegations, and it's about restricting delegations must not be heard on the following, and the list is defamatory statements, allegations, inferences, impertinent, disrespectful, or improper matter. It's a mouthful, and so I wanted to throw that out there for council's consideration to add to that list.
I think if you read a statement at the beginning of your council meetings with that information, it refers to not just delegations, but all public involvement at the meeting. That's where I would deal with that.
So if though someone submits a delegation request and the corporate officer sees the request and goes, oh, that sounds like a whole lot of allegations, would they have the authority to not accept that delegation, given that
you're going to leave it with the corporate? mean, they're not, that you may not be an appeal process, that they'll appeal to council. And there is a paragraph in there that deals with that. That is in here that deals with that. And you would just be provided the material under separate cover. The corporate officer would give that to you, and then council would consider that separate.
So I've read over the public input period and tried to combine that with the delegations, and I think that the public input period would cover off some of my unregistered delegation concerns, and the out of sync way of getting delegation requests. I was a little bit concerned about there doesn't appear to be a time limit on the public input. There's a limit of how many people?
2 minutes.
2? Oh, okay, that's excellent. And then the part, what happens if we have way more than 5 people who wish to provide input? How do you determine which 5?
It's the first come, first serve.
Okay, that should be in there.
First up to the podium, you can say you can.
Well, then you may get some unruly behavior.
Well, what I'll encourage corporate services to do when you're doing the agenda, and we have the public input period. Behind that on the agenda is going to be maximum of X, maximum time, and it will be on a first come, first served basis. So if somebody runs up to the podium or they put their hand up, the chair is going to be watching, and then perhaps council assist the chair in watching who's putting their hand up, kind of thing.
Well, there's an accessibility issue with that. So if someone's wheelchair bound or has a crutches or whatever. So is there a way for people to register in advance?
It's an extra layer of, work on the part of staff then to have a form and people have to sign up.
It might be more organized during the meeting.
You're not sign up sheet at the back.
Maybe.
Except everything I have virtual.
The virtual
Yeah.
attendees.
The
Yeah.
other pieces that we need that list before it's published.
Well, it wouldn't be published, it would be for our benefit. They would
Yeah.
sign up and and then if the slots are full, people are saying, you can say, no, we've already got
Why
5.
not give it a test run and see how it goes? It may not be an issue, right? It may
Yeah.
not be an issue. You may have this for the first time and you've got public input and you've got a couple people that step up. Let's see if it's a problem and then that can solve it. Maybe ways that you
I'd like to suggest that before we get too far away from the delegations piece,
Yeah.
given what Twyla just read out, are you comfortable with the changes that she suggested there at this point? She just summarized them and then we kind of quickly moved on, so.
I think we have a consensus.
Is people more comfortable with 10 minutes for delegations or 5?
I like the
I like the way it was presented.
5
As
5
10 minutes?
total.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
That wasn't presented that way.
10 minutes.
It was not presented.
But that was the.
She summarized it.
She's
Organization.
Okay. And that'll get changed in the writing.
Right.
Okay.
One suggestion would be number 8 is 2 sentences. I feel like the appeal should be its own line because it sounds like the appeal process is only related to it being a jurisdiction of council. And so I think if there are other reasons, for example, anyways, I just thought the appeal should be its own line.
I think so too. But it's clear that it's an appeal process and it's separate from the corporate officer's decision.
That's number 8.
Yeah, there should be a note.
It's not just a matter of you, I mean, just based on what your discussion was, it's not just a matter of it being within the jurisdiction, but it's also if it is inappropriate, right? So was that going to be added? Did I miss them? Inappropriate language or defamatory?
Mhm.
So this says at the moment, if the corporate officer, and it shouldn't be she, it should be they.
He
He or she.
He or she.
Okay.
I was kind of on both.
And it does not believe the issue is within the jurisdiction of council, right? That's pretty limited.
Yes.
Are you going to give the corporate officer the opportunity to deny the delegation if it's going to be defamatory?
Mhm.
Yeah, they're gonna see.
Yeah.
So the wording needs to include that ability, is like, it's all.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I missed that discussion.
Yeah. Within the the issue is inappropriate or or
Yeah.
the opposite, I guess.
Maybe
the
that's
positive.
a line.
You were right.
Yeah.
So we're on schedule to finish by midnight.
So we're back to.
And I'll just say that Farman and I probably have to leave an hour. But we need to get.
You heard him, Beth. Yeah.
This is my job.
This is excellent. We might, so let's go back to, I think more of the bigger. I think we need to touch on minutes and what's captured in there. I think that was maybe coming from staff about what. Minutes look like, and just kind of, so just a little brief comments. 3 types of minutes typically. You've got your verbatim minutes, you've got your anecdotal minutes, and then you've got your decision-making minutes. Each of which have their place. Verbatim minutes, for example, absolutely at a public hearing as best you can, right? It's going to be an exceptional minute taker that can take verbatim minutes, but they're definitely going to be striving to capture more of the exactly what was said, especially from any input received from those wanting to express their opposition or support. The anecdotal minutes, which is typically what you see in most municipalities in minute taking, and it's essentially covering off high level topics, the subject matter, a little bit of preamble that precedes what the council direction was. If you have a delegation from transit, so-and-so position was here on such a date, provided a presentation on future schedules or future services, something like that. That's basically that. And then your council directives. Where the decision-making minutes are highly recommended and used is when you're in your closed meeting settings. It's strongly encouraged not to have a lot of preamble or he said, she said, or this is my opinion or my thought. Those minutes could be sequestered for, and find yourself subpoenaed, or if you're in a court case. So in those instances, if I can use the phrase less is more, and you just have those decisions that were made from council. References to individuals specifically, regardless of the minute content, should not be captured. It should be more, for example, if it's a public hearing, the planning director said A, the CAO provided this, our corporate officer said B, rather than tagging names to the positions because names change. So if you ever do searches of your minutes, you can quickly locate what you're after if you're just searching the corporate officer or the planning.
Is this different than what we're doing now, or how is it different than what we're doing now?
Well, I think it's just more decision making. I think there are some times where there's the desire to have a little more content captured so it can kind of tell the story. How did council get to that decision? So I guess instances where you can maybe have, council received A, they talked, maybe there's 2 or 3 items that were really high on your discussion list that brought you to the decision when that was made, but still very short and sweet and succinct. That there's also, keep in mind, back in the day, there wasn't video and there wasn't, people didn't know what to read. And they can see exactly where council went and why, but.
I really like minutes that have the decisions and not much else. Because we have the generous situation of everything being recorded now. And if you're curious what Councillor Isaacson said during a closed meeting on one thing, you can go and hear every word.
You can jump right through it.
Rather than relying on somebody's distillation of what they think might have been said and how they think people feel. And, if you just have the decision, there are fewer things for people to question after they subpoena the minutes and go through them to look for some kind of loopholes, the less there is.
Yeah,
Way of language, the less there is opportunity to fight it.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of that. I've seen it over the last 30 years. It always comes back. Stick to the knitting.
Because people might say, well, I wanted to make sure that it's recorded what I said in the anecdote, and so I also like decisions, especially given we have recordings of the meeting that are available for the public, and the closed would focus on decisions anyways. So yeah, I'm supportive of not anecdotal and most on decisions too.
So I like the decisions model too, with the exception of sometimes councils reporting out for their community engagement. There are no decisions in there. So just a list of highlight what it was. We do that anyway. I don't see why we wouldn't continue to do that. And if people see in the minutes that somebody said something about this and they're interested, they can go back to the meeting and find it and listen to it. But it's pretty hard to listen to all the meetings to find out if there was something in it of interest to you, if it wasn't a decision. For example, that reporting out period. So, use a combination where it makes sense to do anecdotal. Mainly the decisions should be recorded, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed that you talk about recording the main motion as amended, but not each amendment. So right now we go through all the amendments, and so you're suggesting just go what the final thing was and the votes on it.
The amending motion is captured there, but you're not, like you're saying, moved and seconded, that insert the word blah,
Yeah.
delete the word blah, then your main motion will reflect what that amendment was. That's exactly.
That's sensible.
So I've got one question in terms of making motions, and that is, we've heard a couple of delegations this week, one with no dog waste basket down at the park, the other one the other night on the dog park. And we're relying on staff to go away and think about that, and maybe do something. But numerous times in the past, if council does not make a motion asking staff to do something, perhaps nothing gets done. So what advice do you have to give us on that?
For myself, I would always encourage, if you want staff to take an action, a motion of council directing such an action. Staff probably will do a number of other items with background that council, just the day-to-day tasks and duties. So if you, just because staff here delegation, they're probably going, okay, I better go around and check that out. But if council wants them to action an item, and even before perhaps giving direction, for example, the case of the delegation last night on the dog park, if I were a member of council, I would be requesting a report from staff at a future and listing what those things that council wants to know, so that then they can make a decision, right? Before, just assuming that staff's gonna go. That's what I would look for.
Not on the same night, the next week.
Correct.
That was my question.
Correct. Or if it is something that you were to add to new business at that meeting, add it. But simply, rather than getting into a big conversation, that you're simply further through the delegation, request a report from staff to be presented at a future meeting of council. It's not, I didn't know if that was time sensitive. You might give staff the luxury of, time permitting, it's not a priority, something like that.
I noticed in the delegation section of the bylaw, you reference individuals concerning a complaint or issue with the municipality are first referred to the appropriate staff person, and only if there's evidence that it hasn't been resolved would it then come to council. So it would be nice to not have operational issues come to council first.
And that's in the drafted correspondence policy that will then supplement this as well. And that's exactly where that is being spelled out. Anything received that's operational in nature is going to go to ABC, assuming that's what you have in place here.
That's since our practice is now, if we get indication that somebody wants to speak to, like the gal in the garbage can at Willingdon, we have extensive conversations with the parks supervisor and with the director of Parks and Recreation, just to be certain that all of those avenues were faced, and she had gone through all the channels that still wasn't satisfied, and staff wasn't changing their positions. So but typically we will refer to those things. And again, if we get the indication that it's a staff issue, or if they say something very vague for their delegation topic and they don't give us anything in advance, despite us requesting every single time. That's the
Okay. So when's the appropriate time to make the request to have a motion on the next agenda? When do we post that? Thursdays?
Thursdays, you know.
A month ahead.
Good.
We could add the meeting of a delegation. I'm not sure that I think this is such a great idea. If you make a notice of motion, if you intend to bring this forward in the next council.
Okay, at the end of that delegation. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Not at the end of the delegation. Let them
No.
finish.
Just,
Thank
not,
you.
you don't tell the delegation you're gonna make a notice of motion. So you would do that at the next committee of the whole, so that
So right now we were saying, hey, if you want to do something, have it brought up under new business. Or you could do it as a note, or as Allison is saying, you could do it as a note, so motion.
And I would myself bring that, notice of motion, so it's number 23.
Yeah.
And I would keep it very vague and say it would be my intention to bring this matter back as a.
but that's not a regular occurrence on our agenda, so this time.
It's in your story, that'll be the.
Oh, the new,
That's
okay,
right?
right.
But your notice of motion then would be, I, Councillor so intend to introduce at the next meeting a notion of motion that would be requesting a report from staff as it relates to the delegation of blah, 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 and what it is you're looking for. Then the onus is on yourself, so nobody votes, and it's just, okay, thank you very much. Then on the next agenda, Jessica would be placing your motion, would be writing that out and typing it up and probably with the assistance of the corporate officer. Then you would vote as a council, you would consider that motion and then decide what, and vote on it and then decide if any actions being taken, right? So if the motion was approved, staff are going to be going away and doing a report. If council defeated the motion, there's not going to be spending. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, we're jumping all over the place, aren't we? Do we want to talk about consent agenda? I know that was a topic that came up at your December 5th. Consent agendas typically capture, they're really useful tools to address basic common standard information, not require much dialogue from council, and you can move and second your list of items there. You can have 20, you can have 10, you can do it by one motion and move on. Typically what you find there is your minutes. You may find a bylaw that's ready for adoption, and really there should be no more conversation around that if you're at that stage to adopt it. It would include information reports. Perhaps they're just information only, not looking for any direction. You may have a policy that relates to granting aid. Out of that policy, anybody who was given monies may have to report back to council as to how they achieved their objectives or what the money they were given for. Those are the sorts of things that you would find in your consent agenda. If something, council always has the prerogative to pull something out, and that is how the bylaw is worded. So if a council member asks for something to come out, it comes out. And you can, I know the conversation was, do you want that title that says right underneath items removed from consent agenda, or whatever is being pulled out could be reassigned to the appropriate heading in your agenda package. So if it were to be a bylaw that you were adopting, that would come out and you would have it under the bylaw section of your agenda. Or I know council wanted to talk about whether you have your own separate category similar to the regional district. So your decision. Nothing that has to be decided today.
Yeah, that works. They work well in situations where you have a committee of the whole or a committee that's had a fulsome discussion and it's pretty much got something like a unanimous agreement to move it forward, and then you're doing final approval at the board, and it works really well. As long as you know, people don't want to make an amendment to the third paragraph, line 2, and move change and or. That, you know, if people want to do all those things, then you might as well have them separately because it takes time to get them out. And I wonder about reports for decisions. If, you know, it makes sense to me if you had a committee, the whole meeting where you had a report for a decision somehow has to be decided by council. But if it's on the consent agenda, I haven't seen a consent agenda that has staff making a report on a report for decision. It's just been the kind of things that are pretty much finalized and it's a rubber stamp, and it takes a certain amount of discipline by the members of the board to remember that we talked about that before, and there's not a lot of disagreement on it.
I'll concur with Councillor Doubt, like things that were passed unanimously at the committee of the whole, for example, I think those could also be included in the consent agenda, but if it wasn't unanimous consent, or it wasn't not passed unanimously, that's what I meant. If it's not passed unanimously, then obviously there might be room for debate. I am, your question with whether it goes items removed from consent agenda or into the specific place in the agenda. It's one of those things where like, I don't know until I've tried it, what makes sense. I'm familiar with the regional districts process of adding it to the items removed from consent agenda on the next item. That's comfortable for me. My one question would be looking back to the order of proceedings. Right now, the public input period is after the consent agenda. And if they want to refer to something that's in the consent agenda that might impact council's interest in pulling it out, for me, it would make sense to have the public input period before the consent agenda gets passed.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Yes, but because the
In the
consent
order.
agenda is before public input and we pass the consent agenda and then public input afterwards happens, that's.
Just a reorder.
And where's the delegations on this list?
F, 19.
Oh, under that, so general
Hey,
matters,
general matters.
plans, captures, delegations, recognitions.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the experience I've had with consent agendas has been over at the regional district. And I've never seen anything on the consent agenda that hasn't come through a committee first. So if we do have things landing on our agenda that have not been through committee, I don't think they should be on the consent agenda. And I don't know if that if that's reflected here.
So usually what lands on a consent agenda wouldn't be anything that council already hasn't debated or seen.
Yes, I wanted to know if we're gonna say
Uh,
Would that not include like, we listed correspondence,
but we're
but
not there yet. We haven't got to correspondence yet. I'm hoping.
Well, correspondence doesn't belong on the consent agenda.
Oh, but I'm hoping that, sorry, I didn't have my own thoughts around correspondence generally.
Right.
And I'm hoping, and we haven't had the time to have that conversation yet. I wanted to see how council would like to see correspondence treated. Of course, there's going to be a policy that's going to be coming forward, but communities do different things. Communities do a correspondence log and just capture letter writer, date, and topic. And that's the only thing that's then put on the log and that council sees. And then if council wants to have additional, you'll all be provided each copy of correspondence that comes in. And then it's up to council if you want something pulled off and actioned or have a conversation about. Some communities don't even put correspondence on their agenda at all. And that would be where I would perhaps encourage you to think about and consider going forward. It's not to say you don't get your correspondence. Everything would go to you. Perhaps it's compiled and once a week, corporate services is sending you out any communications received addressed to you. Up to council then, if you want to reach back to staff and say, I'd like this on the agenda because you feel it's something that council needs to take some action on or have a conversation about. But it really will lighten up your load.
What if the public asks for it to be placed on?
It doesn't matter. If council has a policy that says this is how we're treating correspondence going forward, that is what you say to them when this is our new practice. Council receives your correspondence, then it's up to you guys if you want to pull it out and take any action.
just before we get too far down this road, I think it would be worth settling the consent agenda.
I know we're jumping all over the place, but we
And then go with the correspondence, right? So, and just back to your question about what goes on a consent agenda under 21. It says only for routine business items that can be approved with a single motion and do not need or require any discussion or debate. It may include bylaws, correspondence, minutes, and any information only reports. So that is the judgment of the CAO and the mayor. If their judgment's not consistent with your judgment, then you pull it off.
Gotcha.
So I guess the question is there anything as drafted by Twilight and Tony about the consent agenda that you are?
Getting back to your public comments, I don't know who brought it up, it was Cindy. Have you ever at the regional district had a member of the public raise their hand when the consent agenda is presented and say, I would like to speak to this item?
We don't have public comment.
They don't have that opportunity, do they?
No, but there is a part at the beginning where the chair asks if there's any unregistered delegations. And
Okay.
so
That part.
that would, if someone was there that wanted to talk about that, they would say so. The chair would entertain with the board whether they would hear that delegation or not.
And in this draft, outline an order of proceedings, there's that public input period that can
It's gonna be there instead.
be there instead. So if people want to talk to something in the consent agenda, they can, and we might decide to pull it based on what we've heard or not.
Oh, excellent.
So I take from that you're comfortable as drafted?
Yep.
Then you can go back.
Thank you.
I just like to be able to go take next.
And as a corporate officer, I should like to do that too, but I'm just realizing everything we haven't gone through yet. So correspondence thoughts, I know that might be a new topic that you have to have, I want to chew on.
Is there a correspondence section in here, or are we talking generally about?
I just put it in there and highlighted it and didn't really expand on it because I was hoping we would have this conversation and I would have some little bit of direction as to perhaps where you may like to go with that.
Both the city and the regional district right now are operating on a similar policy, and that is that where somebody specifically asks to have their letter appear as correspondence on the agenda, then it appears as correspondence, and the letter is typed out in the correspondence. And what we have an opportunity to do is to make any comment if anybody has any. And otherwise it's just deemed to be received for information. So you could have 20 items of correspondence on the agenda, and if nobody wants to make any motions about new business coming out of the correspondence, they do. But most times people just say, thank you very much. That's the correspondence. It goes by with no comment.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity to identify whether there's any business arising from correspondence. And if you don't identify it, it's just, here's the correspondence, move on.
Yeah.
I think what I'm suggesting here is to allow an opportunity or some thoughts around just anything that is written to our council right now, that it is, summarized in a log, sent to you individually, and a member of council, regardless of what the letter writer is saying, and you as a councillor, one of you reaches back and says, I'd like this placed on the agenda for discussion. Perhaps that's the path you go down. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of communications that are coming your way that are, requiring a lot of redacting because statements being made in it. It's all centering around relationships and name change and all that negativity. You put that on the agenda, it does open things up then for that public comment, feedback, questions. You keep finding yourselves in that same circumstance.
There's some letters that I received that I would like to place on the council agenda, regardless of whether the person who wrote them wants them to be public or not, because I would like the public to see.
Yeah, there's that, as I said, so if you reach back and say, I'd like this on the agenda, then I would go, but try to, if you want to consider that as an option. Subject to the council, subject to your correspondence, we would speak to that.
So when do you request that it go on the council agenda? Like
members of council, when they receive it, they could just send an email back to staff saying, I'd like this on the next available agenda.
And do you send out a log of correspondence like once a week?
Yes.
Once a week?
It could be, well, whatever council would like, right? I'm sure you don't want to receive 10 emails in one day that
just
correspondence.
10 would be nice if it was only 10. So I'm not opposed to that idea. I like with that council and the corporate officer have some level of control over it. I would say though that in addition to just being, and I haven't looked through further, maybe you added it somewhere else in the procedures bylaw, but I think the corporate officer then would benefit from having the weight of the procedures bylaw to point to when responding back. Because right now Jessica will respond to someone, say, by way of this message, council has received your email, but now I think she'd need another line to say, as per procedure bylaw, council's decision whether to post something online or not, then there's no debate.
Agreed. And we're not there yet either, right? So that's.
And we won't get there in half an hour.
No, and we won't get there instantly, because there's still readings to the bylaw that hasn't even all been wrapped up, right? So it's gonna be a little bit.
So I'm kind of two minds, sitting here thinking about the question. If it was automatically published in some way when people wanted it to be in batch, so there's no specific headline for any particular letter, I think it would be less problematic than the way we do it now. If we are only putting letters on that council decides to put on there, the public's going to get the perception that we are not being straightforward about the correspondence we're receiving. And so I worry about that. So I kind of like the idea of batching correspondence under a single link that has no specific heading for any particular letter. If counts, and then business arising out of correspondence or something council wants to put on to talk about is a separate line where we can determine what correspondence we want to speak to is definitely pulled out. But I do like the idea of having a place where all the correspondence goes and is part of the public record. So public can see that we are.
So
And we
here's a suggestion, perhaps a summary that might be more work better.
Maybe.
Everything in, you have the author, the date received, and the subject. And that's just a summary that's kept. And then that summary could be placed on your agenda, not the letters themselves, but the summary, but that there's that link that people can go then and see the letter.
Is that less work?
So
Probably not, but-
the thing that's, it wouldn't be a ton extra work. I'm wondering about, set time when we were getting floods of name change correspondence, for example, we would, we were just, I can't remember if it was at the Request Council at the time or the CEO, but last term, we started the practice of every few months, just going back, there were so many, so instead of putting an agenda, just every month or every 2 months, just having the batch of correspondence, but regardless of people asking for it to be on, we would say it may appear on a future agenda, and we would get some people back saying, I don't want it published. Do they have that? The first question is, do they have that say? Can they say, I don't want it public because now they've submitted it to the city as public record? And do they have that right or luxury, I guess? And if so, do we then have to email every single person to say, do you want this included? And then wait for them to respond to see if they do want it, if they don't want it, don't.
So if we have that spot on the agenda for correspondence, again, that descriptor will be captured as standard fare in the cover agenda. That correspondence submitted to mayor and council is public information and will be accessible accordingly, right? Whether it's restated and captured in the package, whether it's a link to it. So people are told that they know up front that if they are writing, it is going to be available publicly. And you just make it's a standard statement.
And I have seen, like, if you do have a form where they submit stuff, and they just give an email. I mean, some on your website, you might want to say that, you know, please be aware that any submissions to council may be placed on an agenda and all are
It's occurred to me recently, but rather than trying to reply to some of the things that I receive on the mayor and council website, it'd be more efficient to put together an anthology and publish that anthology so the public could see what people are writing to their council members. That would say more than actually replying to most. And I'm just not sure the corporate officer would agree that that's acceptable under the Freedom of Information and Privacy.
Personal contact information would be redacted, but we have considered putting a page on the website for all correspondence submitted. I've seen similar things with the municipalities, and it's just correspondence received by council, and it's just all there. And if anybody wants it on an agenda, we can just say it is publicized, it's here on the website. And so unless, again, some council wanted that on an agenda specifically to speak to it or what have you, but so we've considered doing that. We haven't. Yeah.
That's also an option. I don't mind that at all.
I think I remember it was Councillor Beck that said, because of the amount of will it takes to be a delegation or to speak publicly at a council meeting, it's not necessarily representative of the type of input that we're receiving. So I think it's helpful for the public to know the breadth of commentary that we're getting, whether that's on a website, somehow linked otherwise. And I also like, it also removes the difficulty of someone it's only gets added to the agenda at a request of a councillor. Then, does somebody have a personal relationship with a councillor? Who decides? And it just gets a little awkward. I would rather it be all or none. And then the piece of business arising from correspondence, then we only spend time talking about it if it's actually going to impact our business and we want to do something about it. I think that is also helpful. I know, and I do like, we would definitely need to communicate it broadly that anything that's submitted to council, whether through form or through email, is a part of the public record. That will be a change, and that might change how people write to council. But also this, again, in other communities, they've chosen not to add things to that public record of correspondence if it's defamatory or those sorts of things. And so there's reasons for things not to be either shared with council at all or added to the public record.
And the draft policy speaks to the correspondence policy, speaks to just that.
Okay.
Exactly.
I have one question or concern, and that is sometimes with the volume of what comes through, if embedded somewhere, something operational that staff could take care of really quickly.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets lost in pages. And I do personally have a concern about things that we could quickly address just on an operational level, but getting lost in the correspondence. It is helpful if council is reading through that they can say, hey,
Yeah.
And sometimes you get things and we don't.
Yeah.
And volumes are quite high for our scale of municipality. And it's about that customer service, but sometimes I have to reread things. So is that something that we could quickly take care of? Is that something that's going to require a lot of staff time and has to go to council? Anyway, it's just a personal struggle I have, and then we don't know what's out there sometimes. And sometimes somebody will just graciously say, hey, heads up, this came to me and we can take care of it. But tracking that, details on that has been a bit of a challenge.
If there was a form, it could be about like each issue being submitted separately. I don't know.
Is there an email, is there an email here in council,
There is, and there's one other thing is, could we say to people, if there's something operation that we could deal with, about thing, but it's embedded in a long list of other stuff. They almost like a service request, but just trying to think. So then we have that piece pulled out of all sometimes a political commentary. Is that, anyways, just a thought.
You're not going to get people when they write, they're writing to mayor and council, regardless whether it's operational.
That's true, yeah.
That's up to when it's received, and perhaps it's as simply as just your auto reply. We have received your correspondence. If the item is operational in nature, council has directed staff that we manage that accordingly, and it's only if you haven't.
Actually, I like that.
And maybe just that auto reply that just captures exactly that.
And gives the email that directs
Also, another big piece when it comes to correspondence, don't even respond to ones that don't have a name or an address, but The policy is identified to speak to, we're not going to respond to anonymous. People that choose not to even assign their name to it and then expect their email address is identifying, no, because a lot of, Heels or Hot Mess or whatever you want to use, that does not define who that person is, right? So things like that, just those auto replies that will address the, hey, you submitted, it's a public document, so it may find its way in the public realm. Operational matters are handled by staff. You can expect the, response from that department. Yeah.
So are we gonna get another crack at this? Because we're gonna run out of time.
You're gonna get, you can take it away, you can ponder it, you can look at, can we just go back and I'm gonna pick up now where you were organizing? Is it, do we want the correspondence summarized and go on the agenda and no attached correspondence? Is that kind of the way, and regardless of everything coming in then, and if you
I'm okay with that,
Yeah.
or the version that
Or
Jessica
just-
talked
okay.
about where we have it all published on our website.
Okay, and then you don't even need it on your agenda.
So, yeah,
Okay,
Okay.
we
that's,
can call it
that's
the
beautiful.
business arising from correspondence, meaning that it's there because there's business. So having a website for all the correspondence is okay too. Yeah. I don't know how everyone else feels.
Are we gonna try it?
Yes.
Is that what you're thinking? Because I just want a couple of minutes to talk about remuneration files. Is it the weekend?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking you should get the hours.
Yes, yeah, you do. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think if we simply publish all of the correspondence online,
Yeah,
it would
but
get
not
the
necessarily
Mayor
the
and Council.
agenda.
That might make some people think twice about what they write.
The only problem is that if they send it by email, there's no notice of that beforehand. You'd almost have to have only a online form for submission that then states. Because if it's just an email address, then they'll submit it and then find out.
A reply that tells them it's gonna go on the website. If they really object to it, I guess they could leave
Redacted.
with Jeff Michelle.
They could redact it.
Yeah.
I need.
The corporate office.
So can we,
Can we
just, can we get some order here and figure out, what's happening now?
Yeah, we were just discussing, how much more of your time we can take. Are you good for another 10 minutes? Or do you want to end now?
You need to catch a ferry.
Well, we're gonna catch the ferry, but if we're out the door at 5:30, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, 10
10
minutes.
minutes, 10 minutes.
Go.
10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, and so you have a couple more items, and I want 2 minutes. to
I'm
talk
gonna go with one last one, and I'm just gonna ask you to take away and think about it. I know you've chatted with Allison, I think, during your previous sessions, just about meetings and community, and this one is community of the whole specifically. I just wanna leave you with some thoughts, think about it. My experience and best practices, a committee of the whole is for the purpose of members of the committee receiving new, not just new information, but perhaps you're considering establishing a new service. Perhaps you're considering, I'm going to use a good neighbor bylaw as an example. In those circumstances, you may look to have representatives from neighborhood communities. You may look to have a community safety manager in your discussions. You might lean on the RCMP to be part of that. A committee of the whole allows for that structure of informal engagement, back and forth conversation, idea sharing, environment, and no decisions being made, not directing staff, not saying, go ahead, do this. It's recommendations to be made from members of the committee to council. Those recommendations would then find their way on your regular council meeting agenda, where you would then vote on yes, no, whatever the case may be. And I'm just finding the number of committee meetings that you have and when you have them puts a really great, hits your resources heavily. So just ponder a little bit of that. I'm suggesting you reduce the number of committee of the whole meetings, that they not be encouraged for business that should be just dealt with by members of council at your regular meetings. As you know, committee of the whole, you are sitting as your council. You're not council there, but you are all council members there. So I think to perhaps lessen that load and how we treat business where it should land, we should be great if we could shift.
That sounds really good. Sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
The problem is that right now, we're having business introduced and going halfway to making a decision at committee of the whole meetings, and then having it come up again at a council meeting. And we discussed over a year ago the fact that many of the people around the table believed that we were wasting our time with committee of the whole meetings. Could cancel us and just get everything done at the council meetings. We haven't been able to do that. We've had more closed meetings and special meetings and additional meetings in the last year than I could ever remember this council ever doing. And we are having way more than when we used to have two committee of the whole meetings, 2 council meetings, and a finance committee every month. So to say we're going to stop doing committee of the whole, and we're going to at least double the work that we do in the number of council meetings that we have, and then we're going to do some other community input at committee of the whole meetings is a nice idea. But unless we can find a way to actually deal with that business in some kind of faster way, you know, we're not going home until 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night on council meetings days, and sometimes 10 o'clock at night on committee of the whole days. It's not because we have nothing to do at committee of the whole.
Yeah, I would say we are not yet practiced in how we operate at meetings to be able to fit in what we've been doing into 2 council meetings and say 1 committee of the whole per month. And so I think the consent agenda can help with that, but we're not practiced yet. And so what's happening is we have to end up adding special committee meetings because we're not getting everything that we need done. And so I like aspiring to that, to make being on council more realistic, especially for people who are still working, who are parents. But we need to figure out a way to be more disciplined, and we're not there yet.
This will help. Some of the stuff we've talked about today will help.
Yeah.
And what we've done is we used to have 30-minute council meetings at sometimes, and which I felt were a waste of time. And we don't have 30-minute council meetings anymore. So we've eliminated the finance committee meetings. We've gone from 5 to 4 meetings a month. It'd be great to go to 3, but we're not there yet.
I'm just thinking to give the shift and delegation time, number of delegations, that's gonna substantially free up your time at regular. Also, I'm just commenting that I've seen going to committee of the whole is not necessarily work that should be at the committee of the whole if you conduct that meeting as it's intended to be. So anyways.
And the thing is to not replicate.
So I think that the ideal is to use the committee of the whole to learn and be educated, educational forum, so that we can make good decisions at council. I think we refrain from debating stuff at committee of the whole. At least I would like to see us more questions, less debate. If we're to have delegations, should be, you know, things that we need to learn about because we have to decide something about tourism, or someone would like us to decide something, or they're proposing that we get in partnership with somebody. So things that should be related to something that we ought to do or should be doing and want to educate us. We have been providing staff direction if we want more information, because we're not ready to send it to council yet. So that should be okay. Are we ready to kick? If we're ready to kick it, if you're starting to debate it, you're ready to kick it to council.
Actually, you know, in my experience, yes, you do all the things at committee of the whole that you're talking about. You have one, you know, discussion, you receive input, but then you're intended to make a recommendation to council.
Yeah.
And what you ought not to be doing is rehashing all that at council. You make a recommendation, recommend to council, that council initiates this new service. It gets to council, and unless there's exceptional circumstances, you just pass that. because you've already gone through that process.
So in order to make that recommendation, we have to do some debate then.
Yeah.
Yes,
The whole.
yes, and was that your experience too? So, you know, the recommendation council should be fully formulated. And, you know,
A
it
lot of
does,
times the recommendation comes from staff.
no, from committee of the whole, the recommendation is from council. You actually make a motion in committee of the whole to make a recommendation to council to take some action. That's how it should work. So that it is fully formulated and you have debate and discussion and it goes to council. And then, you know, most of the times it should be parliamentary at council. You just move the motion and there's no debate because you've done that work. I'm sure that's what happens at the board, at the regional board, right? All the work is done at committee, comes to the board and you pass a motion, right?
Well, then to me, the question is where is the best place for public input to be? It might be then public input is best to be at committee of the whole. So when we're hashing things out about what to recommend to council, that we've heard that input earlier rather than later.
Or in some other process altogether. The planning department is doing some public process and that information comes to committee of the whole. And then you consider it.
Yeah.
So, you know, depending on each item, it's going to take a different path. But in my experience, items should leave committee of the whole well formulated, ready for council to make a decision.
I learned that
Okay.
very quickly, and that's where I attended before I was on council.
Okay, so yeah, it's
Have you seen this
Yes,
procedure
definitely.
guide? We made copies and if I
It's on
could
the
have.
provincial website.
Yes, exactly. A lot of what we're covering here is here. It talks about what's required, best practices. It's not a huge document. So if you want to take those and have that as you look at what's being laid out here and go from there.
Okay, and I'll take two minutes at a time. I promise to go back to the piece of the conduct bylaw about council remuneration, if you want to include that as a potential sanction. And I went through 26 bylaws. Burnside, Sydney, Camel River, Ladysmith, Port Hardy, Vines Bay, Collins, Saywood, Penticton, Cold Stream, Sandwich. So really good Prince George across the province. Of those 26, 3 had clauses about council remuneration linked to their code of conduct. I thought there would be more. I could not find Kamloops. I couldn't get it. I'm sorry, I would have loved to have. There's something wonky about their website. So North Cowichan, Squamish, and City of Nanaimo all have remuneration provisions connected with their codes of conduct. They're all exactly the same. It's interesting. I believe this is Reese Harding's work. So the first breach of conduct results in a 10% reduction in remuneration for 12 months. The second, 15% for 12 months. The third, 25% for 12 months. And it's a cumulative situation.
Oh.
So if after 3, say you had 3 conduct violations in a 12-month period, your remuneration would be reduced 30, 40, 50%.
And that's 3 out of how many?
3 out of 26. And I think, to be fair, the reason that is
60. Oh,
the reason that is these are communities that have experience with conduct violations. My suspicion is the other ones just haven't got there yet. Kamloops, just out of interest, Henry Braun, in his municipal advisors report that was released in the last couple of weeks, recommended up to 75% reduction for the mayor's salary. So I think this is where we're in. But anyway, so what I can do without imposing too much deliberation on this, I will just take this wording. I didn't see in the regional district, I didn't see anything in there. But I'll take the wording from these bylaws, dump it into the draft code of conduct, and you can decide whether or not you want to include it or not.
Great.
And Bernie, the regional district will have links to the remuneration bylaw.
I didn't see anything in it about this, though.
In the remuneration bylaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I emailed them to you guys.
I just looked. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it actually says.
Oh, okay, I may have just missed that, I'm sorry, so, okay.
And it's already has. Yeah, so as you know, it's gonna take time to land on your procedure bylaw, so in the interim, you still have the exposure that you have, right, with delegations and such. You might wanna consider coming out with a statement that basically says, and if you can have council vote on that, if you have unanimous support, that we've heard from people, thank you very much, we received correspondence. They can still write, but just a statement that you're not going to entertain delegations anymore at this point on that subject matter. And just stop it there right here, because you guys are getting that every meeting, and it is a way that you can manage that until you land on your new procedure bylaw, because there is time before that happens, if you're open to that. And then again, that would just be an opening statement, and that you support each other, and council supports each other as a whole in that. And if you make that statement, and then it just, you know, perhaps settles by resolution. Yes, yeah, exactly, right?
Thank you.
Feel free to write in, but they're not going to be placed on a public agenda anymore. You'll receive them. That's that.
So yeah, if we decide to do that, we'll have to pass a resolution, like that's, I saying that now.
Do we need to request it on the next agenda then, Jessica?
Anytime.
We're creating this website place to put them instead. If we create that, then we'll make that a lot easier.
So are we done? Can I share a motion to adjourn?
Oh, David, second.
Thank you for fun afternoon. I'm sorry I was late getting here,
Yeah,
I see it now.
but the grandkids were way more fun.
Changes?
I would have been curious.
Yeah,
to that.
yeah, yeah, if you just send that to me.
After I was out of
Yeah,
town.
is it,
It was a great
Can you wanna
little party.
turn off the mic?
sure, I like paper actually. And
yeah.
so-
Oh, yeah, I'll take one of
Kids
those.
were-
Yes.